next exciting episode of Dota 2, the video game. Oh, maybe she'd know. She'd come hang out sometimes. And for the record, you said this is the third one of these, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Let's kick it off whenever you want, Sky. I don't have it on. Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay, cool. I'll tell them to start. Yeah, because I had to update.
Man, they're all like ready and raring to go and everything.
Right, I'm going to get out of this voice channel. You guys enjoy it. I'm going to go watch on the stream.
Oh man, so
all right, everybody, we are in. Yes, you're right, Sandwich. Here we go. Social Sunday, third one that we've done so far with First Blood Dio. I'm Sky, Reach for Sky, joined with Mr. Dogie Sandwich.
hello.
We've got another trend of our team naming experiences here, and it looks like with Social Sunday, we're sticking with the memes for our team names, and we've got Nyan Cat versus Adults Only.
Yeah, not only do we have memes, we have like these old vintage memes from like 2014 and stuff. I forget when Nyan Cat was a big thing.
Oh, God, I know. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But enough with the memes. Let's talk about the consistency of the bands that are going down. RDC, there's no Embers going to be played, no Lunas, and no Slardars.
Yeah, no Slardar.
Yeah, he's first pick, first band material. He's really obnoxious, can be played as an offlaner or sometimes as your farming support, your 4. Usually seen as the driver for the Lifestealer Mobile, but just a real
The Lifestealer Mobile, I love it.
Yeah, he's just a really obnoxious initiator. Gives you vision with corrosive haze, as it's been recently renamed. Used to be amp damage. And it's just an all-around really solid hero.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know too much about the players that we specifically have here with us today. It looks like Boss is going to be the captain for Team Nyan, and from Adults Only, our captain is going to be Gax. Yeah. Okay. So now, when you look at like the team captains, who do you usually find to be the leader? Because in a lot of teams, you're going to see them being like supports, whereas for some others, it'll be like a core or a carry.
Generally, when I look around or when I pay attention to it in like higher level, not so much just professional level, but higher level, it usually is the supports, because in the time where everything needs to be organized, which is drafting, the early phase of the game, and even the mid phase of the game, supports have the one resource that the cores don't have, which is time. So they have the time to actually look around the map, to help stage stuff, to help organize stuff. And that's usually where the leadership needs to happen. Now, you'll have those rare occasions where it's like one of your core roles, but I personally think that it usually favors a support.
Well, that aligns with what we're going to see here, though, because Boss prefers either a 4-5 role, and Gax as well, a 3 or 4 role. So we would probably see them leading from some sort of support-based leadership or maybe offlane. But regardless from that, we've got some nice picks that we've found here. Vengeful Spirit, really strong support for adults only to roll out with. But from Nyan Cat, we're seeing some more consistency with the Ogre Magi, as I think we've seen this in basically every Social Sunday, and it's been one of the top picks throughout the entire program, I guess, let's say.
You just see Ogre picked everywhere if you think about it. That hero is still so good. Like, you come out the gates with, I forget how much armor, like more armor than everybody else combined, a good bit of regen, and you just run at people. There's very little that stops you from doing that. Who is this Watermelon, though?
Watermelon Man! Oh, okay, so this could be just straight support, could be offlane, and I know I'm just going to keep saying this forever because I want to believe, but there are people in this First Blood community who really enjoy the idea of core Vengeful Spirit, and I just want to see it. I want to see it, so I'm optimistic. That's all I'm saying.
That's something I was going to point out earlier, how you had already written Venge off to being a support, where more and more she's starting to see a core role. When I say more and more, I'm talking about like from never to like 10% of the time. But it's a thing that happens, and it's a thing that's reasonable, especially in the meta now where you have a lot more money on the map. You play a lot more towards your mid game. Some people are going as far as to say that Death Ball is back, and she can work in that very well to walk at somebody with a 5-man or even a 4-man, swap somebody in, or just swap up to somebody and blow them up and take the other team's fight clean off the table.
I'm going to agree with you. The Death Ball is back 100%, and Tidehunter is definitely one of those characters that will allow you to do that. And Ogre, also another heavy, prevalent team fight character. And with Mirana, you're going to be looking at roaming, ganking, and Moonlight's Shadow is going to be a big driver of a lot of those kill opportunities. So I think we could see a lot of both of those things coming out from both teams. And with us banning out the Underlord here, that is almost like them hoping for a deterrent of both team fighting and split push global potential. And speaking of which, no Tinker either. So both teams don't want them to have that sort of jump across the whole map and just start taking Brax sort of idea. But we don't have a lot of cards shown from either of these teams, though. So there's a lot of flexibility in terms of which sort of direction they can go in. Tide could be offlane, could be support, same sort of thing with Venge as a core or support.
I'd be really hard-pressed to believe Tide is a support because, I mean, sure, all he needs at the end of the day to be effective is a Ravage. It's really hard to position that Ravage if you don't have a Blink Dagger. And even if you don't want him to get a Blink first, which has been the trend as of late, if you ever see a Tide, you still want him to be tanky, which is hard for him to do without items.
I mean, I agree. Yeah.
I'm interested in this Quap ban. They're making sure that if the game somehow goes far enough to where we see 25s, which is very reasonable around here on Social Sunday, they don't want the IMBA to come out, if you will.
Yeah, we've seen enough games where everyone ends up hitting to 25, 50-minute, hour-long games because sometimes it's hard to rustle up a group of people to push together and just start taking objectives. So for some context for people that are just tuning in for this event, one of the big ideas of Social Sunday is to be able to join as a solo person, have a balanced team to be able to fall into, and have an enjoyable day of Dota. And all of these players may know of each other, but not necessarily have played with each other in a lot of games. So it's really just kind of like a community in-house sort of environment. But the best part about it, all the winners of the team at the end of this long day, they're going to each walk away with a Steam gift card. So that's pretty sweet. I know your head's about to explode with this double-headed dragon that just got picked, and the Rubik.
Honestly, not so much with the Jakiro because in an organized game, I'm looking at the rest of his team thus far, and I'm like, where does he really fit in beyond being a tower pusher? Because you say I love Jakiro, which is true. I'm one of those people who loves getting my Yules and actually taking somebody out of the fight, which it'll be a while for him to do that. I am more interested in the Rubik, and especially with the Jakiro pick behind the Rubik, because Rubik has so many good steals on the table for him right now. He's got the obvious Ravage if he can get it. Anything he can take from Venge has some value, higher than others, and I need to just get off of him right now because we got that boy Yogi. That's something pretty big, and you see it.
Yogi Bear.
You see it usually as a response to some kind of melee core. In this sense, the Juggernaut. But
well, this is good though. I think this is good because Juggernaut. Let's say Juggernaut finds Ursa solo. He uses his ult. Ursa enrages and laughs at him, then destroys him in a couple hits afterwards. Or at least that's what I would see here, you know.
If he could actually keep up with him, which is very likely, but yeah, that's one of the big benefits you have from Ursa is he's hard to contain, hard to lock down while he has his ult still active, or while he has it still available. Once it is down, tongue twisters today. Once it is down, he does suffer from being a very kiteable core, but I assume they're going to get a blink dagger to mitigate that. But even then, you have slows and a stun from Jakiro. You have slows and an AoE stun from Tidehunter. You have a swap and a stun from Venge. It's going to be really hard to walk away from this big bear.
Yeah, there's a lot of good control coming out from Adults Only, and although their core doesn't have any really himself, aside from Earthshock, I think that we're going to have some pretty cool team fights here because Nyan Cat has good control, as does Adults Only, but Rubik is going to be a pretty key decision maker, I would say, for how these fights really end up turning out.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out, I liked, in line with everything that we just said, I like the Adults Only last ban because we were talking about how kiteable Urza is. They took away the one hero or one of the big heroes that guarantees that everybody just clears the set, which is Centaur War Runner.
Yeah, that was a really smart ban.
Yeah.
Now, I'm kind of curious about the Slark ban, though, from Nyan Cat. Recognizing that Adults Only still needs a mid-hero.
Maybe, because if you could run a mid Urza if you're assuming that's a mid Jug, and maybe they Nyan Cat just assumed that this was going to be a mid Urza for some reason.
Sure.
It would be very presumptuous, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Ho ho ha ha. Okay, well that's a mid sniper.
Yeah, that's a very well picked sniper too. It's gonna have some damage damp from damage amp from the Vengeful Spirit. Has two big beefy frontliners to stand behind, and if somebody somehow gets into him, he has a Jakiro running around just to control the area around him to give him space to disengage. So that's a pretty well-rounded team, IMO.
Yeah, I mean, Adults Only is going to have a good initiation and counter-initiation potential across multiple heroes, which is very ideal. Nyan Cat, right now, they're a little bit weak on that with initiation and counter-initiation, since right now they're going to be relying on a Mirana Arrow or some sort of good gank rotation from Ogre and Rubik, but they have now done exactly what I said they kind of needed. So we've got Axe for our initiator from Nyan Cat, and I think it'll still be a pretty interesting game for them to have it all kind of come together with Adults Only, with how their draft kind of plays out, with a good mix across a lot of heroes, but it should be fun. What do you think?
I'm looking at Nyan Cat's team, and I'm wondering if whoever they put on Mirana is going to be a star player. Because at this point, you have to assume that the Mirana is going to be a core. You have a Ogre, you have a Rubik. Unless they're crazy enough to try mid Rubik, which a few people have been doing since 7.0. And that's a very, very few. But let's say that's not going to happen. You have a core Mirana. Mirana isn't really the strongest laner. And what lane is she going to do well in? Like, the only lane where she can get a decent amount of money to start off is if she's against Tide one-on-one.
You know, I'm not sure what we're going to have there for that, because of the people that we have out here for all these things. It looks like Mirana is going to be mid lane, so Mirana against Sniper should be a pretty interesting matchup. Not sure if it favors one or the other. I mean, Sniper is going to be able to outrange him at some point, but at least early in, I think that they're going to be okay. Ugh. But without getting too much into some of the theory, we've got both of our teams paused out. Let's kind of give a rundown of who's who and all that sort of stuff. So,
Okay, well, that means we should talk about the Radiant team that
Sure.
has the Captain, Captain, Gax playing the Tidehunter, RVZ playing the Urza, Nephilim playing the Vengeful Spirit. I hope I said that right. I probably didn't.
Nephilim.
Nephilim. Hey, I was close. I
Yeah,
get
that's
like
cool.
A for effort points, right?
Absolutely. I'll give you an A plus. Okay.
How about an A+ for Alaska on the Jakiro? And
A.
Michael playing the Sniper.
Cool stuff. Well, I'm pretty excited of what's to come from the Dire here, because we've got Boss on the Rubik. He'll be rolling that out as the captain. Insanity is going to be our Mirana today. Siren on Axe. Yagerty on Ogre. And last but not least, Tensai on the Juggernaut. Whoo, baby. Well, our game's still paused, claiming FPS issues and all that sort of stuff, but I think this should be pretty fun for us all. Tidehunter's going to be their offlaner, and he's going to be going against the Juggernaut and maybe Rubik plus the Ogre too. So early laning phase, I would kind of expect him to get zoned and pressured out. He may have to fall back on, the camps in the jungle, the bounty rune, and things like that. But early rotations from the Radiant could prove other things happening, and there's some planning coming out on the minimap right now on what both teams want to do, and it looks like the Dire jungle is in the future. Normally I'd like to zoom in and look at characters in showcase mode and stuff like that, but the last time I did, my Dota crashed, because 7.0.
Womp womp.
Right.
Yeah, just like any game, the early game is going to come heavily down onto the supports, which with the itemization, I believe that Nyan Cats and their Rubik and Ogre look like they can initiate and aggress more to begin with, because you have, of course, you have Rubik that has an instant displacing spell, telekinesis, and then you have Ogre who decided to get Orb of Venom and a Wind Waste to start off. So anybody he hits, he's going to be able to stay on top of. But the question is, who can they really get to? If there's no warding in the mid lane, then Sniper is a really easy target. I don't think he'll really put himself in that much of a position, because I'm assuming the supports are starting with him, but that's the other end of the spectrum, where the adults only supports need to be able to rotate around and stay in front of the Nyan Cat supports just to protect their cores.
Yeah, well, look at this. F5, Jakiro has a smoke, so they may be looking to do something where they're roaming up into the top lane. Now, Michael doesn't have any items picked up on him just yet, so he's going to need to make action soon. And, yep, there they go. They're going to go off into the top lane. Boom, there we go. Gak's already casually hitting one of those shrines, for good luck right there. It's just for good luck. It's like, good luck. Well, there we go. So they're going to be grouped up, smoked as a team, going up top, and I don't know if they're going to be ready to deal with this from the Dire, since they're kind of positioned out a little bit differently. Yagerty's in the bottom with basically no regeneration on him, and Siren is going with him.
But the big thing about these smoke invasions is, are you able to take region, or are you able to get a kill? The bounty rune isn't so much if it gets
smoke
spotted
broke.
out in a
Smoke
timely
broke.
manner, like
It was
so.
found.
Because all that happens at this point is that tells the people on Dire that they can go down and take the Radiant Jungle bounty rune, and you still get a 2-2 split.
Yeah, and this was really smart of them, too, for how they did it. They had the Juggernaut a little bit closer to the enemy, so he could always spin away if he was in fear of getting hit for that. And then, Rubik, conservatively, a little bit behind him, able to do a lift if he needed to be able to do some sort of counter initiation. But it will still go two runes to 2 runes for both teams, respectively.
If you look at the whole economic game of it, though, who's my Radiant team?
Radiant used a smoke, so 50G.
And they also TP'd the Urza down bottom, so that's another 50.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. the small things that add up.
No, absolutely, you're right. But preventative sentry in the mid lane here, and we actually have a little bit of a duplicity of ward coverage too, so they're going to have a little bit of an overlap, but hey, they're going to have a vision on all that at the least, though. But Yagurdi is sitting in the mid lane, trying to maybe do something here on Michael, and I don't think anything's going to happen. Insanity has some pretty good positioning to try and follow up, but realistically, nothing's really going to come from that.
Yeah, the most that Yagurdi really wants is to try to let Insanity get 2 before, create disparity as I call it, and just get a little bit of a level advantage so that Insanity can hit 6 before Michael. It's not going to mean too much in the grand scheme of things because it's not like a Moonlight is guaranteed at 6, but it's the small concept of having a bit of a power spike, if you will, you know?
Yeah, well, they are sharing experience, and the Ogre isn't really accomplishing a ton, although Michael has burned out his one shared tango, and now he's going to be really kind of pressed for time, and now he's on the low ground, and this is what is going to be the problem here. Arrow will connect. Ignite is there also. Just a couple more hits is all they really need, and he's going to go down. Insanity getting that first blood on Michael. But there was a lot of fighting going on in the bottom lane, too.
It wasn't so much of fighting like Axe versus this tri lane as it was Nephilim versus this Hellbear. And that's
Oh,
that's like no HP.
jeez. But RVZ going in on Siren. He's not going to have another call or a Berserker Rage. Or Battle Hunger.
Didn't have any buttons to press.
No buttons. But it really didn't matter anyway, because he was just kind of getting in a little bit more of a good right-click center, I guess. So eyes back in on the top lane. I think our Mr. Gax is doing pretty good against a Juggernaut, considering that he hasn't died, but also the supports really haven't been up there.
Oh, the Rubik's been up here, but I mean, a solo Rubik against the Tide, what are you going to do? You're going to tickle him with some right clicks, maybe toss him away until you hit level 3 and you have a rank 2 Fade Bolt.
Sure, exactly, I guess, yeah.
They're rapping on him right now.
Yeah, uh-oh, he's getting lifted up and dropped down. Tensai doing tons of damage here. Yagurdi going to be able to follow up in with an Ignite and a Blast. He'll be able to get the last hit on him. This is really going in the Dire's favor for this early game. I wonder what the Radiant are going to try and do in terms of zoning or roams or ganks to try and make it up, because Yagurdi is already positioned around Michael here, and they may look to follow up again. There's an Ignite. He'll be able to get a couple hits in. The arrow off the mark, but lots of damage has still been hit on Michael. Yagurdi going to have to retreat from this. Insanity very happy how this kind of panned out, because Michael still doesn't have regen on him, and Insanity's getting free hits. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I wasn't looking in the bottom lane. I was about to make a joke about the free 37 from the creep, but we are missing an axe in the bottom lane, and that's the first little bit of reprise that the Radiant has. But to go along with their the recovery plan that you were talking about, Alaska's been stacking in the jungle a little bit.
Okay.
Stacking presumably for the Tide, because that's like the first and foremost camp clear that you can think of. Although
Sniper
Michael might go over there and shrapnel it down.
It may take time for Sniper, but it's feasible, yeah. So with Gax being up here against just a dual lane, I think he's in a good position to really just catch up a bit. Experience, gold alike. I'm not sure if he's really taking advantage of it or pressuring out the Juggernaut, but I like where his head's at. But uh-oh, Alaska behind the lane. He's going to get found. Down. Jukes the arrow, but not able to do anything about the basic attack. And now they're in a great position to just dive them. The double damage on the Mirana, the Fairy Fire is there. But TP coming a little bit too late. Is Jakiro going to be able to get a return kill on anyone? I don't think so. Only level 3.
He's actually very fortunate that the Ogre didn't have a stun to turn around on him with, or even an Ignite, which is his level 2 skill, since he's maxing Ignite as status quo. With that being said, Yogurti and Insanity just shrine up, and they hit the front lines yet again. Doing very well to hold it down. In the top lane, you have Boss trying to initiate on Gax, taking about half life as he walks away.
Yeah, he should really just try to retreat. Why is he doing something here? Yagurti is going to be able to follow up in here. There's the Ignite. Blast is there. Boss won't have another lift or drop, but he does the clap to try and mitigate some damage. If any rotations came from the Radiant, they might be able to do something here, but he's going in the trees and... Uh-oh, this is kind of a sticky situation for the Dire. They're going to be fine in the end. But any rotations, and that would have been terrible for them. And honestly...
Possibly a triple kill.
Honestly, if we had a TP ready on the Ursa for something like that, that could have easily been a triple kill for Ursa.
Yeah?
I think so. He's level 6, but it's not ideal for him to be paying attention for such things.
That's one of the benefits of having this new invention called a microphone, my friend.
Hey, 50G. That's all you need. They keep lowering the cost of TPs. Maybe when they're free, people will start to really use them effectively, but there's still some weird shenanigans going up on the top lane. The creep wave somehow got behind the tower. Now they're kind of cutting it in between, and Gax is still really getting pressured out. The Radiant kind of need to help him out, otherwise they're going to lose the top tower, and the Juggernaut is going to be in a really good position to just kind of continue his farming and just start to take over the game progressively, since both he and Mirana are doing really well for last hits and denies.
Yeah, they either need to go to the top lane and help their Tide, help Gax out, or they need to help him in the form of giving him stacks and giving him catch-up farm, because a lot of this game, a lot of the early and mid game is still going to revolve around him and either being able to be the beefy frontliner with a mech or being the initiator for everybody with a blink dagger. And right now, just like you said, they're leaving him high and dry, and he's pretty far behind his counterpart, the Axe, who has about 700 gold above him.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about where this Axis farm is at, and he's got the levels that he wants, so he's good there. Tidehunter is not even at the 6, where he's really able to just kind of allow his team to kind of group up behind him and start to push or really take any sort of objectives, or fights, because they just got to take some fights. Now, I think what we're going to really need to see is some movement from the Ursa. It's going to be Ursa that's going to have to make the first play happen, I think. You know, just because, like, look at these teams. Jakiro's not in a situation to really make any sort of good counteractive measures. He's doing some stacking and pulling shenanigans in the jungle, but he doesn't really have anything to amount for himself. And neither does the Vengeful Spirit minus the boots. And another smoke, because they could look to try and do a rotation or a gank here.
But here's the problem with Urza being the big playmaker that you want him to be. Look what he has in his hands already, his headdress. So again, it's gonna be really hard for him to, really impossible. Let's not even sugarcoat this. How is he gonna walk in on like Axe, Jug, or Mirana with a Rubik behind him if he doesn't have a blink dagger?
I agree. He's waiting. He's relying on the Tidehunter hitting 6. I mean, that's where it's going to kind of come together until he gets a blink, because he's either going to be going for what, Vlad's or Helm of the Dominator. Is Helm of Dom even like a thing for Ursa right now? I feel like I've seen it built on so many different characters at this point that people are just kind of running around everybody and just kind of trying it out regardless.
I don't see where it's detrimental. I don't think
I don't either.
Great, but I mean, you get some health regen, you get some consistent attack speed, you get a creep, so maybe you can do something cool like send your centaur in to stomp, and then you go in there and you clap, and then you slap somebody in the eye. Pretty sure it's gonna be a Vlad's, my friend.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Shall we have Michael?
Our sniper man is back.
Having FPS problems. The irony of that. Haha.
Hey, sniper needs to be able to see every single frame. He's a sniper.
But while we have some time, one thing that we do need to point out is that Insanity is 1/4 of the way to being a thorn in everybody's side. He has his point booster, working his way to his Aghanims. Nobody else really has anything to show other than the headdress that we talked about. I guess we could say the phase boots on RVZ as well, which we haven't talked about yet, but it's
No, I mean, you'd kind of expect something like that at this point. Yeah, I mean, Mirana's at 3,800 net worth. Ursa, roughly 3K. So Sniper's all the way down at 1,500, just to kind of give you a frame of reference. So the Mirana is kind of destroying Mr. Sniper, and you wouldn't have thought that initially, but it comes down to these rotations from the supports early on that was really able to build out the space for him.
Yeah, it was like we talked about in the draft. You have Rubik and an Ogre. It was literally just the Ogre doing his job, being what some casters call a stupid hero, which is the 4 that just runs at people.
Well, Ogre didn't even have any regen at level 1. Remember that?
Okay, who's gonna contest him? Who's gonna fight him? He's an Ogre. He's perfectly content with trading and then going away. He doesn't need anything.
Uh-oh, mid lane again. Boss and Yagerty off on the side. They're coming in for Michael. Michael already on the retreat. Are they going to try and dive the tower for this? I don't think so.
There is no way that's going to happen, because if you press F2,
I know.
you will see, yeah. It's, where you can spend 50 gold and get a huge payout and get yourself some of that purple stuff.
Mm-hmm. So they have this preemptive sentry down in the mid lane, so they're also going to be able to counter that ward out that the Dire had just placed. So bottom lane, RVZ, Nephilim, and Alaska. Team Nyan Cat, or wait, no, that's adults only. Adults only is the Radiant. Nyan Cat's the Dire. I don't think they got their graphics updated in the team, so unfortunately we don't have the pretty banners that Thorn made.
But the one thing that is pretty is the ward that saw that rotation and kept RVZ safe yet again.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one big play coming out of the Radiant. Did you see a Moonlight Shadow?
That is a Moonlight. Uh-oh, mid lane, Michael taking him down into the grave. There goes Michael, dead.
Yeah, there's no sentries in the bottom lane. We get a lift into
a nothing.
Faked call.
Okay.
It was a pump fake. Just had to check him.
You just do it as it's an intimidation factor, really.
But I think the big intimidation is these 4 green heroes in the bottom lane eyeing this tower and trying to even the count.
Well, Gax has Ravage ready. RVZ will be able to follow up with a ton of damage, too. Doesn't have the best amount of mana, but he'll be able to still make plenty of things work. Now, if Axe finds an ideal initiation, it won't be good for them.
I think he'll be hard-pressed to do that. He still doesn't have his Blink Dagger, so he has to walk past Big Fish, and I think he'll get filleted for that. Hey.
Alaska's just going to be able to keep chipping down this tower with that Ignite. And yeah, I'd expect this lane to kind of fall relatively soon. Even though Ogre and Rubik are both there trying to do their best to fend off the creep wave, in the end, it really won't matter. This Tensai is so greedy with how he's been farming aggressively in the Gyre or the Radiant jungle, but there hasn't been any countermeasures though.
Yeah, nobody's come to look for him. They have decent vision around, although it's behind them. But he knows, with the 4 of them sitting there wanting the tier 1, that he has free reign to do this until that tower goes down.
Mirana's only 800 gold away from an Ags.
She's another hero that's been allowed to do as she's pleased, and she literally walked to the other side of the river and was dancing around before she took down the tier 1 mid.
Wait. We just saw an Ags popped up on the screen. Yep, Mirana has her Ags. This is a 10.5-minute Ags.
Yeah. She's a 6K on the net worth chart, leading everybody by a mile. And
Ravage in the bottom lane. Oh, geez. There goes down Yagerty. He won't be able to do anything about that. Boss was unfortunately only able to grab the Anchor Smash, but now Insanity coming in here. He'll be able to take out the Watermelon Man relatively with ease. And Boss will fall, but RVZ trying to do anything he can at this point, and Omni Slash coming out of the Juggernaut, able to do the final cut to Ursa Bear's head. Tower deny in the end too. Wow, that was a great fight for the Dire. They ended up only losing, things that were not really a big deal to lose. They lost Rubik and the Ogre.
Yeah, they lost their expendable supports. They got the big core, the big carry. They got the offlaner, and they got the deny. I will agree with you that Dire won pretty handily in that fight.
So net worth, almost 7K in the Dire favor. Not that big of a deal since they do have a dramatic tower advantage, so it could come back with just a couple fights, but early game, they've got a pretty crazy lead, and if they group appropriately around this Mirana, I don't see the Radiant really coming back.
Yeah, they can, if they want to, they can walk at towers right now. They have Jug with 3 points in his healing ward, so they have the sustain. They have Mirana with the Axe for the damage. And the important thing that we haven't talked about, Axe has the big blink.
Yeah, so on top of Axe having the blink, there is going to be a Yasha on Juggernaut, and Vlad's has been finished on Ursa Bear. But top lane, Yagurdi and Boss smoked up, just barely getting out of the way from that Axe, who... Oh, wait, no.
On their team.
Yeah. I'm sometimes just like in like 16 worlds at once, because there was a smoke coming out of the Radiant too. Like they had it, they were ready, they were positioning around it. No, I'm just insane. All right,
Yes.
there it goes. My sanity. If anyone finds it, please send it my way, okay?
You got to give them like a post office box they can mail it to, you know?
You know, I thought about that, but maybe eventually. Yeah. Let's see. I'll set up a PO box for my sanity. CC Doggy Sandwich. So Gax is going to have his ultimate ready from his team now, and he'll be slowly progressing towards a mech into a Guardian Greaves too.
Yeah, he picked up his arcane boots about a minute ago, so this is going to be a long farming haul for the Radiant if they want to get back into this, which our Nyan Cats are giving them the space for. I kind of wish they'd walk at them some, or at least walk at objectives and try to disrupt their farming game, but it looks like they want to get a couple more items before they think so. Well, I can't say that. Insanity's down here flexing his muscle, but it's not a team effort as of yet.
All right, both Jakiro. Oh, wow. 3-man rotation to the bottom lane. Insanity is just going to back from this. Oh, they smoked up too. What? But it broke immediately on Nephilim because he was just a little bit too close to Insanity. I think Insanity smells us out and already's backing, and Boss is there too. Now the Radiant have this good vision up, and I don't really think they're able to capitalize on it. They may be able to pincer in on Insanity here. There's the stun. It does connect. Rubik there, ready with the lift, able to pick him up and drop him down. Great stun off on 3. I don't think Morano will be able to get out of that. We've got the ultimate coming out of both 2 on their team. Now Jakiro's going to be in the end, and now with the Macro Pyre, Tensei will be able to get a spin out on 2, and Boss on the retreat from RVZ under the guise of the Moonlight Shadow. Tensei still has Omni Slash. If he is able to get someone who's a little bit greedy, he could get a solo kill, but I think they're kind of disengaging from there, just trying to count their losses at this point. 2,000 gold for the Radiant, down 500 almost for the Dire.
That was one of those scenarios where nobody is going to say anything and nobody would ever say anything on any level, but as Insanity in that situation, you're so mad at Boss because Boss was in their jungle at the bounty rune. He walked down towards the shrine to the bottom rune area, and he saw a regen rune and told Insanity that it was there. He's doing his job, you know, just being a scout, boss. And that's when Insanity got picked off, was going to get the regen rune, and he didn't even get it in the end.
I know. That RNG.
Yeah, literally bad RNG, unfortunate event. You hate to see that kind of thing happen, but that's just one small step for the Radiant and this big leap that they're going to have to make if they're going to even this up.
So a couple item pickups we need to make mention of. Michael has his Dragon Lance now.
Okay.
So we're going to have a, what is that, a 1090p sniper coming out soon. Right now he is at 550 plus 340, so 890. 890 range, which is definitely more than anyone else in this game. But Radiant bottom tower is going to go down. Hey, I said in this literal game, okay?
You didn't say literal game. You said in this game.
All right.
Got him.
I was speaking in the context of this one, but... All right.
Well, yeah, in the context of this game, I think you were starting to say this. There is no more Radiant Tier 1 tower in their farming lane.
Nope.
That's just been X'd off the map. And it looks like they want to defend theirs, so everybody's TPing in, answering the call. And we have the mix of a big 5-on-5 skirmish going down.
We've got ults for the entire Dire. Radiant all but tied. They need to wait another 10 seconds before they even consider going in on this fight. And it's not a good fight at this point. Everybody's top. They got to get a pick before they go in, because these ultimates are kind of scary. And, oh, we get an arrow connecting in on RVZ. They're going to try to follow up in on this. There's the Midnight Shadow. Ravage will connect on everybody. Rubik steals Ravage back. He's going to Ravage back to return. That doesn't really do enough, but Gax will fall from this as well. Down goes 2. Tensei throwing out the healing ward. Alaska on the retreat. He throws out the macro pyre. He gets down. There's the arrow connecting in on him. Other side of the map, Nephilim. He'll go down too. Siren able to take him out. Michael trying to juke and jive through the trees. He's able to drop the TP. He's out. He's out. Woo, baby.
Oh man. So, yeah, that entire fight, or a lot of that fight, hinged on RVZ poking a little too far ahead. Like, they weren't smoked. They didn't have the vision behind the tower, and he was just hoping that he would catch somebody walking into him. And Insanity just placed one of the best arrows ever in between RBZ's eyes, took out the big damage dealer, took out the frontliner, and with that, they're going to be taking this tier 2 tower.
That was nuts. Let's look at this net worth. We're back to 10K in dire favor. They had a slight dip. It was going in the direction that the Radiant wanted. That fight was almost good. Rubik was standing in a perfect position. The Moonlight Shadow able to secure him not only safety from the follow-up of the Ravage, but also able to steal it himself.
Honestly, he got the Ravage because of a misplay. Tied 1-on-1, or really any big spell 1-on-1 against Rubik. When you cast your big spell and you actually stun the Rubik, or really when you do it, you're supposed to do something else, and there was no anchor smash, no gush, and he hit 4, technically 5 people, so that was really on Gax. I hate to say it.
Yeah, you're right. He did hit Rubik with the ult, so realistically, as long as something else was off cooldown, he should have been able to save that from being a problem.
He actually got a 5-man Ravage, and the only reason we didn't go off about it is because, well, they had a cheat button in spin, so it was only 4.
Mm-hmm.
That positioning from Gax to follow behind RBZ, godlike.
Oh, okay, on top of that, they didn't necessarily have aggressive Sentry or Dust to really continue to follow up with what the Tidehunter was able to accomplish with the ultimate.
Yeah, it was a miscommunication, because they put their if you look up top, their Sentry's still there. Like, they kind of wanted to just siege the tower, and I think RVZ was looking for a wrap to try to pick somebody off. Lo and behold, because just because of some good intuition, the Dire backed off as 5, which is where instead of finding one under the tower, RVZ and Gax found 5 in the middle of the lane.
Uh-oh, Axe has found RVZ, and Boss is here to join him, and Rage is off the Battle Hunger. And they're just kind of disengaging from there, but Mirana's using the illusion to kind of scout it out, and they may consider going back in on there. Moonlight Shadow has been cast, and Alaska's in the front, so not the worst if they end up losing a double-headed dragon, but that would not be ideal regardless. And with both teams positioning around this bottom tower, we're going to see another big fight come out, and we've got all the ultimates that are really important ready.
We don't have a Moonlight.
Oh, that was just used.
Yeah, I know. And
Ravage is up, and Rage will be ready. Ursa has Blink.
Radiant scanned, and they do know that there's some people on the top side trying to come in from the second flank.
Oh, oh, the smoke. Arrow doesn't connect on Sniper. And they smoke breaks immediately. They do counter that ward out. And I think they're going to be able to find someone here. That's an early Enrage. He's going to go in on the Ogre. He gets stunned out, but down he will go from the assassination of Michael. Battle Hunger continued up on RVZ. That will cancel out his Blink temporarily until he's able to deal with that.
Yeah, I think Nyan Cats are just going to cut their losses right there and peace out. They don't want any more of that, and Ogre's enough for them.
I'm going to have to agree with you.
So, taking a second in the break. You know what time it is? It's item time.
Hey.
Somewhere in all of this chaos and confusion, our Sniper got his HOD.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, so,
yeah. It has a blank. And the thing that made me even mention this was Rubik getting an Aethelin.
Assassination in on Yagerty. They're going to be able to take out this mid tower here. Battle Hunger continuing out on RVZ. Arrow barely off the mark, but no, it does connect in the end. Root on Tensei. He'll have his Omni Slash in just a second. It's a great ult for him to hit. It connects on everybody. Gax is able to get the Ravage too. Boss, does he steal Ravage again? He does! The Ravage back on everybody! That's a double, triple kill! Oh, it's not going to end with that. Down goes the Jakiro. They're going to be able to follow up on Michael. Insanity blinking forward. Couple more right clicks there to defuse. And a couple more blasts. Fade Bolt connects, and Insanity with a double kill. That's a Ravage stolen again. With another huge Ravage.
8 people just got tossed in that fight. One thing that has to happen, like the big thing that has to happen, if you're gagged.
Look at this fight recap.
To protect your skill. I don't have the recap anymore. But you've got to cover the skill. You've got to cover the Ravage because it's getting stripped down by boss every fight, and it's been catastrophic.
Oh gosh.
Oh man.
Tensei's gonna have his Manta coming out online soon. I mean, before the fight, didn't necessarily mention, but Insanity does have the Blink, Boots of Travel, earlier pickup, and we're going to have an E-Blade coming out from Insanity relatively soon since he already has the Ghost Scepter.
I'm backing up to Tensei. You're saying he's about to get his Manta. That's on top of the Diffusal Blade that he broke off for. Siren has...
You really want to get into this GPM? I mean, the Mirana's at 540 right now. Net worth is out of control for the Dire. Unless if you're Ogre.
I mean, Ogre has almost twice the net worth as Venge, which is pretty good in the 5 department. That means something.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, I mean, on top of getting all the wards and suffering, he actually has a positional item.
Oh no, Insanity getting popped by Mirana. Arrow connect off the Blink with Starstorm follow-up. Did miss that, but kind of easy enough to tell that goes, yeah. Countering out some of that top vision, and now this is a dire playing field yet again. Radiant only showing a little bit of sight over here. They know something's up around the Roshan pit. And Dire in good standing to really take this right here. Oh, they don't have any vision just past the way of the river.
Yeah, they can probably assume that it's going to happen, though, seeing as they just lost their sniper and they just had their ward over the Rosh pit getting counted, but they're probably not going to do anything about it, especially since they're just wandering around their own jungle.
Well, easy Roshan for the Dire. Jakiro just now pinging out that they should probably go and check it out, but unfortunately not enough. Rip goes Roshan, 24 minutes. Tensei will be the holder of the Aegis. And Axe is actually going to have a Crimson Guard coming out with him relatively soon. And he already has the Blade Mail, so he's in a really scary place if you're an Ursa trying to kill him, since, I mean, if you're not using that Enrage on top of that Fury Swipe when you're trying to shred through his armor, uh-oh, bottom lane, sorry, Alaska, he's probably going to get just destroyed, and that's Insanity unveiling his E-Blade, able to burst him down really easily.
He didn't need to do that at all. Alaska found himself in the wrong neighborhood. Had no real business being out there trying to farm that far away from his team. And that's just a green light to go slap that tier 2.
Hey, he was being optimistic. They had a little bit of coverage here. He didn't know that the Dire had gone in this way. And, you know, with Mirana coming in just straight through the lane, that's something that you would expect to happen with the Mirana in the lane. But they really didn't need anything from the supports, though. Just... he didn't have any Sanctuary to fall back on. And I think that's the thing that we were really trying to get to.
Uh-huh. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The same thing can be said about this tier 2 towers. They're just going to watch it fall. Adults only don't want to try to play with any of the 6 lives down here in the bottom lane.
Down goes the Radiant's bottom tower. Yagati going to grab a quick bounty rune in there. And Blink Dagger for Rubik on top of it, Acer Lens. And although Tidehunter has a mech, I don't really think that's going to be enough burst heal for them in these fights anymore. They gotta have a Pike now too. So whether they're able to get to that point, who knows? But I think realistically the Dire are just going to be able to continue this pressure. And with the Axe having that Crimson Guard as a near purchase, just really waiting on the Courier.
Yeah, he's got it.
They're going to be able to push in with that, with the Aegis, and then they're just going to continue in with this Murder 2.0, since Roshan was taken around the 24.5 minute mark, I want to say. So they've got about 2 to 3 minutes left on the Aegis, so they're going to try to apply pressure with it.
I don't think it's going to be so much of a try. They've done everything they've needed to thus far. This should be pretty easy for them, even if the Radiant try to contest. It's just a question of do they make any slip-ups anywhere? And the Radiant does have to try to do something about it. This is the last tier 2. It's the Shrine Tower. So if they let this go, this game is going to be pretty hard at this point. It'll come down to nothing but high ground.
Axe is on the high ground, ready to counter-initiate. Sniper pinged it out, recognizing someone is up there. Juggernaut's just going to be able to chip this tower down.
Yeah, they have the vision to see him up there with this ward hanging around their Ancients, but yeah, they don't want to tussle with the muscle. It's too big, too much.
No way. Top Shrine is going to go down. They're pinging it out, and yeah, it's gone. Let's be real. They're going to fight it. I don't want to know of a world where the Radiant try to contest this. Top Shrine?
By the looks of it, they're just trying to get out and get as much farm as they can before they get shoved into their base.
That's a good move. Hurry, we know they're all at the shrine. Get everything else. Get the golden run!
Clean out the warehouses before you get shoved in the back room.
Yeah, right. Mid lane, no.
I don't know if he was actually trying for Gax, if he was just flexing his muscles in the creep wave, but it looked kind of scary for a second.
I think that was just some straight flex. He was like, "Ugh, check that." And he was like, no thank you.
There's nothing that really can be done from it.
Alaska has a 4-staff, and Yules will be a soon-to-have pickup too. So Jakiro's getting to be in a pretty nice spot himself. But top lane, they're grouped up. Tensei applying pressure on the tower. They want to use this Aegis, and it's getting close to where it's going to go down. And it will fall here. He uses Blade Fury right before the spin, so he won't have the spin to fall back on immediately. This could be an opportunity for them. They aren't going to be able to get it, though. And they will be able to get the axe, perhaps. He gets swapped back in. The Blade Mail also. RVZ does get hit with a ton of damage, but they save him. He's okay. And that was a good pickup for them. They got the Aegis out of the way. They got the axe. And did the Dire use Moonlight Shadow also?
Yes,
they did.
They tried to save the Jug or secure the Jug. Siren blinked in just to guarantee that the Jug got out. Gave his life in the end. And that also gave Gax his Blink Dagger. On top of that, RVZ picked up a BKB. So things as grim, as bleak as they are looking for the Radiant, they're starting to look up a little bit, you know?
I would agree with you here, sir. But Insanity has a Dagon 1 with Dagon 2 coming on the courier. So Vengeful Spirit and Sniper are going to be looking in really bad spots, basically. And I'd be kind of concerned for them, you know. Jakiro's a little bit more durable, but he still is going to be susceptible to death. And actually, Jakiro's going to be far more susceptible than the Sniper.
With the way things have been going, for that Dagon to come into effect, you're still going to have to get past the 5-man Ravage that's been happening. And all that means is you blow the cat lady up first.
Tidehunter has Blink now.
Yes, he does. I just said that.
I'm so excited.
And with it, they're smoking, looking for the Dire in their jungle. And they're going to be very sad that the Dire are literally in another zip code in the bottom lane, taking out their bottom shrine.
Yeah, it's a sad day.
That means they know where they're at. So if they really want to go rotate on them, they could.
Ursa has the BKB now online also.
Hey, guess what?
Did you say that too?
Yes, I did.
God damn it. We both talk about so many important things that I just want to enunciate on them sometimes, okay?
That's fine.
That's what we're going to go with at least. Yeah, further levels of the Dagon are back at the base for Mirana, and that burst damage is going to be absolutely ridiculous in these fights. Do you think Ursa's going to need to get an Ags on top of this BKB? It's a lot of control from the Dire, and it has an Abaddon-like purge to it, so even if he's already locked down, you can hit R if you have your Ags and you're good. And then maybe he BKBs after that immediately. So it could be like a precursor safety net of him getting caught already.
He needs it if they're going to continue venturing forth into darkness, because it'll be easy for him to get picked up by a Rubik, and then there's nothing he can do at that point. But if they want to play a turtle style and stay in their base, it's not so important, because in theory, they're going to have vision on everybody that's going on to him. And then the choice will be, do you want to kill the Urza, or do you want to kill the sniper who's in the back picking apart everybody on your Urza? And again, if everybody's focused on the Urza, that makes them a prime target for a big 5-man Ravage, which could lead to even more control now that Jakiro can move around a little bit. Maybe a stun from Venge if she wants to play in front of the sniper. So he doesn't need it unless they want to go aggressive.
Mid lane, RVZ blinking forward. Tensei has a DD that he just picked up and a Scotty, but RVZ is chewing him apart with this BKB. Not able to really counter him out on that. Assassinate goes out on Tensei. Doesn't connect thanks to the spin. Gax does not use the Ravage there. Moonlight Shadow. Arrow does not connect, but there's the E-Blade. He does the Dagon too. Able to heal himself up. Are they going to be able to counter-initiate on this? No, they won't. Gax falls. Now they're in a really tough spot as Nephilim falls too. RVZ's going to need to retreat, and Insanity's blinking forward on this. The Battle Hunger is on him too. Siren will be able to do anything he wants to Michael at this point, but right now it looks like retreating it might be the best option as he keeps continuing to juke him back. Nephilim has to buy back to force off this engagement. And I think they're just going to pressure the top tower. No Gax for 20 more seconds. No Ravage either.
I think they have the stall, though. They're going to probably lose a tower, but they're going to have to fight through Ravage if they really want the racks as well. And it kind of looks like they're getting cold feet about even trying to take the tower and back up once they see the tide in 5. And just try to make sure that they're shoved in the base.
So Murad is basically double net worth the sniper or Ursa at this point.
Yeah. It's you might want to turn the net worth chart.
I don't want to. It just scared me. I just put it up for a second. So we're almost 26k net worth for the Dire over the Radiant. So Nyan Cat certainly showing their colors of Pop-Tart cat deliciousness with rainbows that come from your derriere? Is that their message here?
I don't know. I just know that song was catchy. It still is.
It's true. It is true. Definitely give you 100 points on that one for sure.
So just looking around to put things in perspective, Nyan Cat's 5-position Ogre has more net worth than Adult's only offlane Tide. Now, you have to factor in that both of the supports have gold talents, and both of them have taken their gold talents. But that's where we are in this game right now. That poor man Ogre has more bank than a lane farmer. And with that bank, they're taking the smoke, and they're going to go right back into the roast pit.
Jeez. Well, that Roshan is probably going to be the nail in the coffin that the Dire are going to use to really just take a safe game. But
Radiant knowing they're coming for it, though.
They want it. Alaska's in the front. Ice Wall does connect on 2. There's a Ravage on everybody but the Mirana. Mirana's going to be able to get a minute on the back end. Macro Pyre out on everybody. Nephilim is going to try and do something here, but he's just getting juked out to Kingdom Come. Tyrion, oh no, he's getting rooted down. JRZ trying to do something there. Insanity on the other end, getting down. Omni slash kills RBZ. There he goes. Gax just getting zapped out by them, and now Alaska 4 steps to the high ground. Is he going to get the TP out? Yeah, he will. One will live, another falls, and I think that, yeah, yeah, they got the Rubik.
Yeah, they made sure that he did not steal Ravage and get a 4-man Ravage, but they needed a little more than that to win that by 8. I'm just saying.
Oh boy. Oh! He's able to get out from that one right click. Alaska does go down in the end. You know, hey, that was just him just showing it to the man for that brief moment. They're hitting those towers so fast. These racks are just going to get shredded. And it looks like they're going to force the Dire to have to throw them into the Megas. And although they're in a really rough spot, they're fighting it out. They're fighting it out. Michael wants to do it.
It'll take much effort out of Dire at this point. They can do just about as much as they damn well please. Who's really going to stop them?
Oh no, he gets hit by the arrow! The swap on Siren, but then he blinks out the exact second he gets swapped. He gets 4 staff further than that. Insanity pops down RVZ. And now Gax, he's going to be the next one to fall. Pulled back, Anchor Smash stolen. He's going to go down.
Michael had to hit creeps just to make sure they
Hey
didn't
man,
go
gotta
take
hit them
more,
creeps.
lateral damage.
Gotta hit them creeps. There's the arrow, there's the ignite, there's the blast, and there's the GG. Dunking away. And it's going to go favor of the Nyan Cats. Nyan Cats taken out. Adults only in game 1. This best of 3. Whack, 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 whack.
Yeah, that was a very decisive victory from start to end. There was a couple of hiccups here and there, but Nyan Cats, they kind of rolled them.
Yeah, Nyan Cat doing a whole lot of damage in the end, and I mean, we know the graph really showed it all at the end. What was that, 30K net worth ahead? Something like that? I mean, we'll see it on the next page, but whew, vicious. But we'll be getting into the next game relatively shortly, guys. Excellent, crazy battle out of Nyan Cat for game 1, and hopefully we see some nice efforts coming out of adults only in the next match.
All right, BRB. I have to retape my headset.
Exact second he gets swapped, he gets 4 staff further than Insanity. Pops down It's going to be the next one to fall. Ash stolen.
Michael had to hit creeps just to make sure they
Hey
didn't
man,
go
gotta
take
hit them
more.
creeps.
Reserve time. Radiant team ban.
All right, here we go. Game number 2, Mr. Sandwich. Game number 2. Are you hyped? While we're waiting to judge the level of hype from Mr. Sandwich, we are in on the second game of the best of 3 of Adults Only versus Nyan Cat in our Social Sunday tournament today. Seeing a couple familiar bands here in the early phase, Luna and Underlord both getting chopped out of the mix. So, nothing too ridiculous there.
One thing I'm thinking is that Adults Only are going to have to make this this sad choice with their band. If they don't want the game, or if they don't want the lane to look the same as the last game, they're going to have to ban this Ogre, dude.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. That Ogre has to get chopped out of there, and that's such an easy-to-execute support that it pulls out so much value for these teams with just minimal real impact or care, because he's very durable, good AoE crowd control, lockdown. Hey, he does a lot of good things for a squad, and I think he's worth banning.
Yeah. Something that he's not always first ban material, but there are many teams that just don't want to deal with this two-headed bully in their lane, so they just take him out of the picture. And I guarantee that's what they're thinking about right now. It's like, do we want to ban something that's like super in the meta and really annoying, or do we want to be able to play the game? And they opt to get rid of Embuster.
Okay. Why?
I mean, you say that like Ember's not good.
Well, okay, but let's be real. I mean, are they anticipating something in their team for a draft? Like, I don't know. When I look at any sort of things in terms of a drafting presence, I approach it for getting rid of either well-known comfort picks for the enemy team or things that would absolutely wreck whatever strategy we want to go into this game with. And I mean, the only way I'd say on the Ember is if it's someone's comfort pick. I mean, that's just how it falls into me and my thought process for a ban.
Well, if you want to say their bans are consistent, they ban 2 heroes that do very well against teams that want to group up.
This is true.
They also ban 2 heroes that have a huge split pushing presence. Are they taking Slardar lifesteal?
Well, they got Slardar, and last round it was banned out by Nyan Cat, so Adults Only are going to be able to get it this time.
Do we want? Okay, they go for another dynamic duel. Instead of having the big burst damage coming from their core in the initiated, they're gonna have the perp.
Oh, wait. Are we going to have a team purple here?
I don't think we have enough heroes to go that far, but we're gonna have.
I want a Dazzle.
Probably a purple lane.
Give us at least a Dazzle, too.
Dazzle would go.
Maybe a Leshrac.
Leshrac would be okay. If you.
I'm only thinking about purple, okay? I'm thinking about purple. Dazzle could work with Slardar, but.
Leshrac could work with Slardar too,
Yeah.
but if you have Dazzle and Leshrac, that's where things start getting questionable. That's what I'm saying.
No, you're right. The only way that would really work is if the Slardar was their one, and that's not going to be as strong as many other ones. So, but this...
Or
it could still be a one Slardar.
You know what it
could be a 4?
Well, yeah, no. Who did this yesterday? There's some team yesterday, I want to say it was an American team in Star Ladder, that actually ran a 4 Darkseer. That's not going to happen, but it has happened like in the past 2 days. And they ran the same lane. It was a Slardar Darkseer, but what happened was the Darkseer spent a majority of the time jungling while the Slardar was laying. And he would occasionally make a cameo appearance, give him a bubble, and then go back about his business. But we'll worry about that if the time comes. The big thing we have to look at again is Nyan Cat taking the Vengeful Spirit. We also see a ban on the Necrophos, cutting out of the tank. Nyan Cat already has an Omni Knight, and Adults Only don't want to give them like all of the EHP, the effective HP in the world, which something Necrophos does very well right now.
Yeah, Necrophos actually is one of the top pub stompers right now, around a 60% win rate in pub games. absolutely silly to think that the rework of his skills like that has made it so impactful, but he almost has like a wisp-like heal effect to him too. So, I mean, it makes sense that they'd get rid of a Necrophos when they've got an Omni Knight
10 seconds
with him as a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of good bans,
5
Nyan Cat
seconds remaining.
went ahead and took the other part, Slardar's other right-hand man, Lifesteal, took that away from him. So you're not going to have like the crazy game revolving around Slardar, or not as crazy of a game. That would be a big responsibility for him. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. Just had to slide that in.
Oh, you dropping in some Spider-Man?
A little bit.
That's okay. Do you look up to Tobey Maguire or Spider-Man?
Neither one of them, but I know there'd be a lot riding on the Slardar if they had a Life Stealer along with a Darkseer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that would be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that's just the first thing that comes to my mind. The Drow banned again, and Nyan Cat actually bans the Ogre.
Well, they needed to get rid of it because they weren't taking it.
You're saying that this Omni Knight is a support.
I'm saying it could be an offlaner.
It could be an offlaner, and if it is an offlaner, then they still need a support.
All right, well then, I mean, it could still be a core Venge. You're trying to get weird on this? Let's be real.
Those are both real possibilities. They have a pretty open draft. I mean, it's reasonable to assume that the Venge is going to be a support and just be surprised if it's a core. Omni Knight, yeah, he could be the 3, he could be 4 or 5. Your guess might be better than mine right now.
They're not showing enough cards for me to really make a good judgment call on this. Now, Faceless Void is still in the pool. Do you think there's a possibility of seeing him in this game? Because that's been a pretty flavorable ban pick in a lot of the First Blood games, and let's be real, he's still good.
If anybody takes him right now, I would assume it would be Nyan Cat.
Me too.
Yeah, if adults only take them, then
We got some clown modes.
I wouldn't go that far, but they'd have to take like a Shadow Fiend mid or some big damaging range hero mid.
All right, so that's probably going to be a roll 4 Slardar, roll 1 Jug, offlane Darkseer.
Might be a mid jug. It could be a mid jug.
Okay, yeah.
It's more than likely a carry, a farming jug, but if they see some things in the next 2 heroes that might dissuade them from doing that or might give them a reason to put a mid jug, it's still a possibility.
Reserve time.
But if they had some other support along with the Slardar to have like a strong level 1 tri-lane, then they'd be far better off to do that around the jug. Or if they just want to run some dual lane to guarantee the jug farm and let Slardar and Darkseer be the banes of the bottom lane, they could do that as well.
Clockwork?
I don't know if Slardar wants to go in that lane against Clockwork.
All right, so that's going to be an offlane Clockwork. There's no other happy place for him to be. Oh, okay, I don't want to go back to like TI meta where there was mid Clockwork nonsense, but I guess it is a possibility for them to just blindly throw that Clockwork against wherever that Juggernaut is.
You know what the other thing they could do?
5 seconds.
It'd be a 4
remaining.
Clockwork. Escape did it when they were Escape. Yapsor does it. He likes running 4 Clockwork. There's another team that does it. Let's be real, that's an offlaner. But adults only take a strong and I don't want to say forgotten, but not highly sought out support in Disruptor.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Disruptor is great against a Clockwork because Clockwork comes in trying to initiate, and then he just drops the bomb on Clockwork, so he's trapped into his own doom. At the same time, it's a great thing for him to be able to glimpse whoever Vengeful Spirit, like anytime Venge wants to like swap out or whatever sort of blah blah blah, he could do it in on him. So
Talked about this guy today. Oh no!
Nyan Cat's got their ho ho ha ha with, except he's got a bear on his hand too. Bear on his leash? Yeah, bear on his leash.
Sniper Junior over here. The 7.00 changes to Lone Druid, changing the entire dynamic, or really reverting it back to a common Dota 1 build, from what I understand. where instead of piling all your money onto the bear and just letting it wreak havoc, you keep everything on the druid and you turn him quite literally into ghetto sniper.
Yeah, we're going to have a ghetto sniper on our hands. And I don't think he's worried about Disruptor so much since he basically is just right-clicking. Right-click, right-click, right-click.
He will run him and gun him down.
Absolutely. He's going to throw that bear right in his face because his bear doesn't care about magic as much. Although, you know, he could glimpse the bear. Kind of a waste of the spell, though.
He's going to glimpse the bear, then Clockwork's going to go in on him. Yeah,
right? It's going to be delicious. Just you wait. He's going to get scared.
That is true.
10 seconds remaining.
So, with all that being said, we're down to our mids.
5 seconds remaining.
Are you sure it's going to... It could be mid-lone druid if we really want to get technical. Because, like, Nyan Cat has a lot of flexibility.
It could be, but then that would require the at least the Venge to stay there with him the entire time, which might be okay with, but you can't just there you go. You can't just really leave a lone druid mid by himself with the possibility of a Slardar sprinting from any angle and a disruptor caging him in. So with that being said, Nyan Cat decided to get an elusive Queen of Pain to put in the middle lane.
Yeah, Nyan Cat has a really strong draft here. Now, in terms of initiation, they're relying on the Clockwork, and they've got a couple other ways to counter initiate too. What they got the Omni Knight, Vengeful Spirit as well, and you know, with the Savage Roar on the Lone Druid, that can also serve as a good way for them to counter. But Storm Spirit is a great pickup for them, who can pursue both Queen of Pain, Omni, Venge, whomever, getting those quick early picks before the fight breaks out. And he's kind of a terrifying guy, if I gotta say so myself. Look at that hat.
That's actually really good in this game because there's no instant stuns, there's no instant hexes, and
no one on Nyan Cat wants to buy a BKB. They're gonna have to rely on Omni, and if Storm zips in, makes Omni silenced, and then does whatever he wants. I mean, there's just a lot of ways that he can initiate it. Let's be real.
They're gonna force Lone Druid to buy BKB. It's also gonna really coax Queen of Pain into getting an Orchid instead of a Veil. She doesn't have to, but it looks so good right now, just so she can shut the storm down if need be.
All right, well, we are gonna kind of go right on into it. Nyan Cats versus adults only. Woo, baby. I gotta make sure I have my thing on the right side. So, Insanity. Okay, so Nyan Cat is Radiant, right?
They are.
Okay. Alright. I just put in these, like, tiny little logos in the HUD for people to kind of know which team is which. So, sorry I'm adjusting those just a little bit more, guys.
That's fine.
But, yeah, you guys will have that now.
Yeah, while you're adjusting it, though, we have adults only taking another smoke to the bottom lane. They're not going to be able to muscle Nyan Cat off the warding because Yogurt's already TP'd bottom and placed the ward. But they might be able to catch Tensam, the Lone Druid, off guard. He's kind of far forward and by himself. He's scouting with his bear, but his bear went the wrong way.
Bear broke one on the Disruptor, so he's going to know that there's probably a little bit more afoot, and it breaks out on everybody else. But Vengeful Spirit now, he's got out of position. There's going to be the Slardar Crush out on him. Alaska's going to be able to take out Yagurti. Yagurti throwing up the stun on him too, but Gax is there with the Iron Shell RVZ getting that first blood in the end. So they've gone in.
That's the early smoke that pays off right there. When you get some damage, you get a first blood. I mean, you still break even 2-on-2, so... Good look for adults only so far.
Yeah, and Juggernaut now TPing to the top lane after that bounty rune secure in their jungle. So he'll still be up there for the first creep wave. Not gonna miss any experience for any of that sort of blah, and it'll be easy for him to just kind of.
One thing he's not gonna have for a while though is
mana.
if you look at his mana,
no mana.
He's not gonna have spin for a little while. So. That might be an opening. It'll be a really hard opening for Siren on the Clockwork, but it might be a slight opening if he can make it happen.
You're not wrong. And, I mean, it's not uncommon for Clock to get Battle Reassault at level 1 to pressure out an enemy in the lane. So he could abuse that. Or he can maybe even use, the cogs to just be a little bit disruptive in that regard and keep him permanently at no mana. Bottom lane is really where a lot of action's at. Yagurdi coming in here with a stun on Alaska. The Ion Shell is there. A couple more clicks. Down he goes. Boss now taking so much damage from the Ion Shell. They're still chasing down on Yagurdi. There's the Bear as well. Omnislide, he has to use the Fairy Fire. Tensai getting a double kill in the end.
Yeah, they were just down there. The Purple Boys trying to assert their dominance of the lane early on, but only with the level 1 Ion Shell and no points in Surge. You can get in, but you can't really get out.
You're right.
When you have an Omni Knight backing that up, that's yeah, you see the end results.
Oh, I know. Not too good. So as far as this game is panning out, I mean, both the Juggernaut and the Lone Druid kind of getting what they want out of this, so it's good for them. But right now we've got Boss and Alaska having a little bit of a skirmish in the jungle. Alaska's stunning out him, and Boss is actually chasing him down a little bit, securing that bounty rune for him and his team. Oh no, Storm Spirit! Oh, there! The ranged creep! The ranged creep projectile! Wow. That one last ranged creep MVP.
He's being the savior of the situation.
Yeah,
salvaging it a little bit for the Storm Spirit. Not so much as Storm Michael doesn't get any experience from it, but at least he makes sure that Insanity doesn't get all of the benefits of the kill and some free creep XP. But in the top lane though, Siren having to use his cogs.
He pushed RBZ into the tree line. That was really smart of him because he ended up getting hit twice.
That plan you were talking about earlier.
The perma no mana.
The bar stays empty.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty good so far.
Well, Juggernaut did get a magic stick to try to help to counteract it. It's not really going to be enough in the end, though, with how abusive he's being with the cogs.
Yeah, that and the fact that since Nephilim isn't zoning Siren off the lane, Siren isn't even forced to use rocket flares. So there's not going to be too many opportunities to get stick charges in this lane.
Yeah, well, to what extent would Nephilim even zone a casual Thunder Strike every so often? He didn't come out with enough clarities to really sustain that.
If he had the clarities, that is something that could happen because Thunder Strike is one of the more damaging level 1 nukes, especially for support. I want to say that the only thing that you're going to find better than that is if you're running a support gyro with Rocket Barrage. But yeah.
Disruptor is now charming down in on Nephilim. He's taken a lot of damage from this battery assault level 2. And he isn't going to be able to connect with on everything here. But a lot of damage has been done. And Nephilim is going to end up getting pressured back because of that. And Siren's really able to exploit them not having a sufficient amount of mana in this lane consistently. Because he has enough mana for everything he wants to do, and they can't really deal with it.
All he really has to do at this point is keep checking the disruptor and make sure he doesn't have enough mana for a glimpse, and he can bully as hard as he wants to.
So Yagurdi grabbed an Invis rune on the bottom. Rocket Flare connected in on Michael. And they already have a sentry down on the high ground too, so they know that they don't have any vision there. And there's a stun, blink in from Insanity with the scream as well. A couple more hits and kill's going to go the way of Yagurdi.
That was actually set up so well by Boss and Yagurdi. They pressured the darts here. They pressured Gax out of the bottom lane so that he couldn't see the rotations, especially since he doesn't have any wards down there. Then they just wanted to go mid to put a little more. What happened top?
Missed the kill on Clockwork. Siren does go down, but Gang Squad has now shrined up and they're ready for action. They're going to be able to come down to this bottom lane and probably apply a lot of pressure here on Gax. They're smoked up as 2. Mental Spirit leading. Omni Knight right next to him. Stun will connect. Omni is going to be there with the heal. Tensei now on a killing spree. They're playing this very well with these rotations between the Yagurdi boss duo. So yes. The first thing that we talked about at the beginning of last game was who's going to be shot calling, who's going to be calling these plays. And we can see that it's the supports out of Nyan Cats that are really able to do this right now, since they're making all these plays happen. They're getting all these kills, and we know it's their support captain shot calling it.
And it looks like adults only are trying to respond with their own as they have Alaska
Alaska's
moving into the bottom lane, walking directly at Tensai. Sprint wears out, but he might just take the bear instead.
He's going to try and get someone. Oh, great glimpse back. That kinetic field will keep him back. Tensei will be able to get healed up in the end, but one more crush coming out of Alaska. And with a repel on Tensei, he actually is in a good to kind of pursue in on this. More lightning bolts on the Spirit Bear. A couple more right clicks too, but no, he isn't going to get it there. Tensei, one more heal on Gax. I don't know if he's going to be able, but oh, the body box from Boss! Oh, the bear will go down, and that takes out Tensei too! That's like 600 gold going away of Gax at that point. Getting, what, 300 for the bear, then another 300 for him?
Yeah, he just got his income check, man.
Ooh, baby. Alaska narrowly able to escape from that one.
So look down here in the bottom lane, Gax.
Yeah,
he's walking away. I was gonna say there's no way he comes back with this HP and actually stands at this creep wave. There's just no way.
He's trying. He wants to. He's down here.
He's kind of tempting
Oh
fate
no,
'cause
Yagerty.
He
has no
knows
mana.
the supports are down there. They've shown in the lane for a brief bit. So if he
Yagerty.
dies, that's on his own
There's the
fault.
stun. He's
It's not
underneath the
gonna
tower.
happen,
He's
though.
good though. No swap available.
Yo, in the top lane though.
Clockwork.
Real
Trying to
nice.
clockwork out. Oh, the hook onto the creep. Siren able to go from downtown, not being caught out from anyone. He does have a glimpse, but no vision available. Whew, baby. Siren has a shrine. He wants to use it. Throw out some rocket flare. He knows the pursuit is still nearby. Alaska in the mid lane, dropping the vision. Siren knows that's happening too. And now Insanity needs to be careful. Has stuck by the crush. Michael, is he going to jump forward? No, he won't. Yagerty's there. Has a stun available. Cogs does connect on Alaska. He's going to go down. And that's a great exchange for them. I think the Disruptor needs to be quite careful here. He has no mana but a mango.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Just a minor gold swing. Good experience for the Radiant. And shrining up his 4 in the top. And you're going to be sure that there's going to be another gank coming relatively soon. And it's Boss and Yagerty following up behind Siren, hoping for it. Bottom lane, they're trying to get Taigen here. I don't think Tensai here, but I don't really think that's going to happen.
Nah, Alaska ran up the steps right next to the hard camp, and Tensai just happened to be going down, so there was no real good angle for him to.
Uh-oh, they're following up on in here. Alaska with the crush. He does connect. Clockwork is not going to be able to do anything for rotation. Storm TP's in. Tensei has a salve. He'll be okay here. Michael burned all of his mana with that jump, so he is out of the fight. He has a soul ring now, but he's gone. Completely not there. And with them still having 3 in the top lane, this is the opportunity for them to pressure that tower, maybe try to exploit the fact that RVZ is alone. Everyone's just kind of disengaging at this point. They're going off to their separate sides, and it looks like that Adults Only ended up actually wasting a lot more time again, and this is really in the Radiant's favor so far.
Yeah, they're even putting long thoughts about if they want to shrine up or Gax just boldly TPs in front of the tier 1 tower. He's lucky that nobody wanted to punish him for it, but they look more concerned with protecting their own territory rather than expanding their turret.
Top lane, Gax stunned on by Yagerty. Boss will be able to come in with another heal. No, he does not connect. The TP from Disruptor canceled out by Tensei, able to kill him in the end. And we do have the hook from downtown from Siren on Gax, able to connect out on there. RVZ here with the spin. Stun connects on Slardar. Siren able to push him out for just a brief moment. And we've got a great repel on Yagerty. So RVZ isn't able to follow up in with his ultimate. Now, they are grouped up as 3 in the jungle. The ultimate connects on Boss, takes him out immediately. RVZ's going to have to just disengage from here with no more mana on him. Aside from the stick, he will have a spin if he wants to.
Dyer's bottom tower.
Nah, he doesn't need anything else at that point. He made everybody leave his front yard. RVZ can just go back to hitting creeps, although it's going to push all the way into this tower, so he has to be really careful to go to the jungle. He's looking like he's going to do the ladder or the bottom lane.
Bottom lane, what do we got going on? Tensei, no, he's TPing out. Will he be okay? 1, 2, he gets vacuumed and glimpsed. He's going to sit there in the lane and kind of think about his life.
Nephilim caught him with his hands in the cookie jar, started that off just with the kinetic field so he could save the glimpse for the TP. It wasn't needed because there was a vac, but they made sure, absolutely sure, there was no way that Tensei was getting out of that.
So net worth, Quap at 4,300, Lone Druid 41 behind her. So a lot of our top earners, our mids and safe lanes, actually staying quite formidable on each other. Now, as he take these towers, though, we're going to see a big shift in swing. So I would be interested to see if the Radiant are going to be able to kind of push in here now, or if they're going to just kind of look to try and find more vision across the maps and get some farm out of it that way. But Michael was kind of getting initiated on in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's getting pushed off this tower as
everybody's got eyes on him.
That this is theirs to take, or at least try to take.
Gax, TP's in smoked. They don't know he's here yet.
Yeah, they're trying to rally behind it. They want to protect this tower.
I think they're going to be able to pincer in just the right way, and that tower goes down by Tensei's eye. And we do have a whole lot of damage coming out with the Scream and the Omni ult saving them out, but the Swap Moore is going to be able to take out 2.
He actually has a 5-man wall, but sadly with the change to Darkseer, a 5-man wall doesn't really mean a whole lot at this point in time, as it does no damage anymore. It's just 70% slow. So with that being said, it was kind of easy for Nyan Cats to pick up their 2, pick up their tower, and go back to business in their lanes.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for him. Unfortunately, not able to dish out enough damage here. Top lane, the Siren's going to have a Force Staff coming online relatively soon.
Siren is probably not going to have the Force Staff in his hand as they're all eyeing him. Sadly, Insanity is snitching, sitting here invisible behind the action, giving Siren the eyes. But nobody else
Where's he going to go?
him.
Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go? You're just getting hit with the amp, and there's the on me.
Insanity just kind of casually strolls away. Is like, nah, nobody else wanted to come help.
He's like, I'm good.
You on your own.
Alaska's putting out a little bit more of aggressive vision for his squad. He's about 1,000 off from his Blink Dagger. That'll be a pretty pivotal moment for him on the Dire. So let's take a look at that net worth graph. Actually, not that bad. Around 3K in the favor of Nyan Cat over adults only. Experience-wise, only around 2,000 as well. So as in all, still a very, very close game at 13 minutes, but nothing like the previous game where we had, what, a 6K net worth Priestess of the Moon at 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're not looking at something as ridiculous as that, but we certainly have some people farming really well in this game still. And they're smoked up.
People farming heroes.
Yeah,
That's
right.
what's about to happen, but Siren with the good break, he was just poking his head around the shrine, but it looks like they're still going.
Yeah, bottom tower does drop. Michael zipping forward to charge out some creeps. And it looks like it's just, the team's kind of grouping up to farm the creep wave. But, uh-oh, Siren, he's been getting out. He gets caught out. The kinetic field is there. He does have the hookshot to blink to get out if he needs to. His team's nearby. This actually could be a good opportunity for them, but you really don't want to fight underneath the shrine, even though that they have vision. And Darkseer actually pinged out the shrine, kind of mentioning that they could do it
the
there.
vision of the shrine is fighting under the vision of your death, if you want to try that.
Right? That is terrifying. Not something that you want to really get yourself situated with. Okay, so Force Staff is completed for Clockwork. I just want to see that online.
And I was thinking about how meritable of a choice that would be. I kind of think he should have got a Blade Mail this game. Or got a Blade Mail first.
I think both items are important. I think Blade Mail would have given him a little bit better value earlier. I can see the logic of the Force Staff wanting to cog someone in and then get out with their team not having the same level of mobility. But with the enemy team having Glimpse, I think it's much more likely for him to still be in a bad situation. Crush doesn't connect. He's able to TP out of there. But just to get us a quick catch-up on items, Omni Knights has his Buckler at the base. Headdress will be coming online relatively soon. Clockwork has the Force Staff at the back. Insanity almost getting his Orchid, only about 300 gold away from that. And Tensei does have both the Dragonlance and the Ring of Aquila. Now, for the Dire, nothing too big to make mention. The Darkseer is going to have his mech online relatively soon, but we have a glimpse out on Siren. Are they going to try and do anything on here? I think he's going to be A-OK. Throws out a Cogs, burns him out. They're going to have to disengage. But only other items that we really haven't mentioned were the Juggernaut has a Yasha.
Yeah.
And the Storm Spirit's going to have that Yules relatively soon. So already building proactively against a Queen of Pain who trying to counter him. So that Orchid's not going to provide him so much value on the Storm anymore, which was great for Michael to be building preemptively like that. But now the Quap's going to have to figure out what she's going to do to kind of accelerate herself further from there. And that could be an Acronyms, or it could be more in the right-click direction since, you know, Blade Mail level 25 Quap is like the meta now.
Well, there's two things to look at. The Yules, sure, it could be used for the Orchid, but he might also have to use it against a Root. So if you send the Bear and the Quap onto the Storm Spirit, you know, there's a possibility that you can still lock them down.
Oh, that's right, with the redefine of Root in 7.0, so that Storm can't zip anymore.
And on the other end of it, even though he has the Yules to combat the Orchid, it's still possible, not probable, but possible that the Queen of Pain could build the build her Orchid into a Bloodthorn and give an easy target for this this lone druid, this big beefy lone druid who has he picked up anything else yet? No, just still the still his Dragonlance. But speaking of the Orchid, we have that online and ready to roll.
Yeah, Quap's got it ready. Clockwork has the Force. Vengeful Spirit is going for a Midas eventually. Okay.
Who's going Midas?
Venge. Venge is going to be going for Midas, or that. At least that's what's on the quick buy. Ooh, regen rune on Storm Spirit. Oh my god. That's like the Holy Grail.
It's Imba.
That's like the Holy Grail for Storm.
If played correctly, it's literally Imba.
Truth.
We'll see if he can get any use of it. As they're peeking near each other in the top lane. Nephilim was hoping that Yogurty was a little too far forward and was going to glimpse him back, but he just gave him a little boost out of the jungle.
Yeah, they're grouped up really well up here, and Alaska has the Blink Dagger ready. Oh, no, we're going to have the hook in on Michael. Michael just kind of zip out of there. Other side of the map, Alaska trying to get the crush off. He falls anyway. Siren almost dead. Huge wall on 4 with the back, with the Disruptor ult follow-up, but it isn't enough damage with the Guardian Angel and the heals coming abound. Follow-up with the Quap. The screen connects on 2. The zip from downtown able to hit also on 2. But no, Michael now may be in a bad situation. Getting hit with the cogs. Push back also. Omni Slash going down. Omni Knight. One more scream. And Sandy getting the double kill in the end. Now it just falls on Mr. Gax. He tries to surge to get out, but it isn't going to be air. He's just taking so much damage, and Yogurty actually getting stuck by the kinetic field. Is he going to be able to get away? No Insanity there with the blink. A couple more clicks from there. And Alaska blinking forward. Crush on 2. Oh no, he's going to be in the retreat now also. Siren not going to die at that point, and they're able to punish it even 4. He died twice in the theme fight. And Nephilim, one more hit. Is he going to get it? No, he doesn't. Oh.
Nope.
That sounded like chaos abound, and Gax dying twice in such a short frequency. Oh man.
Even with the vision that Radiant has down and the initiation on Michael, that fight was Dire's to win, but there was just one small mathematical error that came out of Nephilim. Gax had the 4-man vac wall, and Nephilim threw down the static storm, but he didn't have enough mana for the kinetic field to keep him locked in.
I know.
And if he had that was wrapped up. That fight was done. But that one little opening was all Nyan Cats needed to regroup, or rather to disperse, and reposition themselves to take that engagement.
Oh man, and Boss is being such a good babysitter for his team. He's got his mech, he's just throwing out the heals, just trying to make sure everybody's playing nicely, basically.
Not only does he have his mech, he's just shy of 600 away from the Guardian Greaves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's about 540 if you want to do some real math.
Okay, okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So
attack.
everything's calmed down a little bit. You see some housekeeping going in the jungle, some stacking, a little bit of farming.
Venge has the Midas. Burning out a lot of HP and mana to continue farming aggressively here. He's going to have to go back and heal up, though.
Yeah, sometime in like the next minute or so, because adults only look like they want this tower. They already have 3 postured around it, looking to see if anybody wants to come hit these creeps. Only thing they're finding is a Siren so far on the clockwork.
Yeah, and Siren's been playing really well. And is Michael finally exploiting that regen rune? No, he's not. Whatever happened to that? I don't know. Did he use it in that fight?
The regen rune, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't
would
exist
assume he-
anymore.
I would assume he did, but I'm not 100% sure.
We're in an interesting little spot right now because both Lone Druid and Queen of Pain are in really good situations, and it is kind of the Radiant who need to be the driving force for these fights and engagements. But do you really think there's a timer on the Radiant taking it, or can they just kind of fight as they want to as the game progresses? I mean, they're almost 10k network ahead, so Nyan Cat certainly showing their cards of the Rainbow Pop-Tart Cat.
Well, I mean, you didn't want him to sit around, so there's a smoke.
All right, you're right. There's that smoke. Yagerty is in the middle, almost acting as live bait. He has the Midas. Then, you know, they're scanning out the enemy jungle. I don't think they're going to find anything there. I mean, the enemy team is all the way across the enemy side of the map. And they're actually smoked up themselves as 4, with the Storm Spirit not. So both teams thinking in the other team captain's idea. And they're both across the map, only in the enemy team, trying to see what's up.
And the big difference with this, though, is that since Nyan Cat smoked into the jungle and the creep wave is already on the other side of the river, they can threaten the base, whereas adults only, at most, could take a tier 2, which just doesn't look so great for them, especially when you consider a lone druid who can just kick your towers down.
You know, I would have loved to see adults only do a backdoor on the tier 1 tower in mid.
Radiant's bottom tower
Just force a quick fortify and then disengage, because they use that smoke to like get all the way back to here to just not accomplish anything. So I don't think it really mattered that they smoked in the first place, and it really wouldn't have made a difference if it smoked in the mid lane either. But they're going to be able to get this bottom tower though, so able to exploit the fact that the Dire are halfway across the map, but now it's the mid lane that is getting pressured into the tier 2.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Alaska TPing back,
everybody
Tensei is
scrambling?
there. Oh boy. Tensei, oh no, there goes the Vengeful Spirit. Yagerty, he's the first one to go down. Tensei switching back into his range form, trying to deal some damage, getting vacuumed back. The Disruptor with a connected field and the ult! Is he going to be able to TP out? He tries to, he isn't going to be able to connect. The bear gets pulled out, and there's the Omni Slash as well. Insanity popping both the BKB, getting hit with the GA and healing out also. Lots of big spells used. No more deaths have been claimed just yet, but they're trying to get in on Gaxon. Yes, he's going to go down! Tensei getting that killing spree in the end. I don't think this fight's over, though. Storm Spirit has this Arcane Rune. He's positioned on the backside at the high ground, and Boss does not have much mana left. It would be dangerous for him to go in. So
Yeah, if Michael tried to jump in, the one thing he has to do is he has to make sure that Insanity's either not around or is far away so that he can blow something up real quick, because Insanity still has his Orchid off cooldown. Keeping it in reserves just in case Michael wants to try anything tricky. You know, just keep him in check.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
top tower under siege.
Wait, what? What top tower?
Oh, it just got hit like a little bit, like only 100.
That's a siege? That's a tickling. Get out
Hey,
of here.
that's what my Lena announcer told me, and that's the only reason why I mentioned it again.
Lena lied to you, man.
I know. She doesn't really make the best decisions all the time, but it's okay. So Tensei is gonna have he has his ultimate orb with a Maelstrom backing it up, and RVZ has his Manta style. Now it could be a Scotty, could be something different from there. I think it will be a Scotty. Yeah, he's got it on his quick buy.
Well, this fight could be really good for adults only because Michael's on the side, on the flank. They don't see him.
Uh-oh, Alaska's
Although
going to get
NBC's
caught out. Oh no, Gax gets the wall back on 3, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything there. Jump from downtown on Tensei, not doing any sort of damage, and oh no, he's getting counter-initiated on by Siren with the Cog. Glimpse will be able to put him home. Insanity, we'll have the Orchid Rating in a couple seconds, but these BKBs have been so important for the Radiant, and this fight isn't done yet. Oh no, the scream from Insanity, able to take out Nephilim.
No, I think
What
the
a
fight's
sonic
actually
wave.
over. It's if they want to keep banging their heads against the wall.
Yeah, okay. Well,
That's a 3-0 cleanup.
Tensei is certainly showing some murder here. His bear is pressuring these towers, and demolishing on buildings is still a terrible thing. Yeah, he just doesn't need items anymore. He just does the extra fortified damage. Storm Spirit, is he going to go down? Wow! Boss actually overstaying his welcome, probably getting glimpsed back. I don't know. He died. How did he just get caught?
I
Yeah,
actually
Blink
wasn't
Crush.
looking at that.
Blink Crush with the Storm Jump on top of it. And although Michael is TPing to the shrine, Nyan Cat has already identified that that is their next target. Michael and
They're gonna
Nephilim
have
are
to
trying to do something
Take a
here.
second and let their Lord and Savior, the Omni Knight, get back so he can protect them with his Guardian Griefs. Siren just picked up his Ags. What was the other thing? Michael just got his Bloodstone in that.
Yeah, these are all really big pickups. Michael is going to have a really big mana pool to work with. Did we make mention of Gax's Blink Dagger?
We have not, no.
Alright, so Gax has a Blink Dagger too, so it'll be even easier for him to initiate in on these fights. And RVZ has a Maelstrom also.
Yeah, aside from the BKBs, we haven't really talked about items at all. Tensai just got his Scotty on top of his Maelstrom.
Uh-oh, Blink
worry
coming
about
in
that later.
on everybody but Aggerty, because he is dead. Oh, geez. Other side of the map, Siren getting backed out of everything. RVZ trying to spin away. Guardian Angel will be up on 3 of them. And Tensei with the freaking Scotty.
Yeah.
He gets the root for good measure, and they're able to... Oh, Siren downtown hook! Able to connect in on RVZ. He gets glimpsed away, but that would still make him stuck in the cogs, and he gets hit with the Sonic Wave and the Silence, forced to spin. That's a ton of damage. He just went down. Oh my. That's going to be a free shrine for them. Can we call it free even though the Vengeful Spirit died? Are we allowed to do that?
Can we what?
Can we call it free even though Vengeful Spirit died?
I mean, that's her purpose in life as a 5, is just you walk in there, you bring somebody into your team, and then you just lay down for a little bit. So, yeah, it's pretty free. I could agree.
How nihilistic. I love it.
Not only did they trade 2 for 1, they got a shrine, and they are going to get an Aegis of the Immortal.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy Roshan for them to claim here. And it looks like Lone Druid's going to have his Mjolnir online really soon. And whether he uses that on himself or his bear that's running around, or even Siren, who's hooking from downtown, I am excited to see it. Yeah, this is true. A lot of really good players he can throw it on. And Insanity is going to be eyeing up the Octarine next, which I could only assume would be a precursor to either Bloodthorn, Blade Mail, or both, since she's kind of postured to go in that sort of direction anyway. But did we mention the Scythe of Vice on the Queen?
No, because that's a recent pickup.
So that's certainly something that we're going to have too. Storm Spirit isn't going to be able to put all of his faith on this Yules anymore. He doesn't have a BKB, and he's actually trying to go for an Orchid himself. I don't think he recognizes that he needs a BKB now.
Yeah, Yeah,
or
I
at
think,
least like a Lincoln's.
yeah, I think an Orchid is way too late for the Storm because yeah, you're gonna go in, you're gonna Orchid who? You're gonna Orchid Omni, he's gonna Greaves it. You're gonna Orchid Queen of Fane. If she's near the Omni, he's gonna repel.
Exactly.
So we'll see if we can take lemonade. Take lemon to make lemonade over here, but I don't really think that's gonna happen too much. As we already have this bear chunking this tower.
He might lose
They
his
want
bear.
this bear though.
Rip bear. Tensei is
Easiest
just.
300 of Alaska's life.
Yeah, you think Tensei cares? He's like, all right, look at that. Look at your building. Take that. Whack. Every single time that bear hits it, just a chunk comes out of it. They can't do anything to stop this push. Tensei, with his Spirit Bear, is just a force to be reckoned with. And although they may be pulling in the Spirit Bear and trying to seduce him in certain ways, it's not going to be enough. Lone Druid is still alive. He's chucking down those buildings, and I don't think he wants to sacrifice his own life for it, but he does get hit by the back wall. Siren, perfect timing, able to get a hook shot in on 2 with the connect on 3. 3 buybacks immediately. RVZ's not going to be able to do that for them, but the Sonic Wave connected also in there. And now we've got a Guardian Angel for good measure, and they're just going to be able to kill Gax here too. So down there was a triple kill. Siren able to hook shot in on Nephilim yet again. Force staff forward, getting... it's not him, actually, comes back someone else. And Nephilim's just going to go down also. So now we've got a triple kill, and oh, we're downtown. We've got Michael coming in on Tensei. He isn't able to get anything, though. Michael's going to get hexed out, but trying to save himself with the Yules. Savage War is there, and he's going to be godlike now. Tensei able to kill him, and now, oh no! Siren connecting on Alaska with that hook from downtown. Good game, well played, and that is going to be a W for Nyan Cats, taking this series 2-0 against the adults-only team.
Oh man, that was very well played.
Nyan Cat's pulling out a very impressive and decisive victory with another 30K net worth advantage in the end.
Was it 30 again?
Yeah, they were at 30.
That's their favorite number.
Apparently so, but congratulations to Nyan Cat. They're going to be going on into the next round of the tournament. And we'll be looking at our next game shortly. I think we're going to be coming up with Scientists Baffled and Win TI Kick Aui. Is going to be our next match that we're going to be seeing here. But congratulations to Nyan Cat. Thank you, Dogi Sandwich, for being here with me for this cast. And thank you, First Blood, for the Social Sunday tournament. I'm Sky. You can find me at Reach for Sky, Sky High Gaming, and we'll be coming into the next game shortly.
Sweet.
me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light. Searching from the day I was born, I'm starting to forget how beautiful you are. What we have is not enough, is not enough. But we care to fight for love, to fight for love. What we have. Dire team ban.
Second series.
Yeah, we are into our second series. This is going to be pretty exciting for us. We've got TI Kick Aui and Scientists Baffled. I don't know the whole meme name. Do you know the whole meme?
I absolutely have no clue about that whatsoever. I was hoping you could tell me what it is. That's the meme right
It's
there.
like Scientists
Everybody's
Baffled, local, man can fuck up so much stuff. It's like something to that extent. It's so clown.
Their picture is the meme of Eternal Envy.
Yeah, that's what it is. Of the Scientists Baffled about how EE can just fuck up so much stuff with Cloud9. That's kind of how it is.
Well, the other thing that is the way it is your homeboy got picked up for one half of the first combo.
You're talking about the combo of the purple team, all purple team, or just my love of Dazzle Axe?
I didn't know you cared about Axe in any capacity, but I know all you ever talk about is Dazzle.
Hey, Dazzle's like my favorite Pokemon, okay?
Ooh, okay.
Oh my god, we
Who
got some...
cares about your Pokemon anymore? We got it under. I'm pretty sure the scientists are not confused about the game plan, which is to walk down the lane as a squad of 5.
Oh boy. We've got Tinker, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they picked the first phase Tinker.
Well, I feel this gives them a lot of opportunity to kind of shut that down, you know?
Yes, that is their 3 picks to go against the Tinker and anything that might combo up with the Tinker. 3 bans to take away things that could aid the Tinker, fill out other holes such as an actual tower hitter. Because Tinker, while being known for his notorious split push, isn't really that great at taking buildings himself. But one thing he is good at is dumping stuff into a chronosphere, so no void.
You know, I'm a fan of having Chronosphere, but not having Chronosphere is even better. Because, like, you're just starting to get hyped about a fight, and then all of a sudden, everybody's just not doing anything. So, I like that. It's like if you have a Medusa Stone Gaze, or like a Naga Sleep, all those things, they just kill the hype, you know?
And you like hype killers?
That's
what you just said. Did you like hype killers?
Maybe. I don't know. I feel conflicted.
Hey, you got problems, man. You need to get your life reevaluated if that's what you look forward to. Everybody going to sleep or being stuck. That's no fun. That's not the Dota that people signed up for.
Well, what is the Dota that people signed up for?
The part where you get to go forth, kick ass, and take names. And you can't do that if you're stuck in space and time for like 3 seconds or however long.
Long enough that we already don't want to talk about it. So they got a Juggernaut here and a Lifestealer both being banned out. So I guess they were kind of looking at the previous series and they were like, you know, I really don't want to feel like playing against Juggernaut either.
A Juggernaut would give them a lot of sustain if they wanted to 5-man around him, or at least siege around him. Would also be a really good tower pusher. Because one, he could stand behind his healing ward, or somebody else could stand behind his healing ward. And then he's kind of hard to initiate on, not impossible, but you'd have to fight through a Blade Fury or at least catch him off guard. So it's a reasonable thing to take off the table. And when TI Kick Aui decide that in return, they're going to X the Mirana.
10 seconds remaining.
Another hero that would be very well if you have a hero pinned in by an Underlord Pit or a Clockwork Cogs.
Well, Clockwork is just a great counter to the Tinker, really, because he's not only able to use Rocket Flare into the tree line to find him, but he can also follow up on that and disrupt him, having the potential to TP out. His cast point isn't fast enough to go through a battery assault, and I don't think there are many characters who even can, realistically.
True, and he's also a very common and natural blade mail builder, So if Tinker's trying to cover the field with March of the Machines, you have somebody to really deter that, or just make him not want to do it at all. Make him go towards a laser missile build.
Reserve time.
Now, following up on you talking about that jug ban, I mean, it's good because they got rid of the potential of like the root sort of thing. So they would have giving when TI Kick Aui a carry that's able to just get out of their nonsense on their own is it was a good move for them to ban that out.
Ooh, an Invoker.
This is exciting. Okay, so we've got a little bit of Piano Man on the Radiant here. So I guess we're going to be looking at this at... I mean, I know realistically Exhort is going to be the best Invoker. But against a Tinker, I know Quaswex gives you some wonderment, but it's still really important to go in the Exhort direction, so...
Quaswex would actually be really good because that would give you so much control. But if he goes Quaswex, then their last pick has to be like effectively all the damage.
Well, of course, until he gets online with more than just Quaswex. But, I mean, kind of when you build into the Quaswex, there's a little bit of an itemization style that goes along with it. Now, Nyx Assassin is another one of those really annoying heroes who could support or offlane or core. And him being invisible is a terrible global threat presence against Dazzle and Invoker, realistically, since Dazzle is going to be very fragile, and then Invoker, I mean, he's going to be looking for solo pickoffs.
That is true. Smart last pick. Okay. That's all you really need to say about that is
Yeah.
okay. Pretty hard to pin down. Something that could get away from Cogs.
I mean, they don't have enough control for that.
No, not really. He doesn't have to sit in the pit. He has a beefy Underlord to hit and build up his Essence Sift. Spectre, that's something I never think about anymore, really.
I think it was a good move for them because he's going to be pretty durable against some of the nonsense coming out of the, I guess, win TI Kick Aui here, but he'll be able to escape into the tree line. He's going to be kind of durable. It's going to take time. I don't know if they're going to be able to do enough because it's going to come down to like Clockwork and Invoker building some space, but is this a support Underlord or a support Clock?
It could be either or, really, because all Clock really cares about, if you think about it, is just getting level 6 and he's setting people up. Anything else beyond that is utility for the team, and usually you want to give him items, but it's not like it's the end of the world if he just goes in and dies. Underlord, on the other hand, I mean, he's naturally tanking. He would like more items, but if all he needs to do is pit and put some damage there, you could work with that as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And looks like both teams are going to be looking to do some sort of shenanigan in the bot lane, or at least the Dire do. Man, these team names are really long for me to keep saying consistently. So, yeah, we've got Scientist Baffled and then Win TI, so... Win TI Kick Aui is going to be grouped up as 5. We've got 587 on the Tinker, Ham Sandwich on the Venge, Turbulence on Nyx, Snislaw on the Slark, and TTDD on the Ogre. Give us a quick rundown of the Radiant.
Yeah, I don't think I have time for that because we have the smoke coming in the jungle onto Nana, who's on the Dazzle, getting stunned out. Oh, but they missed the follow-up stun. 5 minutes. Yo, that's a Ravage. That's a Ravage.
Well, they did force out a level 1 Pet of Malice, so at the least they know that's good, and the Radiant will know that they can take out the Dire safe lane rune also. But it's going to be Nana on Dazzle, Mason on Spectre, Endme on Underlord, Sophie Turner, a.k.a. Thanatos, on Invoker, and DV on the Clockwork. He was doing the robot. Did you see that? He was just
Actually,
doing
did not.
It's okay.
I see it now as he takes the top rune.
Yeah, but
2-2.
look at this rotation on mid. Uh-oh. Sophie Turner. The start count's just barely off the mark. Sandwich was there. He wanted it too. That's going to be 2 free tower hits coming out for him, so good for Sophie. If that pounce hit, I don't know if that would have been first blood, but that would have certainly been annoying for him.
It would have at least been a trip back to the well.
Yeah.
There would have been the pounce damage. There would have been some right clicks, and there would have been a stun as well. So Sophie wouldn't have been moving any time this week.
So it is going to be a support Underlord with the Dazzle down here and an off-lane Clockwork. Now, I think that this Trilene out of the Dire could easily take out this Clockwork if he isn't good with his cogs, though he's going to have plenty of time to get out his power cog before any sort of Venge Stun hits. So realistically, it comes down to whether or not the Ogre is able to hit with the Ignite into a Fire Blast at level 2, with Sandwich following up with a stun. Prior to that, DV should be very safe in this lane. Although he's got boots now.
I was gonna say he doesn't have a ward, so realistically, he just can't go close to the Slark because it doesn't really take TTDD doing a whole lot after Sandwich is stunned. It's just a question of if Nice Law can get in before the cogs get out. So really, all that has to happen is Nice Law needs to start walking at DV if he gets too close and keep him away. But it's like DV's already afraid of the support, so the job's been done.
Yeah, so bottom lane, Nana's been doing some great stacking and pulling of the creeps, pulling it underneath the small camp, then into the large camp after that to deny a lot of experience from the Nyx. And now Nana and Enemy are both kind of pincering in on Turbulence. There's a Spectral Dagger, the Pit of Malice does hit, and Nana throwing out another heal there also, but with Shallow Grave leveled up, they're not going to have enough slow kill potential to really do anything there.
Yeah, as much as I'm actually not an advocate of Poison Sting at all, I think it's kind of questionable to not have it at this point in time in the lane because what's really going to threaten your Spectre down here?
And Nyx has so much base regen now. Like, if you look at it, he's at 4 HP per second without a Tango being used. You just can't trade hits with the Nyx like that. You got to have poison damage over time spells that make it much easier to pressure him like this. And I don't see it right now. Turbulence is getting more out of this lane than he should be.
But the lane we need to look at is middle lane because the supports, they're smoked up, trying to wrap behind. Sophie can't get there in time as it's been broken. Ignite, trying to slow Sophie down.
Great placement from Sophie.
Couldn't see with the rocket.
Sophie did. Oh my god, they are still going in on this. I don't know if they can get it from here. A couple more right clicks. Sophie may go down. He does have another Tango. All we need is the tower to just switch over to Sandwich, and it will take him out, but they get first blood on Sophie Turner in the end. TTDD could be another person to go down too, but Underlord doesn't have any mana, unfortunately, and 587 will have a laser and a rocket, and Enemy could. Ooh, baby, we get the Sunstrike! Connection! Yes, we do. Enemy gonna be trying to do something here, but 587, he could just drop it out. The laser and the rocket is there. Is he gonna do anything? 1, 2, the wave of fire. Oh no, Nana. Nana has the grave.
Yeah.
It's available way too early for it, but they steal the haste rune. Enemy will be fine here. Oh no, the rocket! He got it! That's just misplays all around.
I think he would have been fine if you wouldn't have said anything about it, but you jinxed him.
He can't hear me.
That's what they want you to think. Oh, man. But it looks like it's not over yet because they're coming behind DV in the top lane. The pounce has been missed. The cogs. But again, we already have Nice Law on top of them, so it's kind
The
of...
Sunstrike! It connects! Oh my god! Sandwich isn't able to get the right click in, and DV's already gotten into the tree line! Underlord has come in with the TP. Pit of Malice connects on 2. Rain of Fire on TTD. One more hit, he's gonna fall. Sandwich will be able to get out in the end, but Clockwork was able to bait that out so well. They only needed one more right click, and that's all it took for the Dire to overextend, and Enemy had a TP on him. That 50G worth, getting that kill, getting that rotation. That's the sort of thing you need to happen.
That was something I was also going to point out. and we just saw that in that exchange right there. You know that Invoker we were talking about? You were right. It's a Quas Exort Invoker.
I was hoping it was Cross Exhort, because that's the damage, and you got a Clockwork, but you really don't know until the things break out, and with how this early game has been going, it does make perfect sense that he's rocking with the Exhort, with all of these cogs that the Clockwork is unable to do, and the setup of Pit of Malice is just enough for him to try and read where a Sunstrike could be good, so just smart gameplay coming out of Sophie Turner right now against 587 and the Dire as a whole. Enemy is positioned up at the top rune. 6-minute rune does not spawn there, though. Regen rune bottom.
Yep, it's another regen, too.
Nana's going back to the base. Spectre is farming pretty well in the lane. He's at 29-3, top earner right now for last hits at least. And although the Nyx is staying in the lane right now, he's gradually coming back with farm because he's not getting pressured out enough by the Spectre in a one-on-one occurrence.
No, but in the middle lane, though, Sophie's stepping a little too far. And
Oh, definitely so.
With the stun and the Howl.
Enemy was positioned well for this, so the March isn't going to connect on either of them. Sandwich is going to get zoned out from it also, and Sophie Turner with the Forge Spirit probably able to just go back in the lane, but Turbulence is now here and in Vendetta. Granted,
mana for a stun, though.
Well, Tinker threw a charge off to him. Maybe they're going to have it here. Couple more seconds. It's getting close. He needs to commit on it. There's the stun. There's the Vendetta. One more laser rocket. He's able to go down. Killing streak ended. Going to 587. Oh, man. Top lane is going to have some more shenanigans in the pulling of the creeps, but...
Let me ask you a question. How do you feel about side shot bottles? That's what DV just picked up.
I feel like that would have been something you would want to get earlier. It's not bad. I feel like it's something that isn't done super frequently, though.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the fact that he got a bottle 7 minutes into the game, but more so that it was literally a side shot bottle, which only has one charge.
Yeah, one charge bottle. I mean, he's going to have an 8-minute bounty rune in a couple seconds. That'll take it to 2 charges. I don't think that there's a ton of value of getting it this late into the laning phase. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see how it pans out, but as of now, I can't really give you a positive commentary on it. I don't like it.
Fair enough.
So net worth, Slark at 3,200 roughly, as is Tinker, and Spectre just behind him, so is Invoker. So the farm isn't too bad for either team at this point, but it's definitely a close game, as you'd expect, since it's 4-4. DV is looking for a hook opportunity, and he is going to get it now. Though, with Sandwich, you're just going to go to... Yeah, you're gone.
Yeah, nothing else was needed. No Sunstrikes, no pits, no nothing. Just a real casual hook cogs. Making it a 5-4
Mid lane, Sophie Turner does not get hit with the stun off the market. Actually hit the Forge Spirit right now, and he's going to hopefully be able to get away. He's got all of the Quas Orbs going, and the regeneration will be enough. Scream of Terror just off the mark, and me doing some body blocking here. He may be the Sacrificial Lamb. Rocket comes out, connects on both of them. Sophie Turner just barely living at 50 HP. Mason, he tries to use his ultimate to come in here and do some damage, but he runs up right through the whole March of the Machines, and now DV stuck on TTD. There's the cogs to keep him secured in. He will be able to get the kill on him. Ogre down for at least 10 seconds. That was such a weird fight. There was one fallen from the Radiant, 2 from the Dire.
And that really worked out in Radiant's favor that Sophie was able to get away, because if he would have died right there, that would have been right before the Midas that he just picked up.
Last thing you want is to get a Midas and then have it immediately sit there and not be on cooldown, and you just get to watch it not be on cooldown.
You know all about that, don't you?
Hey. Like oh no! I don't know about that, because DV's going in with the hooks on Sandwich. The Sunstrike and the Firestorm connect to. He is dead. Underlord has his ult now. He is level 6. I am hoping for some lovely global fun. They just roll down bottom, maybe take out TTD, push that tower out. So much fun that they could do at this point. He's going to have mana boots soon, too. Thankfully, that team fight happened, so I could just glaze over how I'm good at not using my Midas and dying a lot. Turbulence is here. He is invisible. He has mana boots, plenty of mana on him. That Vendetta, a couple more seconds last on that.
But he sees too many numbers. I don't think he really wants to go in on all of this because even if he starts on the Dazzle, he has to deal with Clock and Underlord. Have a little extra help, though. Sandwiches coming in from the side.
Mental Spirit's there. Pit of Malice connects on everybody. He is able to get a great jump off on DV, and now everybody's stuck on the cogs. Sunstrike, is it going to connect and kill anyone? No, it won't. Too many people there. Slark, a couple HP left. 14 HP. They get out as all three. Snislaw getting a great double kill there. That's going to do so much wonder for him to not only kind of recover. Not that he was doing badly, but he was getting pressured enough that I think he was struggling a little bit in the lane. And part of that just kind of comes down to the laning against a Clockwork and those early rotations not really paying out for them. And Mason and TTDD are going to have a little bit of a fight here. There's a Spectral Dagger connecting in on him. Pit of Malice just once. Sunstrike connects. Sophie Turner getting that last hit out on him. And these are great things for Sophie Turner because he needs to be a part of all these fights while still being in the middle because that's going to help amplify his farm speed.
It's going to give him a couple more bucks in the pocket, going to protect the mid tower, give some space for everybody across the map. All sorts of good looks for the team.
Absolutely. Slark around 5k net worth now. Tinker 4,600. Invoker as well. Spectre around 4,300. He's going for a much safer build this game. He went for Phase Vanguard, so far more durability from right-click presence, and maybe we'll see either a Diffusal or Radiance direction perspective from him, but to be determined at this point. Tinker has now joined the fun in the bottom. He's got his Boots of Travel now, so he's going to have a global presence that I think the Radiant need to respect, and they're not doing it right now. DV getting hit by Turbulence from Vendetta. 587 able to follow up and get that kill. And now he's just going to go back to the base, heal up, mana up, go to mid, push that out, or top, or wherever he wants to go. Because he's global now, baby.
Yeah, the supports over here for Scientist Baffle need to get some sentries out quick, fast, in a hurry because Turbulence is just walking all over them. And if you look at their vision, they have a couple of wards up, but not a single sentry on the map. Enemy has some in his stash, but yeah, a lot of the damage has already been done.
TTDD rotating to the top lane to try and help out Slark against this Spectre. Now, Spectre has his Shadow Blade. He showed that off in the lane. Like, he didn't even just try and get a kill or anything. He just came back to the lane, had Shadow Blade. Now,
you mean Slark? Because you totally said Spectre.
God damn it. Yes. Yes. Well,
Now,
missing those kills in the bottom. Oh, geez. Swap on Vengeful Spirit. Venge not going to go down. Oh, yes, he will. Just last down that hit. And was Enemy able to take Mason out of that fight immediately? Yes, he was. And now he's TPing right back in. And 587 is going to bots out. No, he won't. DV hitting him with the hook. There's that Sunstrike. There's that Cog. Sophie Turner on a killing spree. Everybody's having fun. And top lane, they're able to take that tower down also. Man, I'm having so many slips of the heroes and the names and the colors and the words.
Sounds like a personal problem. Need to get it together, man.
Smack me! I'm just kidding.
No.
All right. Well, Mason is going for the Sacred Relic into the Radiance, as we'd expect. But as I was kind of alluding to earlier, it would have been nice if Snislaw, you know, unveiled this Shadow Blade with a gank, kill, roam sort of potential, because...
Yeah, something that didn't involve just walking out in the middle of the street and being like, yo, hi guys, I have this nice new Shadow Blade.
Mid lane, Snislaw getting initiated from that Shadow Blade. Sophie Turner just going to be able to Ghost Walk immediately and be A-OK since Tyre has no vision. Oh no, Sandwich has it.
Detection, but the only person who has it is lagging far behind, and that's Turbulence.
Well, Sandwich has it in the stash.
Oh, yeah,
Turbulence has it on him. Turbulence did just pick up a Blink Dagger. He's still in Vendetta, grabbing a Haste Rune now. And I think this might be Nana's death that we could likely foresee here.
There's a tower, and that is a Dazzle with a Grave.
Oh, that's a haste Nyx. Death
Right, so
comes
he's gonna
quickly.
hasten to the tower and just die to TP rotations. That's why we're going mid.
Oh, Nana's hiding in the trees now, so she'll be okay.
Like Turbulence is hanging down here in the bottom, and Nice Law. I assume Nice Law has to be coming down here to hit creeps. Yeah, especially since Nana TP'd mid.
Hit
I was
creeps,
gonna say
take
it'd
the
be kinda
tower.
crazy. I was gonna say it'd be kind of crazy for him to think that Nana was staying down that long.
Yeah, right. So they're going to be able to cut this wave, probably take the tower at this point if we don't see any sort of rotation come from the Dire. And is that our Echo? No, it's just the Oblivion Staff. Tinker is going to be having his Blink Dagger coming online very soon, too. And we do have some rotations going bottom. That's 3 rotations. Turbulence in the tree line. He has been hit. They don't have follow-up. Is there any vision? No, they don't. They hit him with a lot, but not enough. The dust does connect on Turbulence. A stun off the mark. Are they going to be able to follow up with enough damage here? Hannah coming from the other side. No, Nana's not there in time. And he is able to blink out into the trees. And Tornado misses!
Sometimes it's better to be lucky rather than good. And that's the only reason Turbulence got out of that. Juke, the Sunstrike, and watch this Sophie just split the uprights with the Tornado, and we out.
Split the difference. Jeez, that was great for him. Slark's going to have his Echo Saber coming online very soon. That's going to be pretty dangerous and pretty big power spike in damage as well.
Oh, yeah. Getting the double down with any hit anytime the Echo Saber is off of cooldown. And then you're also going to have the Shadow Blade initial damage. And then any stacks you have from Essence Shift. And that's where a majority of the win TI damage is going to come from.
Tinker has his Blink Dagger. Sophie Turner has his Yules.
I like how Sophie's so important that it's not a hero. It's just we talk about the person.
It mixes back and forth with me remembering who people are, man. That's just all it is. My memory is only so good sometimes. Sometimes it's the hero name, sometimes it's the person's name, and I'm trying to make it always the person name, but hero name's not something I'm going to forget, aside from Slip.
Well, with all our talking, Niceslaw does have his Echo Saber. Well, there's nobody really in the neighborhood. Again, he's just kind of showing it off in the middle lane, but I think he's going to go with Turbulent and look and see if they can find Sophie, which unsuccessful thus far, but Sophie's still sitting around at half HP. And I think this ward, yeah, walking under the ward right now, so they know.
Yeah, he knows about at least Turbulence, but Turbulence doesn't care. Able to blink forward, land both the stun and the impale.
Yeah, that's a
Rocket can be off the mark, but yeah, he is dead. That Yule's not able to save him long enough, unfortunately, and Snislaw able to get great use out of that, but now they need to retreat. DV, you could be looking in a terrible situation, and there's the Cog. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this. Is there a hookshot target? No, there's not. Snislaw able to get that double kill.
I think he had a hook down to the Dazzle if he really wanted to try it, but either it didn't cross his mind or he wanted to save the hook for later.
Heard that.
Seeing as he's still like miles away from an Aghanim Scepter, if that's even a concept this game.
Well, Spectre is at 3,300 right now, inching towards that Radiance. But Tinker is able to zone him out of the lane really easily, and is that a Nyx that's going to find him right now and do a lot of damage, but not really kill him? Well, there's a lot of damage. He's trying to follow up here. There's the Echo Saber. Oh no, Snislaw is there! We got a rotation coming in from the Underlord. Is it going to bring all the squad? No, just one. He's able to get the stun off on him, but Sophie Turner's going to go down too. Snislaw able to get the double kill on them. TTTT coming out with the Ignite and the stun on Enemy. And now 587 able to get both the Rocket and Laser on his squad. Vengeful Spirit, down he goes! Enemy able to get that kill in the end. Sophie Turner in the mid lane. Dazzle top. Losing 3 though, and oh, that Spectre was just getting closer and closer to that Radiance. Nana's gonna get popped. Oh no.
Nicelaw's lurking.
He's lurking. Sophie Turner, he smells it. He could always Yules out of it though. That's the thing.
The Shadow Blade wore off, and Nice. I was like, well, I guess I have to do this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What was that Sunstrike?
It was a zoning Sunstrike.
For his own team.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. Tinker has his Aether Lens now. Shadow Blade has now been converted to a Silver Edge for the Slark Man. But I think this Aether is going to be a bigger testament of terror to the team, with both rockets and laser range and damage now being amplified. And March. All things are coming up 587. Snislaw used the Silver Edge right through the sentry, but it doesn't look like they're able to actually do anything to respond to this in time. Turbulence trying to blink forward. He's invis, but it doesn't matter. The Pit of Malice and the negative armor is absolutely overwhelming. Nana with the heals up, thanks to Enemy with the mech. That Dazzle would have died if that heal didn't come from him, so both heals working in part to keep everybody all together, and that vision has now been dropped. So that has gone down, and now the Radiant are looking a little blind. Only with a ward up here. Dire looking far more aggressive with their positioning here in the bottom, but that's all they have too. And they're slowly trying to build out some pressure and map dominance, take over the jungle. Item-wise, I don't think we're looking at anything new soon for these teams to really snowball them into Tomorrowland. The Ogre did just get a 4-staff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not unless you're talking about support items, which the importance of that varies from person to person. Our Underlord does have a mech.
Yeah, we saw the value of that in the last team fight.
Mm-hmm. And Enemy does have the Guardian Greaves queued up. It's about a little over 10k, a little over 1k away from it. Yeah,
I'm just concerned about this Dazzle. This Dazzle only has 760 HP. He's going to die from 2 rockets and a laser easily, or maybe even just 3 rockets, depending on how the fight breaks out. And that's very, very feasible for Tinker to dump out in a very brief period of time. This Dazzle needs to get more HP survivability, or just hope that with that hero lock-on of the rockets, it isn't on her, because you know, a raindrop would do wonders. Well, what do you think we're going to have here? Uh-oh, we've got a hook out on Turbulence now. DV able to get 4-staff out of there too. Mason getting the kill. TTDD has fallen, and now the pursuit is continued. Where are they going to go? I'm not sure. It's on 587. The Sunstrike connects! Just Sandwich and Snislaw trying to live, but the root will connect on him. We've got a few pounces coming out from Snislaw. They might be able to turn this on DV. Enemy taking heavy fire. They dropped a sentry. Not really going to do anything further there, though. And Snislaw might try to return back in this.
Yeah, is he that crazy?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He backed out of it, though. Oh, the Sunstrike on Sandwich. That would have been terrible.
Well, yeah, that was another case of solid support play. Because they were looking around at the in between the mid tier 2 and the top tier 2 over there at the ward spot. I don't know if Nislaw let Turbulence. Hold on, we got to catch up with this.
Oh no, DV.
DV going down.
The Fire Strike
not doing enough.
Yeah, the Fire Strike is there, and now Nyx is on the pursuit. He's going to be going for 4-staff next also. And now we got Radiance. That's a spike. That's going to be very, very good against this Slark, especially until he eventually gets, you know, BKB, MKB, or something of that nature. Because that Radiance burn, I mean, it does end up being a nuisance.
Turbulence?
I don't know if he's going to be able to follow up with enough damage here.
Nah, he's just making Sophie mad.
Oh, I know it. Man, there's so much counter warding going on, and it's a lot of just sentry battles. Ooh, casual half HP damage on the Ogre. Okay, is Mason
That's a
able
casually
to...
dead binge.
Casual Radiance burn death. No big deal.
That casual game.
Yeah, right? And Clockwork got Blade Mail first. I know you like this.
Blade mail?
Blade Mail first. I mean, he's going against a Clockwork, but TTDD caught out of position, able to get hit by both the Pit of Malice, Cogs, Battery Assault, and Nana's Poison Touch. Mason able to get the kill with that dagger, actually, so good for him. And now Turbulence in the mid lane, trying to find End Me. Is he going to be able to do anything here if he wants to? I don't think he's got the damage.
Nah, for a Pit Lord that has a mech, no. No, that ain't happening.
Hey, Atrophy Aura can give you some serious damage. That's what I want to say. You know, that right click is real.
Oh, you're talking about if enemy was to catch Turbulence. I thought you were talking about the other way around.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Either way, well, yeah, only that way, I guess. Because Turbulence didn't have enough for that. That was a windlace, but still pretty squish. What do you think we're looking for the next, like, couple progressions into the game? Because, like, net worth, we're only 5k in Aui's favor. So, Science is baffled, not really out of it that far. Experience pretty close. And Sophie Turner just got Aghanims as well. Now, we do have the Dagon 1 on Tinker and Force Staff, a very, very near purchase for Nyx, as is the Basher for the Slark.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to point out. We were talking about maybe getting an MKB against the Radiance, but Nicelot looks like he's just committing all the way down, Basher into Abyssal.
Yeah.
He's probably going to just try to avoid Mason as best as he can.
Well, he has the Silver Edge, which will do at least a little bit towards the general strength of Spectre, which is through the Dispersion and the Desolate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But it breaks the Dispersion, though. I don't think it breaks both.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Regardless, it won't be something that the Spectre will be able to make use of. And there goes the bottom tower, and the lead is just going a little bit more back in the Dire's favor, but hook shot on Snislaw. We've got a ton of damage coming out on all three. That follow-up is going to be too much for Turbulence to handle. Snislaw might be in a bad spot too, but Samage very low also. DV getting... Oh, he's getting Shallow Grave, but Vengeful Spirit swapped out onto him, tried to go into the creep to deny himself. It won't be enough. And now Snislaw running around the trees. The weave is on him. Mason getting the double kill, dominating. Triple kill, everybody dead. TTDD also to murder streak. So I think we just had a swing back. What do you think?
I can agree with that. Very good usage of Dota 3 of 7.0, flanking from the Shrine. They almost picked off TTDD at the start, but Sophie missed the first tornado, but it really didn't matter as they just completely caught the Dire with their pants down. There's no other way to describe that. 4 for a tower.
Yeah, so Radiant Vision isn't going to be too good for them pushing into the bottom, just a little bit in the enemy jungle. And right now on the bottom, we've got Turbulence and 587, both trying to initiate in here. Nyx getting a great stun off on 2. Enemy with the Pit of Malice also. Scream on 2 as well. But DV going to follow up with the hookshot in on the Vengeful Spirit. He gets zapped out by the Dagon. Sophie Turner getting a kill on him, though. So they get the tower also, and I think that was pretty worthwhile for him.
Yeah, I could agree. That's all they came down for. Sure, they lost their offlaner, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not like they lost their 2 cores. They can live with that at the end of the day, get a little bit of map control.
Top lane, Mason's getting caught out, and he got popped by 587.
All right, now see, that's a problem.
That's a Dagon 3.
We can't be having our
now a 4
down for no good reason.
Yeah, so that just made that Dagon go from 3 to 4 with that kill.
4 is a pretty big number, boss.
Yeah, and then he's got the amplification of the Aether Lens on top of it, and it's gonna be terrifying if you're anyone on the Radiant soon. I mean, I know earlier on I was like, if you're a Dazzle, you're gonna be scared, but I mean, the Spectre isn't really in a space that he can shrug it off either.
Yeah, at least Dazzle can grave himself if he sees it coming.
You can only hope.
Man.
Yeah, mid cast of the Dagon. Get that off on yourself, you know?
You know, if you're ever sitting there looking at creeps and you see the blue ring around it, you know it's time to
just get on
to
out.
dodge.
Just get on out of there. Nyx has the Force Staff on top of the Blink Dagger now. So we're going to see some serious initiation potential come out of Turbulence. I would love to see an Ags Nyx. I think that's one of the best Ags in the whole game. If not the most amusing.
I would agree that it's really good. Like, top 3 maybe? I don't really think they need it right now, though. I mean, he has nothing else to build, so why not? But yeah, Blink.
He's got all the maneuverability he needs. And you can use Force Staff on yourself while you're burrowed. I mean, he could get Aether Lens after the fact too, but DV caught in a bit of trouble. He's going to get popped by Turbulence now. 587 just having this crazy roaming potential everywhere with these Boots of Travel. And that's his Dagon 5.
There's a Tornado on 2. Just wanted to put it on cooldown real quick and not have it for this siege. Or the beginning of the siege.
Dagon 5. You think we're seeing... I mean, obviously, it's got to be E-Blade that we would see next, and then maybe Ags after the fact?
We have Dagon 5. Why do we need to talk about anything else right now? It's looking not so great for the Radiant.
Oh, no.
Down in the bottom lane.
Mason getting stunned out. Abyssal's going to be able to keep him locked down on top of the Nyx stun and the Sandwich stun. Oof. They've got a lot of lockdown, and they don't have enough to deal with it for the Radiant. They passively drafted, and now they're passively playing. They can only do so much with the clockwork initiation and the follow-up that would come from both Invoker and the Spectre, since you know, Underlord and Dazzle aren't going to be huge playmakers aside from a clutch Grave or a relocate out, maybe. Right, or what is it, Nethergate? Dark Rift. Man, Nethergate was the Dota 1 of it, but okay.
Nobody's listening to you talk about old games again. This is like the other day when you wanted to bring up Warcraft.
Back in my day, creeps had normal damage and medium armor type.
Back in my day, Radiant had a tier 2 tower, but times have changed, and the map is said that other things are going to happen. Like, they're going to lose some shrines as well. 'Cause there's very little they can really do about this. They're going to take this opportunity to try to farm up and hope that Slark or Nyx don't want to come look for them one more time. But that's been the story of why they are in the places they are today. It's just sticking their nose in places they don't belong and not hanging out with their friends.
Now we're up.
They're having a nice friend powwow in the pit.
Yeah, the pit is a friendly place for them to be. They're doing lots of damage on it, and I think DV wants to rotate into this. But Turbulence kind of already knows what's up, kind of scouting out if there's anybody here or anything amiss. And they're just going to return back to doing the Roshan. Slark has a Talisman of Evasion, working towards that Butterfly, and TTDD a little bit over halfway towards the Aghanims.
Turbulence.
Yeah, he got caught up by a Dark Rift, and now all of his friends are there. Nana, Poison Touch, Sunstrike just a little bit off the mark, going too slow, surprisingly. And with the Diffusal, Mason's going to be able to take him out, and now they could take a look at this Roshan and see if they're able to get there in time. Only a couple more seconds left on it. Oh, we got a connection on TTDD by DV. The Flame Strike is going to be there, the Fire Spirits, and now it's 2 of them stuck in there. Sandwich, oh no! They both just kind of sealed their own death, and now Slark is here, gets the Roshan, gets out of there also. Are they going to be able to follow up with the Tornado? Tornado off the mark.
So we traded 3 for Roche. That's good, right? Right?
I want to say no.
No.
I want to say no. Am I
But
right?
aside from losing a couple of bodies, there's no real harm done afterwards. So it's not the end of the world. It's not like it swung the game back. You look at your net worth graph. There's a little bit of a dent in the Dire system, but it's still sitting at like what, 8K?
Yeah, it's about 8K. Experience-wise, a little bit more normalized. Now, you can take a look at this Invoker. He's building out a Linken's, and I think that's good. And I want to throw a butt in there, but I don't think I can, because they're kind of playing from behind right now. Even though he is the top farmer on his team, he needs to have a little bit more survivability, and I like this item. I feel like he would have gotten a lot of value if he got a Blink Dagger much earlier into the game, since, you know, he was trying to build up off of this Yule's Scepter, basically, for trying to get kills. And I don't know if we really got that, so much more of what we would have maybe seen with things that close space, like a Blink Dagger. But that would have been something, I guess, that would have been picked up prior to the Aghanims that he already has at this point.
Yeah, earlier Blink would have been nice, but the way I look at it is they've been making a lot of +1 plays. You know, you have your Clockwork plus a Sunstrike, you have your Pit plus a Sunstrike, maybe a Haunt. So maybe that's why they didn't think to give Sophie a Blink Dagger first, because Sophie hasn't been in the heart of all the fights. And where it started looking like a good idea is when they started getting behind the ball and they had Slarks running at them, they had Nixes appearing out of nowhere, and at that point, you weren't planning for that. You were planning to keep control of the game and keep playing the long-range game. So while I agree with you, for them to really have gotten a Blink Dagger on them, they would have had to have foreseen bad events in the future, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, so rhetorical at this point for us to, you know, make such a claim.
Speaking of bad events, DV just got away from one by the skin of his teeth because he almost got found out in the middle of no man's land.
Oh man, well they're grouped up around the top lane, and I think they're going to find the bad things happening anyway. Tornado connecting on 2, EMP off the mark.
Yeah, he shot it into the dark, mainly the creep wave, so it was just a surprise to find some fish in the barrel. But I think they had the Sentry Ward down in time to see that Nice Law was lurking, so they didn't want to hard commit onto the supports.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Vengeful Spirit is here top, and we might have a little bit more of a skirmish breakout here. TTDD having to force staff himself away. You know, never a dull moment. This Tinker is going to come in with a sheep. He has a scythe. Scythe. Oh, boy. No E-Blade. No damage. No Ags. Scythe. We've got control coming out. Or maybe this was kind of anticipated for this Lincoln's. I'm not sure. But this control is going to be deadly, I think. I don't like the Dazzle in the front lane, though.
Yeah, me neither. Dazzle is pretty key in this fight to keep some component alive. Maybe keep your tank alive, which is your Underlord. Maybe keep your damage last control alive and your Invoker in the back. Yeah, I agree. I'd like this Dazzle to fall back a little bit.
All the way back. You got to realize that weave is like a 575 radius, first off. And then the cast range is ridiculous. It's like a G, easily. Doesn't really matter, though. This Slark just doing a lot to really just kind of bully this tower. And, you know, Underlord is doing a great job with the Firestorm. Dazzle is doing a great job with the Shadow Wave. And Invoker's spamming out a whole slew of spells to keep that creep wave off the tower. So they're doing okay for that. But the time's going to come when they're going to try and break the base. And the Slark still has the Aegis, although it's going to not be too far away for that thing to expire on him. But that's the glory of Slark. You just poke a little bit, go back, full heal under Shadow Dance, and then rinse and repeat. And there's the Aegis. Down it goes. 39 minutes, so he doesn't have it anymore. So this was well fought for the Radiant.
TTTD getting caught. And a Sunstrike?
Jeez, no. It happened. The murder. Oh no, Underlord gonna go down too, and now DV hookshotting into something that could be dangerous for him, but Spectre already leading the charge at this point. Turbulence with tons of damage on him is gonna go down, and 587 trying to blow something up, but now he's on the retreat. That's a real early grave on Mason, but now Dazzle might go down. No? Couple more hits? Yeah, here he goes. Pop. And there's DV. Dead he goes. Oh boy. Oh boy. 587's up! Double kill for him.
3 for 5. Excuse me. I'm perfectly sure they're okay with losing their supports in a clockwork for wiping the entire team and saving the base.
Yeah, that was almost a 4K gold swing for the Radiant and a 10K swing in experience. A lot of big ultimates used, but luckily Invoker used his Midas beforehand. I mean, it doesn't matter. He lived. I just wanted to point it out in the fight.
Man, if only you were so good with keeping up with your Midas.
You know what? I feel like I have been a strong Midas user in the past amount of time, and that's what I got.
Yeah, sure, whatever you say.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm glad you believe that. Hey, item time. Because I mean, we've talked about the scythe, we've talked about Dagon 5.
Nyx Ags is back at the base. He's gonna have it. Yep, there it is. We've got the butterfly on the Slark.
Slark's had that
Ogre.
for a while. Long before they even started sieging top tier 3. I didn't mention that one though.
Okay. Dazzle's getting close to that mech. That'll eventually happen. I still feel like if Dazzle went for like a pipe or something in the magic damage resistance rather than just the overall,
Yeah, that'd be really
would have been
good,
a safer
considering-
game.
Especially since Underlord already has Guardian Greaves.
Really?
Yeah. You can look at the items tab and you can see
Yeah,
that.
he does. And
the Underlord has the blue
does Dazzle know that mech and Guardian Greaves don't stack?
We'll find out on the next exciting episode because right now we have to look at Turbulence. Toss in the air, but no initiation yet.
Hit him out on the
Sandwich
other
getting-
side. Sandwich is caught. We've got the EMP on everybody. He's going to go down. Delicious sandwiches for the DV. And Turbulence is nice. Are going to have to retreat out of this. And I'm excited to see how this Nyx utilizes this Aghanims because there's so many types of play that you could go from this point. And, oh boy, did they just scout that with a Sunstrike? I heard the Sunstrike pop, but oh no, DV with the hook shot onto them. Turbulence is me in a really bad spot. He's going to probably go down. The Carapace is out there, but one more hit, he'll fall. TTDD on the other side, getting hit with both the EMP and a few hits of follow-up damage. Hook shot off the mark for a DV, but 8 more seconds and he'll have it ready. Sophie Turner only needs a couple more hits. He has the Yules if he wants to use that to kind of dedicate it out. And me blinking forward with the Firestorm. Not enough damage there. Sunstrike doesn't hit because Mason's able to finish him off beforehand.
Dire's bottom tower.
Slark's going to have BKB as his next item on call. But that was really advantageous for the Radiant. They're getting good picks.
Getting good picks, getting a lot of money. They're not exactly taking objectives off of it just yet, but that'll come in due time. Because they fought so hard to be right under the heels of the Dire Cores. In the top lane, though. We caught 587?
Oh, yeah, we did. Mason was able to take him out. Mega kill streak for him. Sophie Turner lending a big hand, too, since that Lincoln's procking off. Definitely his salvation, since that would have been a sheep. Snicelot wants to try and return the Fanner? What? Whoa. Look at this greed is good 999. He's probably going to take out Sophie Turner. No, the Tornado's there. And me able to get a rotation in. Pitamalis down before Snicelot can do anything. Tries to jump out of it with the pounce, and he's dead.
I don't know. I think Nicelot just went AWOL for a second, thinking you could just roll up on an Invoker and shake him down like that. Oh, man.
That was so greedy. Why did he... I don't know. That was the 3-2s. We're only a 2K gold swing. Experience is now almost 10K in Radiant favor. Scientists are baffled at how well they're doing right now, and I'd say the 3-2-2s are going to have to be a big player of that, to be honest. And, I mean, look at this net worth. Slark, Tinker, Invoker, Spectre. We've got the 4 raid bosses up there, and then everybody else are like, yo, can I get some of them coins?
You look at the net worth chart, we're back at the beginning of the game, and everything's even.
I know.
That's still going to go to the Radiant favors. They take the tier 3. Working on the racks, so there's still 27 seconds without a Slark. He hasn't bought back yet, so they just assume that this is ours. Thanks.
That is his. Nothing they can do about that. And Tinker can only spam so much to try and keep them at bay. They tried to get Turbulence.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned that Enemy has a gem, which is why that was.
Oh,
even a
he
thing.
got him!
The pit.
The Pit of Malice connects. He tries to go underground. He's not going to be able to get there. No! If he hit his Spike Carapace while trying to burrow, that would be the way.
If he'd have hit that, he'd have stunned everybody for a second and then died. All right. Nobody was coming to save him out there.
Hey, don't underestimate the regeneration. It's almost like 100 or something. And then his armor increases a lot too. That's why it's kind of OP, because it just like changes him a lot. You know, he gets 40% damage reduction, 1.5% HP mana per second. That's why it's so ridiculous. But ridiculousness doesn't have much to say against what's happening here. I think we're going to have a fight over the Roshan pit, and they're not going to have Turbulence for it. But the way that they're building up their damage in the top, right above the pit, makes me suspect that this may not be a good engagement for them. Now, I don't know. It's all coming out from this Tinker. But, well, we've got a heart on Mason now, so I think this is going to be pretty easy for him, too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, ho, ho, we've got the Nyx with the stun, and it's not going to be long enough. Enemy found him out. He's just doing some damage to him. He's going to force staff while it's still burrowed, which is fun. Yeah, and there's the Aegis on the Spectre.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Gone from the top lane, and Dazzle has the mech.
Radiant's bottom tower
Okay, well, as long as you proc them separately, it'll still work, but you have to wait for the whole cooldown of the thing to then use it again, so...
Yeah, I was going to let you finish that because you sounded so sad that actually is a thing. Dazzle with a
I just don't-
47-minute mech.
Well, on top of them already having Guardian Greaves.
Yeah. You want to
So
talk
a little bit of
about,
miscommunication. Glimmer Cape or
talk
something
about
that would have been better. What's up?
You want to talk about some good things, though?
Absolutely. That Clockwork Lotus Orb? Is that one of them?
Yeah, and the Slark BKB.
Yeah, Slark did get the BKB now, too. Those are both pretty awesome. Anything else super big? Sophie Turner with the Bloodthorn. And Tinker Boots of Travel level 2.
Okay.
Well, there's just no excuse for Tinker to not be with the team anymore now. There had been a few situations where he was off split pushing the top lane, and then the enemy team was off fighting and there weren't any nearby creeps. So he just continued just split pushing. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily, the logic. Maybe he just genuinely felt like he needed to keep split pushing, but yeah. We have caught the Slark, though! He's forced the BKB out. The Pit of Malice is there. It's going to proc off in a couple more seconds. Snicelot was trapped in this for the whole duration. His BKB being absolutely worthless. They were able to lock him down again with the second hook shot. Nana able to get in there with the Shadow Dance and the Poison Touch, too. And now Sophie Turner is godlike against Snicelot. TTDD getting hit with the Yules from the Invoker, dropping the Sunstrike, which will not connect, but DV on the backline going in on everybody. Pit of Malice again connecting on 2, and Mason able to get the kill on Sandwich as Sophie Turner gets it on TTDD. We are beyond godlike on our Invoker, and Mason is now unstoppable.
I'm pretty sure... I am now 100% sure that that's the second lane of Rax.
DV
And
was
it's
able to
quite
connect in
possible
on
to be
the Sniper, or excuse me, the Tinker. Blade Mail was there also, and now everybody's fallen. Turbulence, he's dead too. More hook shots, more battles, more fight, more murder. He has a cog. He's not going to use it, but that's going to be the bottom Rax, even with those buybacks. The net worths have just dropped so quickly for the Radiant. I mean, geez, we're at 10k in the Radiant favor. The Dire have just fallen.
Yeah, and while they're looking around trying to figure out why they can't hit the mid tier 3, they still have 30 seconds to work with before the Slark comes back, 40 seconds before the Nyx comes back, and yeah, I don't really see how they're going to get them out of their base one more time. You have too much sustain coming out of the Dazzle and the Underlord. Luckily, the creep wave is back on the other side of the map, so that's just a little bit of a reprieve, but I don't know what kind of money they can scrounge out of the piggy banks to save this one.
You know the way that I look at it?
What's that?
Invoker's
You
about
gotta
to
hope
start
for
doing
another,
some
another
craziness.
throw?
I guess. I mean, Invoker just got Octarine Core.
Oof.
Yeah, exactly. He's about to be on like another level. He's got a lower cooldown Hand of Midas now. I mean, come on.
He's also level 25, which
Yeah.
makes him old Invoker again.
AoE Deafening Blast, baby. I mean, why do you need to have... Well, wait, minus 15 seconds on the tornado. It's what is it usually? 30 seconds, roughly? So it makes it a half cooldown. Then with the Octarine on top of it, it would be, very less. But I don't know the context that a 15-second tornado is really worth it. I feel like it's always the Deafening Blast.
The context of if you want to pick the game-losing talent. That's the context.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, lower cooldown tornado is cool and all, but I mean, when you put it to the burst, that's literally what that is. You just like burst and you stop everything in an AOE. Like you can't beat that. Just like you can't beat DV with the clockwork getting yet another hook.
Sunstrike not there, but Mason is able to come in with his ultimate and do substantial damage. Tornado, just the tip hits, and both Nana and Sandwich and Turbulence are connected in it, and there's the giant bubble of damage. Sophie Turner Beyond Godlike Mason Godlike double kills, love all around. There's the GG from 587, and there goes the Aegis too. Just, what a fabulous performance coming out from Scientists Baffled. Win TI Kick Aui had a fabulous performance as well. They had great dominance in the early to mid game phase, but a couple unfortunate fights, some good pickoffs from Scientists Baffled, and it doesn't take long for a Spectre to become more dangerous than you can really deal with.
Nah, they just they dug in their heels. They sat there and they let the game come to them. Rode out the waves and eventually took game one straight out of the hands of Win TI.
Well, my name is Sky. You can follow me at Reach for Sky. I'm joined with Dogi Sandwich. You can follow him at Dogi Sandwich as well. We are here going to be going into game 2 of the second best of 3 series of Social Sunday for Scientists Baffled and for Win TI Kick Aui in just a moment. So wanted to give a shout out for First Blood for rocking this fun tournament for you guys to be doing today. If you want to find out more information about First Blood or to sign up for the next Social Sunday, which will be February 12th, check us out at firstblood.io/tournament. You'll see the link in chat shortly after the game.
Yeah, I got nothing, man.
Reserve time. Dire team back.
All right, Mr. Sandwich, we are already back into the mix. We're going into game 2 of this best of 3 series. Second game of the Win TI Kick Aui versus Scientist Baffled. I am Sky, Reach for Sky, joined again with Dogia Sandwich, and we are gonna just kind of launch on into this series with some more exciting action.
Yeah.
Would you say scientists were baffled with the outcome of game 1?
I'm sure a lot of us were, because it wasn't looking good for them in the, as we were coming out of lanes and getting into the middle game. But they held on, they held strong. They did not GG out early, and fortune smiled upon them, and they somehow landed on their feet with the win in their lap.
You're certainly right on that one, sir. As I would say that there's been all sorts of unexpected outcomes with this game, let's say. Some 3-2-2s, perhaps? Just one or two, maybe, a little bit. I don't know. Sort of,
Perhaps
yeah.
not. But surprising enough, looking at these bans, Scientists Baffle decided to ban the Invoker themselves after Sophie had such a great display. I don't want to go as far as to say amazing, awe-inspiring, the best thing ever, but it was very solid.
Yeah, it was this respectful gameplay, that's for sure. Respectful
Yeah, it was-
Invoker play.
It was enough to where I figured that Win TI would be the ones to ban it, so I find it kind of odd that that's not the case. But after they decided to ban a Luna and an Underlord, they themselves take a first pick Warlock.
That is sick.
How much do you value Warlock today?
Not very much at all, unless your name is Mr. Moy or Yolk Soup.
Why is that?
Oh, he just likes to spam Warlock for some reason. In the last Social Sunday, he played Warlock like 6 times throughout the day. So it just kind of became a meme in itself, to be quite honest. That Warlock was going to be synonymous with any game that you played against him. Now, I don't know if it's first pick material, but hey, if he's that important and you want the team to try and counter pick around it, if you think picking Warlock will bait out different weird picks from the enemy team, I fully endorse it.
I don't know how many weird picks you can get around it, especially since they've kind of buffed Warlock to where he's not susceptible to like a simple diffusal blade. But if you want to pick stuff to go with it, like your favorite fun killer, the Faceless Void, then that's pretty sound strategy.
Hey, throw an Elder Titan and a Naga Siren up in there, and we can have nap time all day.
Elder Titan is a hero that it blows my mind right now because like nobody plays him.
Well, they redid his spirit to the point where you aren't really sure if it's even that good anymore. With how they split it being the magic amplification and the armor reduction being independent of spirit versus hero, I think that's a big deal.
That is true.
Because look at it this way. You're going to find value with Elder Titan in like a Tinker comp, because not only can Tinker teleport to the spirit, the Elder Titan can throw the spirit out on the target, and then Tinker can follow up with the amplified damage immediately after the fact. So like, there's a ton of value between that synergy, and I would still say with the Faceless Void too. So, you know, running Warlock, Faceless Void, Elder Titan, Tinker as a 4 is a really terrifying draft if it all comes out. Now, granted, it's going to be much higher skill cap for them to play, and they're going to need a 5th that has a lot of control on them, like a Lion or something in that sort of realm. But it's almost like a Na'Vi sort of finesse, you know?
You don't want to tell anybody to pick like Na'Vi right now. That's not.
I don't even know the last time I've seen Na'Vi in a thing and do well.
Oh, I was about to say I can tell you the last time I saw them play.
Okay.
We're not talking about Na'Vi.
I didn't say anything about play. I said about doing well.
I know.
But
You know what is going to do well?
Anti-mage? Oh yeah, Rubik too.
Kind of depends on the lane they run in front of him. Like if they want to run aggro at him, or if they just want to leave the void to try to fend off a tri lane on his own. Which, I mean, it could work, but I'm honestly liking the idea of an aggro tri lane on this anti-mage, or at least some kind of support with the void, so they can contest his farm.
Now, there is something that we're seeing with when TI Kick Aui's draft. It's basically no lockdown. They've got the finesse of a disruptor, the electric vortex of a storm, and the chrono of a void. Aside from that, they can't really rely on upheaval from a warlock. Now, it's cool and it can be helpful, but I don't know. This Clockwork is going to be able to do some good work, I think, against both Warlock or Disruptor on the back end. And I don't know if they are going to have any other good sources of counter initiation aside from a Warlock Golem or a counter Chrono. Now, Scientists Baffled don't really have any counter initiation now, aside from maybe a Shallow Grave or a Weave Drop. And that's not going to be as impactful as like Clockwork coming in and then Warlock immediately dropping a Golem on top of him. So it's going to take a special level of finesse from Radiant, and I think it's going to come down to this mid laner that they need to pick here, because it has to be someone that they can group around. That's what I think.
Either something that they can group around, or that's really all it takes. A Timber Saw, huh?
Radiant team pick.
I didn't even consider Timber. Where is this off flank Timber and a one position void? Huh. Hey, you wanted something to group around Shadow Fiend? I think that fits very well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Shadow Fiend will definitely give him something to group around now. He isn't. I hope he doesn't do a mech build, because that's ass on Shadow Fiend now, but
I can't think of the last time I've seen mech Shadow Fiend.
I don't even know when it was 75 mana for the mech, something like that.
That had to have been it.
Before Shadow Rays was more mana also, like so much chaos happening here.
In all honesty, with the way that last game went, I imagine that if Scientists Baffled have a mech, their Dazzle's going to build it.
Oh, I would most certainly agree with you on that one.
And it just seems like the strategy of the team, if you will. And it's not bad this time around because, yeah, aside from the Shadow Fiend going AWOL and going back in time, who else would even want a mech on their team?
I don't know. I got nothing, to be quite honest.
But the thing that's really scary is if you look at the Dire team, you have two forms of AoE lockdown. You have a Chronosphere. You also have a Kinetic Field Static Storm. You have AoE damage to dump into it with Chakram. You also have AoE stun to throw into it either during or afterwards with Warlock Golems. And for anybody who's not caught in that range, you have Storm to pick them off, or at least keep them controlled for a little bit so they can't...
Wait, look at the Radiant base. Look at the Radiant base. Did you see what they just did?
No.
Warlock. Okay. Clockwork, Cog, Sophie Turner.
Oh, that thing.
With the presence of the Dark
common
Lord.
Tactic if you have Clockwork and Shadow Fiend, just so Shadow Fiend can come up with a fairly abusive start.
Oh, disconnect.
It takes a decent amount of coordination though, especially when your Shadow Fiend just DCs. It's something that's happened in pro games quite a bit. Well, when you have Shadow Fiend and Clockwork, and what's really funny is one of the big problems is lack of communication for what cogs you have to break, because it takes your team targeting the right cogs with the right number of hits to allow Shadow Fiend to get the last hit.
Yeah, he didn't get any of them.
Yeah.
Of the first cog, he didn't get any of them. And you really don't want to start with level 1 Presence of the Dark Lord. Wait, he got Presence of the Dark Lord.
dot dot dot.
He didn't
That
get
might be why he didn't get any souls.
Necro. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Feels bad, man.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, there's nothing else that you could really say about that except for maybe he needs to get
He's-
somebody to sit in the middle lane with him to help him get level 2.
Yeah, I think they're realizing the technical errors that have just happened with this, and he wants to shoot himself in the foot. I don't know.
Scientists are baffled how they're gonna work themselves out of this mess up.
No, they're not scientists baffled. They're when TI Kick Aui.
The scientists are still baffled how they're gonna work themselves out of this. It's not their problem, bro.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Go fuck.
Oh man.
Well,
I mean, there's nothing else to really say other than oops. But
disconnected again. Oh shit.
yeah, that's a pretty big wonder. Now, you remember back in the day where that would be grounds for a remake?
Remember when you would have someone like mispass observers in the base, and sometimes they would remake it, and then eventually they were like, "You're SOL."
Yeah, I remember those days. Back right when supports got one of the greatest buffs ever, and having split wards, or not having to buy 2 observer wards, and being able to give a ward at a time. Those are 2 separate
Yeah, but we're also talking back when boots were 500 gold, TP scrolls were 100 maybe.
like 125 or
Oh,
something.
jeez.
absurd
Oh,
like that.
God. Don't remind me that far back. I mean, if you want me to remind you of the first... Oh, actually, no. This is probably earlier than... This is probably an earlier iteration than you know. So there used to be a mini version of Perseverance that was based around a Ring of Regeneration, a Sage Mask, and a Circlet. And it basically gave you half value of Perseverance, except more stats proportionally. So people would just like stack those. And I think it was called Soul Ring back in the day. Now, I don't know when they re-engineered it to being this sacrificial type of direction, but this is also pre-Bloodstone too.
That sounds like something that that I could find in Warcraft 3 and not in actual Dota. That's what it sounds like you're telling me.
Back in my day, Manta Style was a charge-based item that you could cast on yourself or allies. So you could have 30 illusions of Terrorblade in Metamorphosis all at the same time.
In other words, it was a Chaos Knight Ags, right?
No, it was worse. It was worse. There was 0 cast point on Manta, and it had like 15 charges. When the charges were gone, they were gone. So you would push into the base as Terrorblade in Metamorph.
You're being serious?
Yeah, this is a real item. This is real. You would push into the base as Terrorblade, meta, mirror image, because he had mirror image in that, of course, and then 30 illusions, hello, your whole base is dead. Instantly.
Nah, do you see this in the chat? I say if they make a remake, Shadowfiend has to take Presence of the Dark Lord again. This is a scheme right here. This is the scheme right here.
I think this is scheming. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It
Yo,
could be
they know,
scheming.
They know.
They know what they
We can
did.
wait.
They know what they did. They know what they did. This right here. That's what they did.
Oh man, they're not falling for any of this. Like, you gonna play this game out.
We
I'm
might.
just laughing.
I don't. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is real. The cutthroat is real. We're trying to get this W out here on this social Sunday, brought to you by First Blood. And we gonna battle here and now. We're not trying to see each other on a later date.
I'm not sure what we're dealing with here. Yeah. So, Sad days. If you're, yeah. Okay, words.
Sad day if you're a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, right?
You hate to see that kind of thing happen.
Yes, quite indeed.
So, how much Dark Mooning have you done?
I've played like 3 or 4 rounds, maybe 5. Well, wait, no, that's definitely a lie. Maybe like 7 or 8, 10 sort of range. Under half a dozen, under a dozen.
What's the furthest you've gotten?
Let me check on Dota Buff, because it shows it on Dota Buff. I think it was... So I've done 13 games of Dark Moon.
Okay.
The furthest I've gotten was the 9th round, according to this. Yeah, 9th round. I don't know what that is, though. That's after the Kunkka one, right?
Yeah, that's after the Kunkka.
Is that the Meepo and the Siege Creeps round? I think it was that round.
Oh, that sounds about right. It's before the mini chickens, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I never got to the mini chickens.
I've had 3 rounds get to 14 so far, which is the Alchemist round.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of unfortunate that the way that Dark Moon works is that even if you get to level 15, you're only getting like 2,700 points.
Yeah, but you get a nice cool badge now.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh,
I still haven't
shit.
seen it.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it yet either. I'm sure I could look on Reddit and find someone else who has it, though.
But other than that, have you used your nice new shiny winter battle pass for anything?
I want to.
Yet?
I want to. I have not yet. It's been an interesting balance of game plays.
I've not played an actual game of Dota since the battle pass has come out. I might look into that tomorrow.
I think this week will be a good week of Dota. I've also been trying to screw around with some of the Overwatch. Just playing a little bit of CTF, and I know it's not a good CTF.
No,
It's still
it's
a
really
change of
bad.
pace. It's still a change of pace that I'll play.
We're gonna have to play some of that then, because you just reminded me that my loot box is reset like today.
Well, scientists are baffled at what's happening here. I don't know. Do we have
This is awkward. We can play a 4-on-4. Why not?
Do we have an admin, Mister, that we can blah 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 with? I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure how we're going to continue this if we're not having any sort of connection from the Shadow Fiend. I'm going to reach out to our admins and see what they want to do. Question mark. Saying there's no internet or something? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading, and it sounds like TTDD just lost internet.
Okay, I've got no words, guys. What? This is a Orin Thorn, Mr. First Blood Administration sort of call. So I've reached out, seeing what they want to do here. Affirmative. We need to get word from Advent, not our decision on how to handle it. So now they're saying that they are going to have to get a stand-in because they don't have someone here. So what, are they going to end up redrafting the same team, same items, same... I don't know how back they're relogging this because we're only, you know, what, 6 seconds into the game? Something like that?
Yeah, I still say they have to do the same skill. That seems fair to me.
Oh boy. Okay, well, there's more people leaving.
Okay.
Okay, guess we're remaking is the call. So remake is coming. So stay tuned. Yeah, so they're getting a stand-in now also because they lost TTDD, I think. Wait, no, he's here. Who'd they lose? I don't know what's going on anymore.
All right. I bet you won't call them out. No, you know why this happened. We know why this happened. We
Everyone
saw it.
in both Twitch chats know what's happened here, alright?
Man. I bet you won't call them out for it, though.
Someone else just called him out in chat. I.e. same heroes, same skills.
Damn! Not like
mean,
Yo, there might be a fight over this. Hey, if you're saying something to us, your mic's muted.
no, I'm not.
No.
Oh, him.
I just popped in to see if you guys were still talking, saying something. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to get these guys organized.
It's understandable. Stuff happens.
Yeah, just trying to find a sub for TTDD because he dropped out.
He's under the unassigned players, though.
Yeah, he was part of the party when they joined, but he's not actually in there. Or he's not responsive.
Oh, so I think that we should do this as a completely 100% new game, new draft. What do you think about? I think we should do a fresh draft because it's clear that the Radiant wanted to do a gimmick mechanic and that there was a miss skill. So even if the fact that they disconnected and whatever was a failure and they wanted to just do a fresh remake, I think it's fair to just have them do a full redraft because they were going for a gimmick and there was a clear miss skill that happened at the beginning, which subsequently had a disconnect. So we don't know if it, we can't say anything, but I think the fairest thing is just a fresh remake.
I agree.
Okay. Cool. We can do that. Thanatos is probably going to get real mad because it looks like the only person who's here ready to sub is Chasers. Which will totally throw off the MMR balance.
Yeah, I hate to see that kind of thing happen.
You do. Alright, let me try to throw in a couple more PMs out. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh geez, so they might be getting chasers on the other team, and I think he's around 5K. So that might skew it being very high in Dyer's MMR comparatively. So if anything, we're going to get an even crazier game out of it. So I'm all for it.
Okay. I mean, I'm here casting Dota.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to get a part of the environment and know everybody and what. So that's just a heads up. But yeah, we're getting we're just for a stream update, guys. We are waiting on one sub for the Scientist Baffled versus Win TI Kick Aui. So we'll be getting that situated Relatively shortly, we hope. Yeah, let's go with that. Ba-da-na.
Don't you like have music to play?
There is music playing.
Oh,
I just didn't bother switching off our mics from it because I was assuming it was going to be quick, but our banter is fine for being on it anyway, since it's kind of relevant of what's going on.
what if I want to talk about something?
All right,
That's relevant to what's going
give me
on?
2 seconds then.
What? Wait, I didn't have anything. I was just saying, what if? Yeah, what is the mic status right now?
I just switched it back over, but I'm not sure if we're starting or not yet. All right. We are into the mix. After a couple of hiccups and some dropping and DDoSing or whatever they want to say, we are back into it. I don't think the team names were updated for this part in the lobby, unfortunately, so we're not going to have that beautiful production value. But I can tell you it is Scientist Baffled versus TI Kick Aui, and this is game 2. So
I'd call it 2.5, honestly.
yeah, it's 2.5. 2.2? I mean, all they had was a draft. 2.1?
We had a draft in 6 of the most important seconds of that game.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Now, let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the present, where we're seeing the same bands in the same first pick. Same first picks.
I mean, maybe they're just going to go in with a gentleman's agreement of just still doing the same draft. That's entirely up to them, you know? We told them new draft. So, they can do whatever they want at that point, you know? And we've got Timbersaw.
We got Timbersaw earlier on.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's still showing face for that, so we don't know if they're going to have the same sort of destructive team composition as we saw previously, but right now, it's even Steven. We had Dazzle Clockwork previously for Scientist Baffled, I think, right? I mean...
Yeah, they did, because they were going to be the picks of Nana and DV, respectively. But this time they banned out the Storm Spirit, so yeah, we're actually getting a draft, and I'm guessing these first 4 picks are just comfort picks for people.
Very likely. Shadow Fiend banned out as well, so they banned out the Storm, who was the other mid, so they said, all right, well, you're not having yours either.
Took all of the problems from the last game completely out of the situation. We're gonna have a whole new ball game here for game 2.
I love it. I love it. Outworld Devourer picked up as a 4th ban for Radiant, and no Lone Druid snipering happening either. Any heroes you want to see this game?
Specifically,
Yeah.
not that come to my mind. Yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking. It's like nothing that specifically comes to my mind as of yet. I mean, if our Dire team still wants to go for their Void, that's still a good pick. It's still a real reasonable pick. Other than that, I have to see a little bit more. How about you?
I want to see Enigma. I never said, like, I'm just saying, like, hero-wise, I would like to see Enigma. I guess in the whole night, I'd like to see an Enigma. I love Black Hole and everything about it. I don't know if we'll see that sort of finesse.
Yeah, with the way things are right now, I don't think you would see it this game unless somebody actually wanted to run it as a jungler, which hasn't been the norm as of late. 'Cause typically you see it as the offlaner that just defends the tower and is a farming offlaner. Like, that's been one of the talked about strategies in the pro scene that hasn't really shown its entire face yet. You've seen glimpses of it here and there, but it's the kind of hero to where you can't really play against it because his presence isn't felt throughout the entire game. It's just in key fights here and there, and he basically beats you with the money that he's amassed throughout the entire game.
So Templar Assassin is going to be our mid for the Dire. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a change of pace from
Against the
from
Clockwork?
last point two. Huh?
Against the Clockwork, though, I don't know if that's the best thing because, you know, Battery Assault against, you know, the whole refraction thing. It's pretty good. Poison Touch also pretty good for just getting rid of everything that has to do with refraction. It could just be a comfort
break down
pick.
the refraction, and then you're gonna have to sit there and take out TA with Timbersaw buzzing around and the possibility of some golems. If not golems, then just Fatal Bonds itself, which is like the real saving grace of Warlock.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you want to talk about things that break down refractions? How about Dark Pact?
Yeah, that is definitely something that kind of pops it immediately. You are 100% right. Oof.
That's a very good response to a Slark.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it's hard to get the stuns or the disables that you want to get on him, but if Lion ever comes across Blink Dagger Money in a reasonable time, and he has the good awareness to know if Dark Pact is up or down, that's 2 solid disables to take the 1 core out of this fight thus far.
5 seconds remaining.
Last
I
ban
like
for the
that choice.
Dire.
And even if he doesn't go on the Slark, you could control Clockwork. You could maybe find your way to Dazzle and take Grave away. The only thing Lion really has to worry about is making sure he doesn't give a good skill to Rubik, which is easier said than done, because honestly, Rubik will be perfectly fine to take anything that Lion would give him.
Who would you like to see for the Dire? Because I would like to see like a Sven. Something that's like a carry that has good armor for his team and is going to allow him to just shred into a Slark who could scale with a lot of damage and armor, but he just scales with a ton of burst damage himself. So, I mean,
Sven could work pretty well. Just anything that's beefy and preferably has another disable for the Slark.
yeah.
Because right now, that's the only thing you have to worry about, but it's hard to disable Slark. So, what do they have?
I mean, I always optimistically love the idea of a Wraith King, but against a Slark, that's no bueno because of the stat steal.
You know, something that could work that would take a little bit of coordination? Drow. They'll just go with the Urza. That works too. Just go beat the trash out of Slark. Why not?
Hey, Enrages is a really strong thing to go against Slark because, you know, you pounce, you can counter-initiate with your own Enrage.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Cool. I really like that.
Radiant,
Yeah.
yeah, for Radiant, I'd like them to have anything that relieves some of the burden off of Slark. Because again, he is the head honcho in charge right now in the damage department. That's not a good look when you look at all the things that can be used to control him and lock him down. Again, sure, he has Dark Pact to get away from Lion. He has Shadow Dance to regen up, but they do have an AoE stun for him, so he's not just scot-free doing whatever he wants.
I think that we could maybe see a Quap out of Radiant.
Yeah, you win the big prize. Congrats.
Hilarious. Well, I mean, Sophie Turner was going to be their mid, and that's already a comfort pick that we've seen in the past. So, in terms of what they had remaining as an opening, it was really just that. I think Invoker was banned out, so that was kind of all they had there for him as a character, because a lot of other things would have been pretty passive, and at least as long as they have a sentry in the lane, he can use the dagger to break those charges of the refraction down also, so not a bad idea for them.
Does it only take a level 1 dagger to break refraction?
Pretty sure.
Was that a you don't know sure or a yes sure?
Well, let's see. 50 damage, 30 damage per tick. How much damage you need to break refraction? Damage over 5. So yeah, level 1 will do it.
Word.
Yeah, but we still are... Yeah, kick TI, win AU... Okay, win TI, kick TUI is our Radiant, and then it will be Scientist Baffled as our Dire. You want to give us a read off of Scientist Baffled?
Which side did we say that was again?
Dire.
Look, I'm reading Radiant. I don't care. That's
All
my
right,
side.
fine. Do it
But
up.
I want to talk about Nana on the Dazzle, Mason playing the Slark, Sophie Turner on the Queen of Pain, and me on Rubik, and DV playing Clockwork.
Okay, that's okay. We can do that because, you know, top lane we're going to have Snice Slaw on Lion. Previous game he was playing on a core, so a bit of a change of pace from him. He'll probably be doing a more active role decision-making play, but Prime Soul will be our Ursa Bear, Samich will be on the Warlock, 587 on our Templar Assassin. And finally, it is going to be Mr. Turbulence on the Timber. So really enjoyed the Nyx play, or just Nyx as a hero in the last game. Excited to see what we'll have from Turbulence this game as well. And I don't know, games with Ursa and Warlock, like these big team fight ultimates, that's what I live for in Dota. Those huge fights where I don't even know what the hell is going on. That's what it's all about.
That's honestly like pretty much any fight that happens in Dota. Anything that has more than like 6 heroes, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean, sir. It is most certainly a fun occurrence, and he already does have a sentry for the mid lane. So that's going to be good for Sophie Turner. He's not going to have to worry about that as much. And Enemy is nearby if they want to be a little bit aggressive on it. Yeah, he's shown face that he has a Psyblade level 1, so he'll be able to get a lot of right-click harassment in right now. Top lane, DV has been taking a lot of pressure. He went for Cogs level 1, and since he's going against a Lion Warlock, he can harass him a bit. Now, they do have a lot of right-click damage and the range, so they can get a good bit of freebies in at that point. You can see the Lion zoning out DV here.
Yeah, a lot of damage has already really been done to the top lane. Oh, but the bottom lane is where we need to look.
Whoa! Yeah, TT Tours. Bam, bam. Well, Turbulence went down. Enemy scoring the kill. And well fought out with that lift.
Yeah, the real awkward thing about it is that if you look at Mason, he just skilled Pounce at level 2. So that was just done with a telekinesis.
Oh, again, it happened. The lift, the drop, the Pounce. So many clicks. They're really doing a lot of damage to Turbulence. He's already got the 4-stat loss.
Yeah, if Mana happened to be anywhere around instead of pulling, that would have been another free kill, as Turbulence was standing right in the middle of a creep wave.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. Not a fan of that.
But yeah, with that being said, I think Turbulence is still going to be okay in this lane as he has vision. That's something that DV doesn't have in his lane, as his Observer Ward has already been countered, and they have one in the lane just to see anytime he wants to walk up, so this kind of stuff can happen. Just bounce him out and make sure that he can't disrupt Prime Soul and the Urza, who's going to have a lot of free farm up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how DV is going to do because he's getting zoned out so well. None of this experience is anywhere near him. He's going to have to fall back on jungle, maybe do something there or get that bounty room, but Sandwich is actually poaching in the bounty room too. So he's even in a worse spot. DV, oh no. Off in the tree line. He's getting harassed out now with the Shadow Word 2 and the Snicelot stun. Rubik's rotating in. He's actually gotten cogged in now. Enemy, is he going to be able to do something? I'm not sure. The Fatal Bonds is going to be on both of them. DV getting right-click down, and that's so much damage for him to be taken in. He's going to go down, and a couple more right-clicks. Enemy may fall too, but he'll be able to take out Sandwich before that. He's running away. I think he'll be okay to just kind of leave, but that was a pretty intense exchange, and uh-oh, we've got the Clockwork already coming back in. Is he going to be able to get close enough to get the cogs off? He's so close. The movement speed, 315 versus 290. He could get on top of him. I think it's just going to be for funsies at this point.
Just walked over there and gave him a love tap.
Right? It's a love tap. Sandwich is in the bottom lane now, assisting Turbulence in harassing this Slark, and I think that's a good move on their part, because Mason is not going to be able to zone against that, and Nana can't do anything to really push them out.
Yeah, before Sandwich came down, Turbulence had taken a lot of damage and was like on the verge of dying. Like
top lane DV, he's getting destroyed by Prime Souls and Snicelot. He was able to get a lot of Furious Swipes up on him, and Snicelot, using Earth Spike and more good harassment, able to take him down to a point where he just died again. I mean, 130, 560 as well, so Prime Soul really kind of tied that on.
On the bottom lane, Turbulence is walking at Mason. We have the curse and just diving under the tower for him.
He got the chain. I think that was worth. Oh god, Turbulence is gonna get out. No, he won't. Nana gets that last hit on him. Oh, they're going to be able to counter this ward out. They did just drop a sentry, and no, we aren't going to see a Templar Assassin rotation to the bottom
Look at
lane.
the top lane, though. You want to talk about tower dives?
Yeah, we
Again
certainly
on
got
DV.
something there. They need a TP coming out ASAP. DV's trying to do something to sit in a good spot, and he actually is doing really well. He's in the tree line now, trying to juke around as much as possible. He has one more tango, and he could drop a branch to try and position himself between someone, but no! He's stuck in the trees. Any rotations will be wondrous, and oh, Survey Turner is here on command. Is he gonna get out? Is he gonna get out? Yes, he does, but now he's just fighting the Ursa Bear. And he could have gotten both of them, and now Prime Soul might be in a good spot to take out Sophie Turner. DV's here now, too.
Yeah, this is going to be a walk-off. Until Sophie got a TP, the only other person who could have TP'd in was Nana. And I'm assuming Nana just didn't feel like coming into Grave would really get anything accomplished, because it's like you grave the Clockwork who's running in the trees, and then how do you turn the fight?
No, you really don't. But Ursa was able to get out of that scot-free. Another great fight going for the Dire. Scientist baffled.
Hey, man, it be like that sometimes.
I understand. But mid lane, we've got both Enemy and Sophie Turner positioned on 587. And the Dire actually have aggressive vision up here, so this is pretty sweet for them. They're going to be able to see this Rubik who keeps poking around, and with them having the sentry down, they know that there's not going to be a counter sentry coming down immediately, at least. And the Radiant really don't have any eyes out, aside from this one at the bottom, but that's not going to give them as much vision as others could be, but Mason and Enemy trying to do a lot on Turbulence here, but the Chakram is out, and he's doing so much damage, he'll be able to go down. Turbulence still following up with the pursuit. He ate his mango. He'll be able to turn on Enemy in just a second. There's a chain. There's a Chakram. Reels it in. Down he goes. Turbulence grabbing that double kill there, and Nana's going to have to sit underneath the trees. She didn't have enough mana for a grave. She got enough with those magic stick charges in the end, but she didn't have it in that fight.
Yeah,
Mana management, so important.
When, Enemy picked up the haste rune in the bottom, and they were thinking a 3-on-1 seems like a perfectly reasonable fight to take. But Turbulence has been allowed to sit down too long, still had the mango, and has 3 points in reactive armor. So it's going to take a lot more than 2 supports and a no-item Slark to take down this Timber Saw.
Enemy is rotating up top. They're looking for a fight on DV. Sandwich is just going to continue to zone him out with some more Shadow Word, and Prime Soul is just farming away pretty freely. 39 last hits, 14 denies. I mean, net worth is most certainly in dire favor with Timber, TA, and Ursa all leading the charge, but these aren't uncommon things for us to have seen out of, you know, Scientists baffled.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
DV goes down. Just a Shadow Word. Just ticking away. That's it.
In the bottom lane, though.
Oh no, bottom lane.
Yeah.
Turbulence
Slark
throwing
is
out
on
the
the run for his
Chakram.
life.
Yes, Nicelaw's taking some tower damage here at this point. I think Mason will be okay to get away. I don't know why he did the Dark Pact there. Snicelaw still continuing the pursuit. 5 seconds for those Trank Boots to tick over, and he'll be able to be in a terrible spot also, but we've got a double rotation. Double rotation. And this might be the end for 587. Enemy coming in, not having enough mana to actually get enough out. Nicelaw's throwing out the stun, and Sophie Turner will probably be able to take him down with a couple more right clicks. Nana actually getting the last hit in the end. Turbulence is cutting the wave and just allowing the siege creep to do as much damage to the tower at this point. He's providing a good distraction.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at this Ursa. He's just off in the jungle at 100 HP. No big deal. Farming as much as he can. So greedy.
I mean, he just had his line walk into 4 people at their bottom shrine, so you should know that there's probably nobody going to be up here at most of the Clockwork that's in his face. And as long as he has the heals from Shadow Word behind him, he feels okay to just push it to the limit up here, get as much farm as he can, maximize the time.
I mean, I'm going to agree with you, because him just using like an Enraged allows him to have so much additional toughness that it would really be hard to take him down. They're going to be grouping up around the shrine. Do they have a smoke as well? No, they don't. But this may be getting close to the Roshan time frame.
It's quite possible because Radiant is at the point where they're going to have to pick: do they want to address this this problem that's in their bottom lane, or do they want to prevent Prime from getting a Rosh? Because as you can tell, like, Mason can't really stand in front of Turbulence. Turbulence is he's in a scumbag, and he almost takes Mason's life with the chakram combo. Mason just scurrying away with his tail between his legs. Sophie trying to come in and help.
But Nana's actually getting pursued by 587 at the same time. The amplified damage is strong. A couple more strikes, and he's down. Hannah has dropped. Nana has dropped. Bottom lane Turbulence. He's getting dropped up and thrown around. Screamed at and yelled at. Smacked a couple times.
Yo, but in the top lane, Prime Soul decided that he wants some of DV. Takes him off the map, and he's going to get a tower to boot as well.
Oh,
so
gosh.
all across the board, it's 2 for 1 going for Dire.
We've got some ping pong action. 587 is making the right moves here, going for a Desolator as the first item, rather than going for a Blink initially, because this allowed him to kind of snowball a little bit more with the initial power spike, since if you don't get a couple kills with that Blink Dagger immediately, you lose the value. And, okay, going for the Blink actually, so it's going to have to make those things happen. Queen of Pain rotating in very aggressively here on the Ursa. Ursa not gonna be able to do much here. There's the Warlock drop though, and Sandwich might be able to turn this around for everybody. Nana so low, able to get the Shadow Grave off. Warlock goes down on the flip side. Finger of Death dropping out DV from any of the fray, and a couple more clicks from Sophie Turner. Might be able to take out Prime Soul, but he's getting sucked down at the meantime. Fade Bolt from Rubik will be the damage dealer to take out the Ursa in the end. And I think they're going to try and continue the pursuit up here on Snislaw. Get the Veil out, and he does not kill him! He chose to go for the spell steal instead of a right click. 84 HP would not have been a kill because he would have hit him twice, but he's going to end up going down to 587? No, he's hiding in the tree line, and they're just going to sick the Golem after him. Rip.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Right.
No punch, no nothing, just
the burn.
Yeah. Permanent immolation.
So
while all that was happening, Turbulence was still in the bottom lane on the Timber Saw, making sure that nothing was near his tower and farming up as much as he can. This Dire has
the Rocket Flare just went off. Prime Soul went in, he's smoked up, he's waiting for the Rocket Flare to disappear before he starts it up. This is great timing on his part. I don't think the last speck of it was away before he started it. I don't know, though. I cannot confirm or deny, but Sophie Turner's getting pressured out in the meantime.
Yeah,
and 587 with this Blink Dagger, able to really do some harm here. Rubik got a nice steal. I'd be worried if I was him, though.
Fatal Bonds.
Sure. But heal isn't terrible. Prime Soul. Oh my god, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? The scream for hope! For joy! For murder! He tried it. It didn't matter. DV is gonna try and go in. He snatches the Aegis. Prime Soul is gonna go down. They get the Roshan kill, but DV gets the gold in the end. Well, I'm considering the Aegis gold here.
And while that was going on, the 3-man brigade was over here running in me down under the tier 2 tower. Now they're going to meet...
Sophie Turner is going to go down. One more hit. He's dead.
Double kill.
Do they get DV as well? Nah, they don't have the damage.
So fun fact, Sophie Turner actually switched from int boots to strength, which made it so didn't have enough mana to get that final blink out. So died because of the mana. On top of, just being, popped into death. So potentially defendable. I don't know. It gets hard when it gets that close to low level because you're talking about cast points and fractions of a second. Is Warlock trying to do something here? Nah, he's just kind of grouping up with his team. They're getting out of here. Mason has to be pretty safe because he doesn't have his Shadow Blade yet. And
still about half off, just a little under 700.
And Warlock's sitting at 1,500 gold. It could be a Midas that we would see as the first pickup on him. It's not unlikely for that to happen. Have we mentioned that the Lion has a Blink Dagger and they've already... Oh shit, they've smoked up too.
I was just about to mention it, and we see the blink now.
Blink Hex, Fatal Bonds. There's the Finger of Death and a strike from the Refraction too. And now Nana's on the retreat. Hook shot in from DV, trying to get out substantial damage there. He doesn't have any more mana for anything though. He has the bottle, but it won't work. And we've got the Golem drop from Sandwich. Has been stolen from Rubik immediately? Yes, it has! So DV will probably be able to finish out Sandwich in the end. 587, gonna have to retreat because of that Fatal Bomb proc 2, and Lion will be okay to run away. And Rubik has a Golem.
And that's after stealing Fatal Bonds in the last fight, which is the reason why they're sitting at half HP right now.
Very well done.
Good play. It doesn't mean a whole lot when you add a Shrine into the mix. Just makes them put a little building on cooldown, and they look like they want to come across the river one more time.
Enemy is just getting ended, though. He drops the rock right before he dies. I don't think it's going to be enough for a counter initiation. Sophie Turner getting graved out. Going to start to fight a little bit further. May want to consider throwing out the Scream on everybody, but it's not going to be any damage that he can really warrant. And just feeding away that Warlock Golem gold to the Dire. Are they looking for DV?
They could be. They just saw him in lane and they see him again, but they're going mid. They look like they're more concerned with taking another objective, or at least putting pressure on it.
Yeah, Turbulence has a Bloodstone now.
I mean, he better. He hasn't shown up for half the fights. He's been slapping creeps for about 13 minutes.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta do what feels right, and that's CS. And Ursa, TA, and Timber all have the same last hits right now, 73.
Yeah, with the space that they've made for him or for anybody who wanted to farm, I don't blame Turbulence at all for taking advantage of it.
For sure.
Because now, like, any death right here, or really any kill for the Dire team, is going to just snowball. It's going to pay huge dividend for him.
Rubik stole Timber Chain, so that could prove to be a fun initiation option for him. But the Dire are just disengaging at this point, and you know, Snislaw has a Blink Dagger. He should be okay in the mid lane, but Sophie Turner following up with tons of damage. DV connects with the hook. Okay. Couple more right clicks down, and he's gonna probably down, but no, Enemy gets the Fateful kill in the end. 587, TPing in, has the Haste Rune as well. Gonna hide under the guise of his meld, and now we've got a little bit more damage coming out on DV from the Shadow Word from Sandwich. Boom! He's going to go down, but that was just an Aegis, and now Turbulence is going to try and continue in here for some more murder, and Mason is going to get graved out because Nana thinks that he's going to die, but it's Nana in the end that's going to fall. Nana, sacrificial dazzle. It's understandable, but now DV, he is the suspect of Prime Soul's content, and he's going to go down. Turbulence up to 15 Bloodstone charges now, shrugging off basically all incoming damage. And Mason going to try and get a little bit of consolidation on that Warlock. And there's another big scream coming out of Sophie Turner. And we're going to have Timbersaw drop immediately from Rubik. He's going to taunt right afterwards out of glee. But Lion has a Blink Dagger in just a second. He's going to try to follow up in on Mason. Or I don't know if he's going to have a kill on him. But across the map, we did lose our Rubik. And Snislaw is trying to follow up on Mason still, and now DV rotating in. Blink away, just barely miss. That was a good opportunity. DV was trying, he was almost there. That quick cast, finger flick.
Yeah, Nicelot did so much while all that was going on just to keep Mason out of the fight. Kept him controlled with all the stuns and the mana drain. Almost got the kill, like you said, and then just made DV waste the hook as well. He did so much for just having a Blink Dagger.
And this is really just showing Paramount on how a support can help dictate the flow of action in a game. Just being in the right place at the right time just does so much. And now TA has a Desolator, so we're going to be seeing heroes get deleted now, and it's going to probably start with that Dazzle.
Possible.
I mean, Rubik could be susceptible to just getting one-shotted as well. We really don't know what that first Meld Strike damage is going to be looking like in terms of raw output. But she's destroying these ancient creeps like it's nothing. I'd say it's going to do probably around 600 damage easily. 500-600 damage range. That's my guess.
That is possible.
Yeah. So Sandwich was smoked up, dropped a little bit of aggressive sentry to see if they had anything down, but they didn't, and he'll be getting a Midas relatively soon. He's still been investing a lot into the support items, so if he was a little bit greedier, he could have probably had that a little bit earlier, but, you know, throwing his team before his meme.
Yeah, you said they were smoked. They were down here looking for Mason, who they saw farming creeps in a lane, and he just decided to leave because he understands there's no tower behind him, and he was looking at a tier 1 tower. And so they just took the time, instead of looking to hunt for Mason or anybody else in the jungle, they just took an opportunity, put some wards down so that nobody could really come contest his tower.
Yeah, it's going to go down. Nothing they could do about it, and 587 is going to look to just rotate to the mid lane and now be a defensive pressure against this Quap. And although Quap's going for a Lincoln's as her first item, I don't really think that's going to find her much value aside from not getting picked off from this Lion.
You mean her second item because she already has a veil?
I'm talking about like first big boy item.
Well, depending on who you ask, a veil is pretty big. Gives you a magic amp, gives you some regen, decent stats.
We're talking about different price spectrums though.
Okay.
I guess that's more of what I wanted to point out.
That's a high roll over here. Has to have like 5k items as your first item.
Hey, well look at Timbersaw.
All right. His first completed item was 5k, yeah. But that was his first completed item.
Okay.
Bob's first completed item just so happened to be in like the 2.5k bracket.
All right.
She's not as needy as a Timbersaw.
Yeah, I guess. Well, Slark has a Shadow Blade now, almost has the Echo. Actually, the Ogre Club's back at the base. The Courier didn't bring it with him, unfortunately. Or maybe he didn't have the money before it was on route. But he'll have that for the next fight. This top tower is just going to go down. They are scanning it out. Rotations are happening too, so they know of their presence. Are they going to back up off this? I'm not sure. Rubik really wants to be here in case his team needs him, and this TA might be able to find someone. They're grouped as 4 versus 4, it looks like.
Yeah, they look like they want to fight the Dire, but...
Oh no, they got Snislaw. Mason able to really exploit that Shadow Blade there, and now they've got a bit of an advantage, but Prime Soul wants blood. He's used his overpower, and he's running around in the mid lane. No, I don't think so. This might be a good pick opportunity for Sophie Turner. They're trying to go in on him. There's a chain, there's a chakram, and yeah, easy blink out. It's just the lockdown from the Dire really isn't happening.
Especially when the only like consistent long range lockdown they have is dead.
Yeah, it's Lion. Just the Lion.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do beyond that? Who even wants to build anything for that? I say that, but TA's building an orchid. Surprise, surprise.
Mason sees turbulence here. You think he's going to try and turn in on him with the chain and everything? I think this would be foolish for him to try and go in, but a few free hits, and with his team following up, this may be the play he's going to try and take, and Rubik is in here. He has the chakram as well. That's a ton of damage dropping in on him. Half HP for turbulence, but turning the tide quickly on Mason. They get the kill on him, though, and his bloodstones are now down to 6 charges. So he's had a couple deaths since this initial pickup, and the value of it has been negated really quickly, actually.
Hey, look at Sophie, though. Sophie's hanging out in the lane. When they see this, blink hex.
Zap, zap. That's a big strike coming out of 587. He does get the blink out. Samich is nearby. He could get a shadow ward off. It's close to the cast point. He uses the golem. He commits it, and then Sophie Turner gets out of it anyway. They've got to try and push off this golem now. This golem's down, and Mason is getting picks on the other end. We've got the shallow grave off on Slark. Rotations are coming from 587. He's trying to pick off anyone, and Nana's probably going to be the one to die. Down she goes, 2 strikes. Mason may be able to get out, but Blade Mail for DV. Radiant Courier going down. Snice getting Sophie Turner with the Finger of Death. And now DV is going to be continued to pursue on Snice, jumping in front of him. He's getting spliced down by 587 too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I had it in my mind that that was actually going to turn so bad when they went on Sophie in the bottom lane, but they didn't commit the finger, which is why Sophie walked away. But eventually they picked up the spares in front of the tower. They're going to get a tier 2. And maybe a Roche as well? Question mark?
Well, Dire aren't going to have Finger for another minute and Golem for 100, so it would be a good opportunity for Radiant to take the fight at Roche because they don't have those big ults. Now, it kind of comes down to like the clockwork, being able to do a well-timed hook shot, good placement, and then Sophie Turner coming in with the perfect Sonic Wave. And how about we got to remember that Ursa cannot be in Enrage form too, because like that's a pretty key factor also.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, DV checks for Roche to see if that was a possibility. He's not going to find anything there. Is Dire's just going back to their jungle. I believe they have Shrine. If nothing else, they're just going to go back to farming.
Sad days if you are a Dazzle sitting at 2600, Warlock 3600, and has his Midas on the courier coming to him. Yes? Question mark. Yes, he does. So finally, some glory coming for him. Mason actually getting a mega kill streak that I completely get to neglect again. But
well, it's just one of those things that you don't really expect. You really think a Slark is just gonna stone face walk up to a tier 1 by himself and take a support out the game?
Not typically, and they probably may try to punish him unless no.
They missed time to Orchid though, so that's gonna be down, and that's pretty huge right now.
Oh, Prime Soul. Oh wow, DV able to get out of a really bad situation. Mason in the ultimate of himself, able to get out of here too. And Enemy actually has Enraged! Oh no, he's unable to do anything with it. And now Sandwich is getting poked down, Nana getting soakered out as well. And there's the Roll'em Rock taking out 3 people with stuns. And Mason may have to try and just disengage from this. Sophie Turner is on the other side. I think Clockwork may go down, and Sophie Turner is very close on that. Oh, we got the blink again! TPing out, he'll be okay. Just a couple more seconds. Is the blind? Yeah. Nope, no blind stun.
Yeah, nobody's looking for him up there.
Yeah, whew, my jeez. Well, Slark has a Silver Edge recipe back at the base, and, you know, he's going to be having that come online very soon, in fact, now, realistically. And he pinged out that there was a ward somewhere in this area, so maybe he'll expect their team to counter it soon. It's nice law, it's just dangerously scouting out Roshan, and, this is going to be one that Prime Soul will probably be able to take pretty quickly. So, something we haven't checked in a while. Net worth down around 10k in Dire favor. Experience going to be around 7.5. But Mason is going to be in another situation where he may die again.
Nah, he'll be okay. They were scouting the Roche. They had an idea because they have wards around it, and they saw some people hovering in. DV shot a rocket in there, and Mason was just trying to spook him out. He probably wasn't going to hard commit to it like we saw, so they got everything they wanted from it. Just make him back up and think twice about going in the Roche. And they thought about it, and they've deemed that it is worth an engagement if it happens, so Prime and Turbulence going there again.
Yeah, I could see Prime Soul being... Oh, no. DV just getting picked off. And now Slark able to try and punish this here. 587. He may go down. That meld is doing so much for him with that refraction. And now Slark, he's been silenced out. That dust is there. Will he be able to get out of this? I'm not sure. Queen of Pain trying to blink away, but he's silenced out by a Bloodthorn. And now Mason going down too. Enemy is the only one that's left, and he's not going to be able to blink out of this either. A couple more strikes, and he's going to go down. Nana not able to get the shallow grave. One more poke, and there goes she! That is a wipe. Triple kill for 587. Beyond godlike. The Bloodthorn from TA. It came out of nowhere.
Triple kill for the TA. You got Roche with an Urza. You got a team wipe. Is this the beginning of the end?
Net worth graph says it's getting close because they're getting near that 15k threshold, and with this Death Leader, they're going to be able to take out not only a tower but maybe one of the racks as well. Slark won't be back for another 30 seconds. They're not going to have any other sort of things that are really going to be their saving grace.
All right, well, see you.
And Timbersaw just deleted DV yet again.
So yeah, there's the tier 3, and it looks like Dyer doesn't want anything to do with the Rex. Just wants to keep it safe. Gonna go heal up and maybe look to farm things out. Maybe look to take a full 5-on-5 engagement again on their terms, seeing as they still have the Aegis. Can they take shrines? Yeah, they can take shrines.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not doing it. Maybe they're just kind of disregarding it. So let's just do an item checkup as a whole. Rubik is going to be getting at the Aether Lens relatively shortly. He could disassemble his Arcane Boots for it. Dazzle has a Headdress. Clockwork is Blade Mail. So they're not looking too promising, unfortunately. And Lion has both Aether, Blank, and he's going to be working towards... Oh, he has a Force Stuff back at the base. Wow. Yeah. So that's going to be huge for him. Timbersaw with an Atos nearby, it looks like. And, you know, Warlock will be gradually working towards that Ags. But it's not looking good if you are on the Radiant. 16k in favor of the Dire. And that was a big experience. Yeah, it's 16 now.
That looks more than... Well, it might be 16. It's kind of hard since...
39, 111,
since the lead is
53. Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, just some 5-manning in the bottom lane coming out of Dire. Possibly looking to siege. I'm thinking they're looking to siege. If they wanted to, they might consider trying to walk at somebody. They have vision of 3 people, or they at least know where 3 people are. So,
yeah, the way that this game is progressing, I would be scared because the TA is sitting on 4k gold right now. That could be a BKB to just kind of secure things, or it could be far more greedy and just kind of scaling into more damage or evasion-based items. Oh no, Ato's on Nana. She's trying to grave herself and TP out. Is she going to be okay? The finger is not going to be there. Neither is anything from Samich. Good job on Nano to be able to recognize that opportunity to just TP out and live to fight another moment. But these mid-racks are now in serious danger.
Yeah, there's still a couple of seconds left on Grave, and Dazzle still has to sit in base, so...
I'm getting a lag spike.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
oh,
okay,
yeah,
so that wasn't just me.
I was thinking that was me for a second.
I was like, oh shit, what? That was weird. That was really weird.
Is this a Blame Ice Frog moment? I think so.
I'm not sure. I think so.
Where did we lose our Rubik?
Right here.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Just like deleted?
Yeah, there's a TA.
Yeah.
Therefore, there cannot be a Rubik.
The Rubik's body hasn't even hit the ground yet, okay? See? There it goes.
Oh, all right. I didn't see all that. That was...
But Mason able to get 587 off guard, actually, but now silenced and fingered! The screen comes out on 2! Oh no, DV able to get a great follow-up on 1. Samich gonna go down, that's a double kill. And now DV getting graved out, Nana having to retreat, and they're juking around Prime Soup very well, but the Blink is gonna be able to help him secure that kill in the end on DV. And that's gonna be a free Warlock going for them too, so this fight actually going really well in their favor. 8k experience growth for the Radiant. 3.5 for both Sophie Turner and DV. They didn't get a ton of gold out of it, but that experience is going to help kind of push things forward because, I mean, Queen of Pain is now up to level 21. Now, granted, her next big thing is hitting 25, but until then, she just needs as much as she can in terms of gold without dying.
Even when she hits 25, I don't think she's largely concerned about it, because if you look at what Sophie has queued up,
Yeah,
she's looking to
Mjolnir.
go like a more right-click build instead of the Octarine Blade Mail build. So maybe 25 isn't the most important thing in his life right now.
Well, the Maelstrom proc counts as a spell, so you get lifesteal off the lightning. So there's some value there for the level 25. Same thing with the Mjolnir procs.
Same thing as Hex procs, which is happening to Mason right now.
Yeah, Mason's getting absolutely wrecked, but he might be okay. He's able to turn the tide with his ultimate, and Enemy, great steal on the Chakram, doing substantial damage here. Turbulence trying to get out of it now. I don't know if they're going to be able to continue the pursuit. There's the jump by Enemy with the blink. And Turbulence is just going to be able to keep jumping away. And now Prime Soul, he's nearby. Blinking forward, Nana caught out of position. And the Age is actually going down just as the Grave goes off. So Turbulence is probably going to be able to come back in on this. 13 Bloodstone charges. There's the Chakram getting thrown out by 2 guys at once. And now Enemy's going to be taking some serious damage here as he tries to lift him up, put him down, blink on out to safety. And down goes the TA? What?
Yeah.
Mason's able to take him out.
It was a 3-man effort. Mason, Sophie, and DV. DV looking to keep Prime Soul locked up, gets him with the cocks.
Yeah, that Blade Mail doing a ton of damage there. BKB not really helping him out. And now Sophie Turner getting a great scream off on everybody. And so much healing is coming out for Prime Soul thanks to that big damage of that Bloodstone. Sophie Turner's going to have to disengage out of this and then come right back in. But not enough mana is really seen. She's got to get that bottle going. A couple more seconds, Prime Soul will be able to blink. That Shadow Strike. Oh no! They dropped the sentry down! They were expecting this! Sandwich is trying to do something about it, but Mason's just going in and the Warlock Golem's gonna get dropped!
The Warlum.
It's both words at once, it kind of went together. I don't know, but
like
Sophie
it.
Turner's trying to do something else, but they're fighting under their shrine now, and Saislaw is gonna try and do something. The blink is there, they have to disengage. That's the end of the fight. They need to stop. And Timbersaw's going to the top. He's trying to come in now on mid, and ooh, good Slark. Able to disjoint both the Atos and sort of any other forward effort since they don't have enough vision right now.
So your boy Slark just got a BKB.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. I think that's a really good move.
It's a move that not a lot of people like to make. They want to have all the big fun, go out and hurt people and make them feel bad items, but they never want to worry about their own well-being.
I know, I can relate. I can relate. This Warlock's sitting at 3,300, needs to proc that Midas really badly. Sophie Turner able to get out.
For now.
Oh no, there comes the Atos follow-up. Mason doing a couple quick hits on Timber. Timber's going to have to disengage from there. It's kind of curious that Warlock sitting at 3,600 gold but still hasn't even picked up like the point booster casually, because why wouldn't you? Okay, as I'm saying it.
I don't know. Just wants to make himself a target, wants to give Raiden a decent reason to walk at him instead of his cores. That'd be the only thing I can guess.
Well, I'm just talking about the management of your unreliable gold versus reliable gold. Since most of that gold was reliable because of the Midas, it would make sense to completely keep your unreliable gold at 0 so that you're not losing anything, really. But hey.
But yeah, if you do that, they don't want to hit you. They want to go hit your cores and everything, and you don't want that.
I think they're going to be paying attention for that sort of thing, like that close in.
They can't see his money. They don't even know if he has that. It's not like they have a bounty on their team.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't think we're going to have any serious issues because right now, remember, this is going to be about 15k net worth in favor for the Dire. So, I only see Doom coming. Timbersaw's sitting at 4,500 gold. He hasn't pulled out what his next big item is going to be. The danger zone is upon us.
Maybe an axe? Question mark.
Could be.
Maybe a scythe? Question mark. But that's a Scythe, assuming he hasn't seen the BKBs, which they've seen the Slark, but it was a brief glimpse, so they may or may not have looked at him.
Yeah,
Although they do see him under some wards right now. Yeah, they do see him under some wards right now.
yeah, they do. He should recognize that he's under vision because his Shadow Dance isn't on.
But he's also hitting creeps.
Even okay, now it's on there. Well, the danger zone is upon us. Let's checking out the Radiant versus Dire Vision. Radiant only have this one ward over here, giving them a little bit of extra love. Dire, meanwhile, having a pretty good control over a few different key points of the map, mostly related to, you know, shutting down this top lane of the Radiant. And they got eyes on the Roshan pit too, and Roche will be responding shortly. Clockwork's doing a good job keeping an eye on that with the Rocket Flare. So Timber did decide on the Ags.
Oh, it's a good choice. More damage, more control of an area in the team fight. Also added slow, although nobody really cares too much of using Chakram for the slow for the most part. So just a lot of utility out of that item that he can get. It's also going to couple well with the Rod of Atos. I mean, you kind of can't move when you're Atos because welcome to 7.1.
Yeah, right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you got to use a Manta or something to get out of that. But I think those changes to the Atos really changed the value of it. The root change as a whole.
Yeah.
How am I forgetting vowels now? Jeez. And it's not even like it's a different vowel. It was the same vowel twice. Whatever.
Man, far be it for me to question your command of the English language, man.
You know, sometimes it's absolutely astounding. The words that come out of my mouth on a daily basis. TA has a Hurricane Pike. I don't know if we have made any mention on that guy.
She's had it for a while, but we haven't brought it up. It's like, it's essential for her, but it's not like the game changer in what's been happening.
Yeah, they smoked up as 5. Rocket Flare just shot up there. They know that the Roshan is up. I don't think they waited long enough for the Rocket Flare to be down to start it, but they probably know that the enemy team can't realistically contest it that well. DV may want to try and do it anyway. He's sitting in a spot to get a perfect hook shot in, but he gets hexed immediately, and he's going to get shredded. Poppy goes 587, taking down DV and the Roshan, and acquiring the Aegis as well, and actually sitting with the cheese in his stash.
I think when DV took the hook, he actually only saw one person. I could be wrong, but looking from the Radiant Vision,
He didn't know about
he
Snipe
only
Slaw.
saw one person until he was halfway down the hook.
He did not know about Snislaw at all because he was smoked. And then he hooked past him into the pit.
No, I'm talking about the two in the pit. Like, I want to believe that based off of where the rocket was, he actually only saw one of them in the pit.
I thought he saw 2, but I could be wrong.
Either way, he was very bold for going in.
He didn't know about the lion.
That is true.
That is confirmed. But now DV, in a serious situation, has to stay back because Prime Soul could totally shred him apart. And he blinks forward. DV hooks right into him, though. The Warlock Golem gets dropped. And now Samich is going to be able to do some disgusting damage with this Fatal Bond. And me just trying to get out of this bad situation. He's going to go down. So will the Lion. Scream only comes out on Prime Soul, and now Nana's going to go, too. DV needs to do something here, but all of his spells are on cooldown, and Sophie Turner's been silenced out. Procs the Shrine, she dies anyway, and now Samich is going to be able to grab Ags from the base, Sophie Turner buy back in, trying to do anything to just keep the enemy team at bay, and, you know, we need Mason to do something, and he's ratting the top lane. So Sophie Turner is doing everything she can, but she's getting rooted out, and this is going to be a dieback maybe, and there it goes. Good game coming out of Sophie Turner, and Mega Creeps will probably follow that, but Samich is going to go down too, and a couple more will fall. I think they're going to leave it at a GG, yeah.
That is a GG. It kind of snowballed from the Roche. Giving them a roast, giving them a cheese. They came down, took the fight in the bottom lane. There was just nothing that really could have been done at that point. Very well played by our Dire team as they even up the score 1-1, if I'm correct. Yes, no?
Yeah, it's 1-1. We are at 1-1. So this was a great win by all of our love at local man ruining everything. Scientists baffled. So we're going to be going into game 3 of this best of 3 relatively shortly. I want to thank everybody for tuning in for this game. I am Sky. You can find me at Reach for Sky. Joined with Doggy Sandwich. You can find him at that. We'll be coming up to with the. You can find him at Doggy Sandwich. Yeah. But we'll be coming up with game 3 relatively shortly. Sit tuned, and details for joining in on the Social Sunday shenanigans, if you're interested in getting in on the next one, which will be on February 12th, will be dropped in chat shortly after this game. But we'll see you in the game 3, guys.
Bye.
All right, guys, we'll be starting this in just a second. All right. Game 3 of this series. Sandwich, did you think it was going to happen?
I didn't think it would happen at the end of game 1, but with the way things were panning out early on in game 2, I was like, yeah, we're going to go the whole 9 for this series. And here we are.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to be a full series here. More opportunity for more memes, and Win TI Kick Aui is certainly going to be trying to come at this with full force. Taking a decisive victory in the previous game, not as many throws as the first game, and hey, I think Science is Baffled could pull it out.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly believe that it will. This is going to be a really interesting game. You see some respect bans happening for the second bans. Science is Baffled don't want anything to do with another TA. Win TI don't want to see Invoker coming back from game 1. And so we're going to start this off with a very strong offlaner in the Abyssal Underlord. What do you think of that?
I like Abyssal Underlord. I think it's going to help cut down on that whole, split push tinker sort of play style that a lot of these teams are really liking to try and show and have. And the more you can kind of condense that, the more that you can try to make it so it's harder to team fight, the better for you. And I think Underlord's able to do a lot of that for physical damage, but not magic necessarily. And Lich is going to be a great hero that you can group around and is going to have a magic damage backing.
Is it going to be magic damage, though?
Are you?
This is a tournament of memes.
All right. Okay. So I know there's the talent perk on Lich where you get plus 150 damage, and he basically turns into a carry. Then, maybe.
And then the free Scotty.
Yeah, the free Scotty that does exist. But hey, isn't it like a plus 10 armor on top of it though? So it like becomes like a plus 20 frost armor perk though.
I actually don't know at all. Like, I have not touched Lich in I don't know how long. I haven't looked at him at all this patch. I should know this, but I just know that there's a meme carry build going around that's had not any kind of real success. Maybe it'll be a thing today.
I would like that. No Loon Druid. Warlock's been picked up. So Science is Baffled got some serious team fight with the Underlord and the Warlock. Now, when TI Kick Aui, they are going to have a good amount of physical damage resistance with the ice armor, and then Timbersaw's longevity obviously builds up as the game or the team fight breaks out. But I don't really know what we're going to see here for these key players, since the lockdown for the Radiant needs to kind of come out if they want to do anything to deal with this Timbersaw. And we know how the Timbersaw was last game. He was a dominating hero. Now, he fell off a little bit, lost a lot of Bloodstone charges, but the impact that he had in those team fights was a really big deal.
Yeah, it was monstrous. Quite literally chunking off halves of lives in a single swoop. I'm trying to figure out why they banned an Alchemist here. Like, I mean, yeah, Alchemist is something they could pick up, but is it that important right now,
I don't know. Like, maybe they could have been thinking around the ultra late and with them posturing with both a Lich and a Timbersaw. I mean, I could see the idea. What I'd really like to see here, though, probably... I don't really know, because we need to have some more lockdown and control. I'm not quite sure. Lion, okay.
I mean,
Huh.
you asked for it, and that's what you got.
Yeah, right?
There's a lot of things that scientists baffled could be thinking about. Because something that we kind of glossed over is that I went ahead and said this Underlord was going to be an offlaner. If you think back to game 1, they ran it as a support. So, you know, their draft is looking somewhat open right now. Not like wide open, because this Warlock is probably going to be a support, but we can't be 100% sure that this Underlord is going to be committed to the top lane at this point.
Yeah, with the amount of times they've used Underlord as a support being at least one, you know, it's a possibility that we can see it as that again.
Time?
Yeah,
The singular time?
yeah, exactly. I chose my words correctly.
You said times, implying that there's been more than one thus far. But it ain't about you. It's about this 4th pick. Probably going to a safe lane farmer.
You know, I wouldn't doubt that, to be honest. I kind of think that realistically what we're going to see here, they could grab their mid here. I mean, they've already shown face for offlane and their supports that are going to be rotating around. They're dealing with a Juggernaut as the carry. And, you know, that'll do well for the amount of magic damage coming out from when TI Kick Aui. However, I think they're going to need more lockdown for the Radiant. And I'm concerned where they're going to get it.
Hey, you know something that's been left open? A Drow.
Yeah, you're right. There
They
is a
have 2
Drow.
ranged heroes already. Sure, they're the supports, but if you have a Drow aura backing that up, you can get some pretty heavy lane dominance with that, and you don't have to go as far as tri-laning around her unless you absolutely deem it necessary.
Yeah, but they're going to grab the Shadow Fiend, and that is going to be someone that they could certainly run around a Drow Ranger also.
Yeah.
Ooh. This could be terrifying if when TI Kick Aui get a Drow next. Now, their lockdown's going to be pretty reliant on just the Lion, and I don't know if they want to necessarily commit to that. But that would be a lot of damage output for 4 cores. Yeah.
It all depends on how they want to go about it. Because if you look at a Tinker and you look at a Warlock, sure, it might not be the easiest thing to catch them, but you could go with a Yules on Shadow Fiend if you really wanted to, or a Shadow Blade, so you can initiate into the back line and put a little bit of an economic burden on the supports. You're going to have a Timbersaw diving in at him. So sure, when TI might not have the lockdown for the Radiant, but Scientists Baffle will also need to come up with their own lockdown just to stop a Timbersaw alone, you know?
Yeah.
One of the 2 ways to go about a problem. Sure, we might not have it, but we can turn it into your problem as well if you don't have it.
Faceless Voids have been removed. I think that's a good call on their part, because that would have given Scientists Baffled some pretty good control here.
Yeah, that would have just been disgusting. Like, think about that. You have a Chronosphere. What do you throw in a Chronosphere? You throw lasers, rockets, golem, fatal bonds, and a pit. Or a firestorm, excuse me. That would have been gross.
I agree. Slark band out. Last pick. Now, they've got a minute and a half of reserve time, so they could take their time on this one.
Yeah, they can pull out the whiteboard and do all the calculations, come up with a perfect formula for their team.
I know. It would certainly be something that I would think could be, let's just say, scary? Is that the right word?
You could go with that.
Okay. I don't really know what we're thinking here for our last pick for the Radiant. I'd like to see more lockdown. That's kind of where my concern is right now, you know, lockdown.
Yeah, I'm thinking just any kind of initiation, really. Because what do they have right now? They have some counter initiation. They have a lot of good counter initiation, but there's no real way for them to start a fight on their own if they see fit. And generally speaking, you usually want 2 forms of it. So
Yeah, they've got the Warlock who can act as a counter initiator. Yeah, Underlord could get a sort of grab with Pit of Malice, but that's not going to be really reliable or consistent. So they need someone dedicated for that.
I mean, even if he hits his pits like he did in game 1, which were very good, like, how do you go forth and you catch somebody with it? It's not
brief.
like he's going to be building a Blink Dagger first. He's going to be building a mech. So, yeah, my problem is, like, how do you start a fight?
There it is.
Right
Boom.
there.
Perfect. That is probably one of the best choices that they could have made here.
Good old Flappy Bat.
I haven't seen a Flappy Bat in a really long time. I'm excited for some Flappy Bat. But we got a Spectre also. That Spectre is going to have so much armor on him. He's going to be a tanky little guy.
Yeah.
Jug versus Spectre battle. Tinker versus Shadow Fiend. Timbersaw versus Batrider. I mean, I know it's not actually that way, but I like to look at it like it. But we are going to go into it. Game 3 of the second game of our best of 3 tonight versus Win TI Kick Aui versus Scientist Baffled. It's going to be some hype. Whatever amount of hype. We got it.
Now, I'm just sitting and looking at the teams. I'm sorry. I'm sitting and looking at the drafts. And I'm just liking Win TIs a lot. It's easier to execute in my mind because their lanes should do okay. Timber at the least just wants some levels. Spectre obviously wants to farm, but there's a lot of protection for her. And Shadow Fiend, he should be able to farm fairly well in the middle lane, and even if like hell freezes over and he can't, there's still going to be a lot of jungle for him to farm. Whereas for Scientist Baffled, a lot of their game rides on Batrider.
Uh-oh, Juggernaut in the bottom lane. He may get caught out. There's a full team smoke, and Snislaw was in the front, but able to get a great spin-off. Run through the tree line, and he'll be okay for the meat in the medium.
Yo,
Memes! Oh, shit. Shots fired. Tips from Thanatos.
oh, man. Well, while I'm assuming nothing else is going to happen, I'm going to go ahead and do a breakdown of the Radiant, because that's what I want to do.
Alright.
Over there, hiding behind the tier 2 tower, we have Nana on the Warlock. Mason is playing the Juggernaut, hugging his tier 1 tower right now. Sophie Turner is playing the Tinker. Enmy is playing the support Underlord. And DV bringing up game 3 on the Batrider.
Well, from Win TI, Kick Aui, we've got Snislaw on the Lion, Samich on the Lich, 587 on Shadow Fiend, Prime Soul on our Spectre, and finally Turbulence on our Timbersaw. So we've got a pretty interesting mix of things that are going to be breaking out in this game. Now, we've got a dual lane mid to get pressuring Sophie Turner, or at least in the interim. So this is going to be great for Shadow Fiend to kind of build up a little bit of early harassment, get some Necromastery souls, and we've already got 3 denies. So it's going great for him. Lich already accomplished his entire mission.
I guess, but if you look at Samich on the Lich, look at what he's skilled first to.
Yeah, I know. He got Frostblast. He got Frostblast.
Yeah. It might actually pay off right here in the top lane. Frostblast on DVD, puts the button in the face, allows Snislaw to get this done.
Prime
and
Soul
first
gets
blood.
it. Yeah.
The sick body block just enough to allow the line to come in and get the Earth Spike and get the lead, the early lead for the Dire.
Ooh, baby. So bottom lane, Turbulence is doing pretty well at staying in the lane since, you know, both Warlock and Underlord aren't really going to do a great job at zoning him out, especially since he has the reactive armor, and he's going to be relying on more so a mix of good luck with this Quelling Blade to get last hits, and also Timber Chain So, because he already has the Quelling Blade, the Atrophy Aura isn't going to be as big of a deal. Now, what you think about Mr. DV up here on the Batrider? He's got his boots now, but he could easily find himself into a bad situation like that again with, you know, numerous slows and lockdowns. But he's doing a good job here zoning and breaking off that split pull. He's got a couple sticky napalms on Sandwich. He's got 3 on him now. If he's able to get this burn off, that might be death. And with Enemy coming in here, that might be it. 4 on him, 1 more hit. Couple, oh geez, he's so close. There he goes. He's able to take him down, but now Enemy on Snislaw. That could be the end for him. 2 more, 1 more hit. DV's able to take him out, gets the experience on that. Sandwich able to finish off Snislaw in return. And yeah, all things coming up in favor of Radiant, I guess? I'm not sure. It's about even.
Yeah, I can totally agree.
Yeah, no, it's Radiant.
On
yeah.
the off-laner.
Yeah, 383 for the Radiant for gold.
Yeah, already. Well, I can't say already. Just got the Trank boots off of that. Got a little experience for the Underlord as well. That's a pretty good look for them. When you see him already up here again, he doesn't really feel the pressure of the supports. Which, I mean, if you just get 2 kills, I don't blame him. You're the bully around here.
Absolutely.
3 stacks on Nisla. Now 4, and we're going in again. We lit up.
Oh, geez. 1 more hit. Down he goes. Wow. He's able to get so many sticky napalm stacks on him. And no, DV is going to do the same thing to Prime Soul at this point. Nah, Sandwich is able to zone him out. So good on him. But, uh-oh, more sticks.
I want you to define zoning
no.
I don't think he's on him at all.
Oh, yeah. Enemy is up here, too. The Firestorm is there, but he's able to get a good magic stick off. And 587 actually killing Sophie Turner in the mid lane. But back to the top, DV and Prime Soul. 1 more hit. He hits a salve. Is he going to be okay? Yeah, he will. He's still burning just a little bit, though. 85 HP. Sandwich almost dead too. Missed that kill on 587, but he was really low. Or the kill with 587, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the all chat was about.
9.
Basically high-fiving the floor in the middle lane, but 587 comes out on top of it, having a big, about 500 gold lead in mid.
Yeah, and this is great for him, and I would expect no less since, I mean, you don't really need to worry about being able to hit. You've got raises for last hitting, really.
But yeah, having the souls just makes things so much better, especially when you're talking about going against a hero like Tinker who has okay damage. When you're out damaging him by 30 at this point in time, that's just practically unfair.
Well, Enemy is in the middle lane. I'm not sure if he's looking for a rotation in on 587, but with the creep equilibrium going more aggressive on Sophie Turner, this would be the time to do it, but I don't think 587 is playing that defensively.
No, it's really not, because I mean, at this point in time, if you look at the levels, what's the level 3 Underlord gonna do? He might have 2 points in pit, but
yeah, really nothing too much. Yeah, I agree.
You already know he has 1 in the aura, and you might have seen him do a firestorm somewhere, and that would be the green light to know that he can't really do anything.
There's a ton of action going on the top lane. I would have anticipated DV actually getting a magic stick of his own, but he's going right for the Blink Dagger, it seems. And he could probably do more killing up here if he got a little bit of help. And Underlord might be the help he needs. It's still a pretty rough fight, though, because the Batrider, if he gets locked down by the Lion, I mean, realistically, we could see him getting turned on with a good bit of burst damage coming out of, you know, both Lich and company. But DV's doing a pretty good job at zoning everyone out himself. Underlord's just kind of sitting back in the lane baiting or hoping for the bait, and here comes the Pit of Malice. There's the fire as well, and he's going to do so much damage to Prime Souls in such a brief amount of time, and same with Sandwich too. Is Enemy going to be able to finish up on 1? Yeah, he's going to go down. Now Prime Souls, he only needs to hit him like 1 or 2 times, but he just got the phase boots, so he's able to get out of this relatively easily. Just proccing that active, and now he's got another salve, so he's going to be fine. Bottom lane, yeah, 587 has an invis room. He's going to look for Nana, and Nana's going to get hit with 1, 2 strikes. And Turbulence with the chain as well is going to be the easy finish on her. Masan now in the tree line.
To get to the center of a Warlock.
Oof. 6. Just kidding. Well, DV, DV and Turbulence is going to have a little bit of a fun time party down here. This is a great rotation for DV. They might be able to try and turn this out on 587, but he has no more mana, and they aren't going to really be able to close the gap. And with line rotating down here, they need to be very careful. DV may fall. There he goes. Sophie Turner could be able to try and get some follow-up, but we do have Win TI Kick Aui disengaging, so there isn't going to be any concerns there. And now Enemy is able to kind of do a little bit of pressure and farm in the mid lane. And Prime Soul is just getting a little bit of time to free farm, which he very much needs. He's been pressured and zoned out enough in the lane.
Yeah, luckily though, Prime Soul is still in the top 4 of the net worth. He's not above his counterpart, the Jug, but it's not like he's so far down that he's under like the Radiant mid or carry. So it hasn't been the worst in the world. And by the looks of what he's bought so far, he's going to go for an early earn. So he's thinking more of a mid game build. So it's not like this is the worst case scenario here in this top lane.
So Timbersaw having a level advantage over Juggernaut is going to be a really big deal because he's going to be able to bully him a lot. And with the amount of armor that he has too, Juggernaut's ultimate is effectively negated.
Yeah, even if he can put a chink in the armor, he's going to have to find a way to stay on top of him and get the rest of it done, which is easier said than done at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
4 points in reactive armor, and like you said, Turbulence looks like he just wants to walk into the tower, slapping his poor donkey for no reason.
Oh, whoa, the courier. The llama, is he going to get the llama? He got the llama! Mid lane, Sophie Turner also going down. 587 with the double damage, double raise, and a couple right clicks. Able to finish him out, and Snice with the assist on the Earth Spike mana drain. But back to the bottom lane, Turbulence out of mana, and Enemy and Nana trying to do something. Snice-Law rotated in already. So he's a resource. He's got the stun, he's got the finger. I don't know if he's needed just yet. I don't think... Do the Radiant know he's there? I mean, they definitely do now.
Yeah, if there's any doubt about it, he just showed himself in the lane.
Well, Radiant have these 2 good wards in the front on the bottom that I didn't make mention of, since Dire Vision is going to be kind of a bit of a safety net for their mid. And that's really all they're at right now. Oh, Prime Soul's getting salved up again. He's been salved like at least 3 times this game.
I mean, as long as he's not the one buying the salves, it's okay. I mean,
I don't think it is, but that's a lot of money to be putting in on those consumables, and it looks like he's going for Urn as the next item for him. He's going for more of like a fighting style sort of approach.
Do you need me here? do you need me? You know, I'm just giving you crap, man.
Hey, I don't think that's like the best way to go about it, but hey.
What do you think about stunning the Chakram on a Jug and bottom?
That was well done, well executed. Fatal Bond doing a good amount of damage to his allies. Nope. He was able to... Oh, Finger of Death! He's gonna get... He has the mana for an Omni Slash. He should turn it. He should turn it. There's a Spectre. Old Spectre phases in. The Omni Slash connects, but he's able to walk away for just a second. Snice-Law gets the kill. 587. Invis coming bottom. Sophie Turner, the Warlock, is on him with the heals, but not enough, it seems. And now DV is there. But what? Underlord came in to take Anna home, and now 587 from Invis, using the ultimate, a couple pokes down on DV, he's going to fall. That was
a bro move right there. TP in just to save your 5-position Warlock. Oh, man. Oh, this bottom lane is a disaster right now. It's just it's a graveyard of Radiant bodies.
Yeah, it seems like any fights that break out in the bottom lane are just doomed if you're on the Radiant right now. Spectre's down here. He has the Urn finally. Turbulence well on the way for the Bloodstone. And only around 1,000 away for Lion to have a Blink Dagger.
You want to talk about blinks? 587 has a blink.
Ooh, baby. That is going to be glorious for him, but enemy is nearby. This could be bad if 587 wants to pursue. I don't think Underlord is in a good position to really contest him. With his right-click damage right now, he's basically got a DD rune at all times. But Sophie Turner's nearby. She doesn't have no more mana on him, though. What is he going to do? I guess the Underlord could feed him a mango, but that's probably more highbrow than we anticipate. But they're going in. They're going in, and me. No, he's going to get continued to just get destroyed down. Snice able to get the stun off, but now DV trying to follow up in on 587, able to finish him in with that lasso. One more right hit, down he goes. Killing spree going to him, and now Sandwich able to get the ultimate out on Hannah, and that kind of bounces around for a quick, brief moment. Then the golems dropped, and we're just going to see that swing going the other way. So good disengagement and good kill. Timbersaw is getting so close to this Bloodstone.
587 just thought he was bigger than he really was because he had an opportunity to walk away after Enemy threw the pit down. There was nothing else that could happen. That's something that you pointed out in the draft. There's very little lockdown. But he decided to turn when his two supports arrived, but the three of them just couldn't bring anybody down. Especially when they wanted to group up and get double fatal bonded and what did you call it? Warham? Wolem? I can't even think of that now.
Warham?
Warham. Okay, that's what we're going with.
Warlock Golem? I'm
actually taking that from you. I just have to get you
Warham. The Warham drop! Because it's both. Alright, wait, do we have a... Yeah, we've got Boots of Travel up on Tinker. He's going to have a Soul Ring coming up shortly after that, seems. And we finally have a little bit of global presence coming out of the Radiant, and they need this to try and build a little bit of space for their Juggernaut, because DV is doing a great job, but now they need Tinker to kind of finally come in and be able to stand toe-to-toe against this Shadow Fiend, who's really decimating his allies.
I mean, you say stand toe-to-toe to make space for the Jug, but if you look down there in the lane, if you try to look away from this fight that's happening, DV's going in and gets lit up.
Oh god, Sandwich is burning down. That rocket's gonna hit and kill. But DV got a pick. Sorta. He died for it. 1 for 1. Not worth going for your 5 for 1. And back to the bottom, Turbulence is just continuing to be a nuisance on Mason, and Sophie Turner wants to do some sort of harassment here. But he's got 1700 HP almost, so what's he really gonna do? And Timbersaw has the Bloodstone on him, basically. He just needs to disassemble his boots. Oh, and he's finding a regen too. Look at that. It's Lord Gaben's Christmas.
With the way this game is right now, disassembling might be the hardest part of getting that Bloodstone.
He did it, though. Look at him. He's a trooper.
We should look at his top lane.
No. End me. He's probably going to go down. Spectre came in to get a little bit of love at the end. And some earn charges to boot. And did 587 just use his ult? No, it looked like he wanted to, or I heard the sound at least. Clearing out the trees. We do have the Lich ult online. He could be looking for a good opportunity. And Warlock Golem is online as well. All ults are ready, basically, except no finger. And, whoa, we have the Golem dropped and the Lich ult out as well. But that Lich ult is bouncing like crazy. Not going to connect on my sound, but both Prime Soul and the Warlock is going to go down at this point. And now it's coming back to Snislaw, trying to follow up with any damage. He doesn't get the stun out, but it is going to be the Underlord that's able to get out safely. Sandwich is extremely low too, so like lots of fight, lots of spells, lots of big plays being made, but only a couple kills that the Radiant are really able to see from it. The Dire just narrowly avoiding some of these things.
You say a couple, they only got one from it, and even though it was a big kill on the Spectre, they either have to get more or they can't lose as many casualties in the Crossfire for it to pay off in the end.
Oh no, bottom lane, Sophie Turner getting hit with that fish and then spanked around just a little bit. And Prime Soul's going to try to finish him off. Earn is dropped. He's using the rearm, but I think it's going to be too late at that point. He's going to go down. Snislaw picking that up in the end. Turbulence is looking for it. I think this is kind of scary if you're a Pit Lord. And if you're a Warlock. Timbersaw's up to 16 Bloodstone charges. What do you think is going to happen top lane? I think 587 is going to go in on Mason, and then bad things are going to happen.
Especially since we got the blink.
Oh, Hex! He hexed the
Steve.
creep! Rip! Steve!
God, Steve.
No! Steve! Oh,
I mean,
no.
it's better Steve than Mason, but man.
Yeah, I know. Hilarious. 587's going to have a Yule's coming online in a moment, so more movement speed. He's going to be able to do that OG setup where you use the enemy, and then you just drop the Requiem right underneath them, and then you get 100% of that soul damage come out.
Yeah.
Oh, so silly. But that's also going to help for getting rid of Mischance and Shadow Word, so both of those are purgeable. Bat Rider shenanigans, you can purge that too.
Hey, speaking of Bat Ride, this is what I've been trying to fit in. Have we mentioned that he has his Blink Dagger?
I saw it up in the feed. I don't think we've talked about it, but now he's getting turned on by Snislaw, and Snislaw is going to be the one feeling the pressure. Bat Rider jumping back in, grabbing the Turbulence away, and Snislaw on the retreat. Sandwich has the Lich ult ready. He may drop it out. DV continuing pressure. There's the Lich ult drop. Only hitting DV, though, and down goes a Shadow Fiend at this point, but also Bat Rider, too. Snislaw living just barely. He still has the Finger of Death, and he's going to be able to not connect! The Blade Fury! Well executed on his point. We've got the Firestorm dropping, and there's the Warlock Golem drop. Down he goes. The Fatal Bond also not really doing anything in the end. Sophie Turner may try to help end me here, but Prime Soul is doing so much damage, and I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about that in the end. Neutral Creep Deny! Woo! That's sick. That's always an MVP moment. Creep MVP. Uh-oh.
Haunt back in.
Haunt is coming back in. Yeah, they want to keep going in on the Juggernaut. And with Turbulence jumping down here and the Shadow Fiend also, Nana's going to drop, and Turbulence is rare. Sophie Turner wants to do something, though. They might be able to get Turbulence out of it, and DV is going to try to continue the pursuit. 2 more seconds for a blink forward. There he comes with the sticky Napon, and he'll be able to just continue using his chain to get out of here. And Snislaw able to retreat out of combat with just 15% HP at this point. But no, it's not dead and done. Enemy is trying to come in here, and with a couple ticks of burn, he's going to live at like 40 HP.
Oh, man. And the scientists are showing that they want to quickly regroup and go with this top tower, but Snislaw looking around, he sees Mason. He's not trying him again. He's already seen Mason's reaction time, so he's not trying to test it again.
Mason's like, all right, hit that finger again. 0.25 second difference before it hits. I got that. Yeah, 0.25 seconds. That's some reaction times. Or dumb luck. Who knows, you know? But Enemy is... I think he'll be okay, but Snislaw wants this. Turbulence is blinking forward, and it might be the Juggernaut that's actually able to turn the tide. His Omni Slash is ready. Lion has fallen. Now Sandwich throwing out the Lich ult is going to get a lot of damage out there, but not really getting a kill just yet. Shadow Fiend's nearby. He has 36 souls. This will be a good ultimate if he's able to land anything here. And with that healing ward there, they really need to try and prioritize dropping that before anything happens. And here's the Shadow Fiend ultimate, doing tons of damage on Mason, but not really getting a kill. And DV's going to be able to TP out of this in the end. And now Mason on the retreat, not able to do anything. He's going to fall. Sophie Turner, he's nearby, trying to do anything he can with these heat-seeking missiles. And he's just going to go home with Enemy. So they're able to just disengage from that fight, take it for what it's worth, get that exchange, and get out of it. We've been pretty much consistently sitting at like this 6k dire advantage for like the last 10-15 minutes now.
Well, that sounds about right.
And if we're taking a quick update on the items before anything else crazy may come underway, Juggernaut did just get Yasha. Bat Rider is nearing in on his Force Staff. And Spectre purchased his Radiance recipe. Is he close to the Radiance? He's at 2,500, so not too far away, but kind of uncommon to see the Radiance recipe pick up first. Sophie Turner needs to be careful. Snislaw is invis and hunting for him. And that Aether Lens is going to come into handy soon for him. Just get that Finger of Death from long range action. Uh-oh. Is Snislaw want it? Let's think about it. This whole team's nearby. The Dire are kind of pincering in. Oh yeah, they want Sophie Turner. They want Sophie Turner. There's the Hex coming out of everybody. Prime Soul is popping his ultimate as well. There's the Finger, finally. And he's going to go down. That's a lot. That was a good amount committed, though, you think?
All that was started with the Invis rune, and, you know, the scientists were thinking about counter-initiating, coming back in, but Mason was on the top lane. TP was still on cooldown, and they think better of it. Just going to cut it off where it is right now, the dead Tinker.
You like that 587 is going for an Ags? I mean, I guess that's the best way to synergize directly off of the Yules.
Yeah, like if you have Blink Yules, you're showing that you're going to be making a lot of play off of your ult. So why not make your ult stronger, make it more resourceful? I think it's a pretty decent decision. I mean, sure, you would think why not build into a Scotty or something to make him tankier, but he has a Lich. He has a Lich, and there's only one huge, well, I can't say one huge magic source of damage, but there's one huge physical source of damage, and that's like his immediate threat right now. And that would be the Jug. So as long as they leave the Jug alone, or he leaves the Jug alone and take out one of the magic sources of damage, he'll be okay until he gets something else.
So Turbulence has both a Hooded Defiance and a Blink Dagger online now.
That's the guy you send after the magic people.
That's the guy you just send through the whole squad. Doesn't even matter at this point. He's going to have both armor and regen, but... Oh, 587 is maybe going to get picked off here. Able to use himself up at 20 HP, but Mason able to get that one strike in at the end. And the Finger of Death coming out from Snislaw, able to end Me's life.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you go for that build.
Oh, Warlock Golem's going to drop the rock, and Turbulence is going to have to chain out of here. I think they're going to disengage here, but are they going to continue to try and push their buttons? It may be the case. Tinker going back to home for just a moment. The Golem getting fed. Spectre has a Radiance, and his ultimate's ready.
Somebody had to be sacrificed so that they may live on and put up this base defense. Ooh.
Might be Sandwich.
Half his life.
Oh, he uses the smoke to try and move a little bit faster, but he blinks forward, and he might be able to take him down. Here comes the Spectre ultimate. He is everywhere, yet nowhere. I think Thanatos is going to be A-OK. Sophie Turner able to get out, but Omni Slash from the Juggernaut able to take out the Spectre with relative ease. And now Timbersaw cut in a rough position, but he has 20 Bloodstone charges, so he's regenerating really quickly. And now DV.
That's 17 sticks.
DV is going to have to disengage from this, and Mason's healing up, and he just got his Diffusal Blade from the Courier, so this could be a good opportunity for him to try and push his buttons and take out the Timbersaw, but 587 has now returned to the fight, and he's ready for action, I think. He almost has all of his souls back.
Yeah, he's just going to have to do a lot better not to get caught out like that again. That was the catalyst of everything. It's a little too far. Didn't have any ice armor on him, and quite literally just got blown up. So yeah, the thing about his build right now is that he can't frontline in any capacity. Like, he has to let Turbulence go in first on the Timber, or even let Prime go in first, although that's not the ideal scenario. And he has to come in and catch something from behind. And at that point, the only thing that 587 really has to make sure doesn't happen, that he doesn't get picked off by DV's Batrider.
Well, 587, I think, has his Ags on the Courier coming to him now. So we're going to expect another big power spike there. Ultimate basically, I mean, doing more than doubling in damage. Let's be real. Because you're going to be increasing in souls, and then it's going to hit twice on top of it. So what is that, like 125, 30% increase in damage in your ultimate? Something like that?
He's gonna hit harder. That's all we need to do. Math is scary. Let's not go there.
Yo, math is so important in Dota, and it is very scary, but hey, sometimes it's that arithmetic that will sometimes lead a little bit better than just straight intuition. Knowing what your damage output's going to be before you go into a fight is an advantage for you, because then you know how far you can take it. Because think about it this way. 46 souls is the new magic number, right?
Okay.
Or is it 44? I think it's 46. Each soul is going to do 160 damage, right? So we're going from I'm gonna learn you some maths now, sort of ish, because we got this pause here also, conveniently enough. Yeah, so 46 is our max, 160 per. So we're doing 7,360 damage before magic damage reductions with the Shadow Fiend ultimate, while not also considering it coming back in. That's if he hits you point blank.
All right.
He's going to one-shot anyone, basically. But Lich will come in out on Enmi and Mason. They're fighting underneath the shrine, though, so that shrine might be advantageous for him. And it looks like they're going to be able to disengage off of it relatively easily for the Radiant. But now the Dire are going to have to wonder what's happening, because he just got popped. And Prime Soul's coming in with his ultimate as well, and he's going to chase him down with that Radiance burn. And now we're going to see a wipe for the Radiant. The Dire are going to be able to be on a spree, and Big Dog plays, says Sandwich, as they're able to continue just pressing forward.
I mean, what's so sad about that is that Turbulence just blinked into two of them, just like blatant disregard for his position on the map, and he got caught. And instead of him dying under their shrine, all the scientists got wiped off the face of the earth.
Absolutely ridiculous. Timbersaw's going to have his Ags coming to him relatively soon. And what's this for Prime Soul? He's got a Yasha. Manta's nearby too. So they're taking down these melee racks. Are they going to be able to get the range racks? No, they're going to back it out. And I think that's a smart move to make, considering that Tinker's about to come online. And everyone else was really there too. What's the move for the Radiant here? They got to get some serious pick-push sort of potential, it kind of seems to me.
Pray.
Yeah, pray. Okay. I take it. I take it.
I mean, realistically, the biggest problem right now is that in the early... Well, let's look over here at Prime denying himself 2 creeps. See, you have to pray. Pray that they don't get lucky breaks like that. Wow.
What sort of RNG do we got here? Like, holy. Prime Soul. Oh,
but realistically, they have the means to keep the lanes off of their towers, or at least 1 or 2 of them where they're not.
Mason on Turbulence. This is a fight for the ages, and Juggernaut might be the one to fall. Turbulence trying to escape, but now going back in on Mason, as it seems. Lots of heal coming out from Enemy for his allies, but the double Chakram is going to be overwhelming for him, and he's going to just get destroyed at this point. 587 using the ultimate for a second, canceling it out. DV will probably be able to escape from this, but bottom lane, Lion is continuing to apply pressure on Tinker. Note that they did this nice Tinker ward in the tree line also, and opposite the mat, Nana ends up falling to 587.
Yeah.
So
like the best they can do at this point is to just try to keep 1 or 2 of the lanes off of the tier 3. So they're about to lose this tier 2 tower. There's no question about it.
Yeah, tier 2 and the shrines, they're gone.
Yeah, if they can keep 1 or 2 of the lanes off of them and force win TI to only push down a lane, they can defend that tower from high ground. Because I mean, look at what they have. They have so much wave clear.
Sure.
They've got machines. They've got Firestorm. They've got Firefly if they want to use that. It's just they have to hold off and get a little more bank in the Tinker and Jug's pockets so that they can actually take an engagement. Or if they can somehow find them slipping and pick them off one by one, that's a good way to go about it. But the thing about that is they cannot go on Timber. Timber's too tanky for them right now, which they've seen 2 times.
They keep going on Timber too. I don't understand it. They got to recognize that he has to just get controlled and ignored. And that's hard to do. So, realistically, there isn't much that they can do aside from hope to ignore him and have BKBs and things like that.
Okay, let me ask you this honest question, all right? Hit your net worth button.
Oh, I did. Right? It was last time I looked at around 18, and now it's past 20.
No, I mean the individual one, not the whole team one. Now, I want you to tell me with a straight face that you're able to ignore the highest net worth.
No, you can't. But the only way you can do it is with a BKB. But that negates all of his damage, though. So you basically can ignore him if you have a BKB for at least those 10 seconds. Now, granted, they haven't really worked in that sort of direction, and it may be too late by the time that they have the sort of resistance to deal with that type of magic damage. They don't have a pipe. They just got the mech. I mean, the Guardian Greaves is what he's queued up to get next, too. It won't matter that the Bat Rider has Blink Force. It won't matter that the Juggernaut is going to have a Manta in like a couple hundred gold, because the magic damage is going to persist through it all and just destroy them. Now, Tinker just got this Axe, so that's going to be sweet for trying to deal with the counter push, and that might help them until MKBs come online, or BKBs of their own.
But that's if he's able to do it, because the Timber just picked up a Scythe.
Exactly.
Turbulence just casually walks up to high ground. It's like no cares in the world.
He loves being a raid boss. I mean, who wouldn't? This is like the most fun you can have as Timbersaw when you get to around this point. Because what? He gets a pipe, he gets Boots of Travel level 2, and then he just laughs at everybody. The Tinker March, it persists. It might be hard for the Dire to break the base. When TI Kick Aui are going to have to figure out how they're going to approach this. Because, I mean, I kind of envision it being on both a Lion Jump, a Radiance, Spectre ult, and a Ultimate, or at least Initiation from the Shadow Fiend at the same time. Like, all those things in unison. Because, like, they don't really have any, like, concise, like, team fight initiation for this sort of thing. Like, lockdown control, like, that sort of direction.
Yeah, I get you. This goes back to what you said earlier on, or what we both said earlier on. It seems like initiation just isn't one of the key things to have around here. Not in way of what people have been drafting, but if you take a look, they're actually smoking the middle lane.
Spectre ult shows everybody. They get the Finger of Death off on Tinker, and he's able to get Force Staff back out of the fray. Prime Soul tries to go in, able to get the laser off on everybody. Nana dies, but able to get the Golem off in the meantime. They may get this ranged Rax, but the Juggernaut doing so much damage with this Omni Slash, but it won't be enough, really, because they're able to get the Rax in the end. Timbersaw still going ham and a half. DV will fall, and there goes the Juggernaut. Has to buy back immediately, and now Sophie Turner's are going to need to come in here and do some serious damage here with that laser, but he's getting sheeped out by Timber. So he's going to go down, forced to buy back immediately. Mason jumping back in. Only one more diffusal charge left on him. They need to try and deal with the Shadow Fiend, but he's got a Lincoln Sphere, so it's much more difficult than earlier on. And Spectre's going to just continue to just try and chip away at the base. Timbersaw's going to take out this Jug. Look at this Jug. A couple more hits and he'll go down. 200 HP, and he bought back. He might die, but Sophie Turner's trying to do anything he can. There he goes. Down goes that buyback Jug.
Yeah, and that's...
So now we're at 30k. Over 30k.
Oh, we're over 30k today?
Wait, was I looking at the right thing? Yeah, we're over 30k. Yeah, we're over 30k.
Man, would you just look at Turbulence real quick? After all that, he finally decided it's just time to leave after wreaking havoc for like 2 minutes straight.
He's like, yo, no big deal. 33 Bloodstone charges. What's up? 50, almost 50 HP regen. Oh, jeez. I mean, he gets all those reactive armor stacks up, and it's silly. But just from these Bloodstones, ooh, baby.
Hey, DB saw Prime Soul. He didn't want to go at him though. Thought better of him because of what's happening.
Oh
in the middle
no,
lane.
it's a disaster. That's the GG. Well played coming out of Enemy and Mason. And it looks like Win TI, Kick Aui are gonna be able to take it 2-1 in this series.
That was a fun one.
Yeah, that was
The
pretty
roller
clown
coaster.
mode. Absolutely, I agree. You know, all kind of snowballing off of an interesting mishapped game where we were unable to queue due to disconnects and some slight drama over hero skilling. But this was a super fun series to not only watch but cast, and I appreciate you, Mr. Doggy Sandwich, being here with me. So anyone tuning in, please drop Doggy Sandwich a follow on Twitter. You can also check me out at Reach4 SKAI. But a special thanks to First Blood for hosting the third Social Sunday Tournament Series. And with that, Win TI, Kick Aui are going to be going into the final best of three. So we're going to be seeing them and Nyan Cats going into the final series. All right. Here we go, Mr. Doggy Sandwich. It has been a night of Dota to remember. And, you know, we are finally into the finals. And I couldn't be happier to see these two teams in front of us. How about you?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. They've been
We saw craziness out of both of these guys. Yeah.
the Nyan Cats leading us off with their 2-0 victory against adults only, and then when TI Kick Aui came through a Watergate scandal of a game to persevere 2-1 in their series. And here we are in the Grands.
Oh boy, I'm excited. It's going to be a hell of a game, and we know that these teams have been watching some of the previous games since Nyan Cat actually banning out Timbersaw after seeing Turbulence's performance in 2 games back-to-back. So, you know, that makes perfect sense that we would see it banned here.
I mean, even with that, it's the kind of hero that maybe they don't play heroes that work around it, but this is the first time we've got to see this guy in a long time.
Yeah, that's right. I'm so hyped. So we were talking about how Ember Spirit had been first banned out a few times, and I think it was banned out against Nyan Cats specifically. But was there anything where there was any banning in the TI Kick Aui and Scientist Baffled series?
No.
Okay, so we were reflecting on earlier in the game because that had to have been a hero, or excuse me, comfort hero specific pick, because that's what I mentioned, because I wasn't sure why someone would want to like ban that one specifically. And it's got to be that. Yeah.
Because you don't want to play Invoker against it. That's the typical answer. Because Invoker is the go-to answer against an Ember Spirit. So if you're not going to play the Invoker, you kind of don't want to let him have the Ember Spirit, because in that case, Ember's kind of good.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Ember Spirit's a pretty sweet guy.
And don't know how good he's going to be doing against Shadow Demon Slardar. That's 2 very strong opening picks, not really seen too often with each other, but they work very well. Because, I mean, you still can get the effect of both of them. You still get the high burst damage from the Slardar, and he has a setup from the Shadow Demon if he needs it. And Shadow Demon can amplify the damage even more with Soul Catcher, something that's not talked about him too much. But what you feel about this guy, Bad Don DZ?
Yo, you know I love my main man, Abaddon. The curse of Avernus is upon us, my friends. The way that Abaddon can counter in these games is going to be absolutely ridiculous, because Slardar crushes someone, nope, there's a shield. Shadow Demon gets a ton of Shadow Poison ticks on somebody, is about to try and kill him. Oh, did that shield just dispel all those Shadow Poison ticks? Oh, so sorry. You know, like, that is just going to be amazing to see. I don't know about how much you like this guy.
Does it purge all Soul Catcher?
No.
Whoa.
I'm pretty sure it does not. I am pretty sure that is a hard dispellable that cannot... Wait, no, it does. It does purge off Soul Catcher. It purges off all of it. Okay, it purges it all off. It does not purge Demonic Purge. I think that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, it's one of the harder disables, and quote-unquote disables, like a soft disable.
Ooh, OD isn't banned out, so we're going to get to see him this game. I'm excited about that one. Now, what are we going to have to see from Nyan Cat to try and counteract on that?
Sniper.
Well, I mean, they can't really run Ember mid against him.
Sniper.
Well, you're not entirely wrong.
TA. But Sniper. They could also pick Nyx, not specifically to run against OD, but Nyx is very good against OD throughout the game. It's a target that you can't astral, and you can't astral anybody around the Nyx, or else OD will get stunned when they come out of the imprisonment.
So Nyan Cat are going to go for the Ogre Magi, and I think that's a pretty strong selection for them, just to have all these front runners that can kind of run up and do some damage. But Now we're going to be looking at all these melees that are going to get kited around by a Slardar running super fast, a Shadow Demon that's going to have Demonic Purge, an OD who, first off, is going to be ranged, and then he's going to be able to astral other people out and run off on his merry. And the way that Win TI Kick Aui are drafted here is very much so in favor of them getting a Kunkka as another support pickup, or as a core, or doing anything like... I was just about to get there too. Anything that can have an easy setup for Shadow Demon or OD. And there's, like, that's a glorious setup for so many people. How about a Pudge? Let's throw a Pudge in there. Why not?
I don't know so much about Pudge. Mirana could give you a lot more benefit. I didn't think, there you go. I didn't think of Kunkka first, but Kunkka would have actually worked very well with the setups and more specifically having catch for the Ember. But like,
exactly, that was kind of my thought process.
You have Disruption, you have Astral Imprisonment. They let you have both of those. That literally screams, pick Mirana.
10 seconds remaining.
There's not much of a reason to take anything else at that point. She's still so good.
Reserve time.
Now, they could still pull a Kunkka out with Win TI Kick Aui. I don't think it's out of reason with what their draft is composed of right now. And it would still provide really good catch for the Ember. And Abaddon cannot purge off the X marks the spot. And that is a really big deal. Because there aren't a lot of things that you can do about X mark the spot with the type of team that they have here.
Okay, but while Nyan Cat takes a punch,
Okay.
I mean, I'm just assuming this is a support Pudge and an off-lane Abaddon. Which,
yes, that's my thoughts.
Okay, but you won't Win TI Kick AUI to still take a Kunkka. You think it's reasonable? I don't think so, because how are they going to lane that?
I don't know what anything is anymore. I don't know what anything is anymore.
No, I'm thinking they still need to be looking for a safe lane farmer. It can or cannot take up a great amount of room. It depends on what they want. Something like Slark. Slark would be pretty decent.
For Win TI?
Yes.
Yeah.
It'd be decent.
What do you think about those 4 melee lineup from Nyan? Do you think that they need something that kind of ties it together and as a ranged character that kind of unites them as an idea? Because right now, I don't really see any synergy.
As long as Pudge can hit the hooks, everything will be fine. Isn't that how all Pudge games are?
I guess so. I just don't see the synergy. That's my thing.
Yeah, they need reliable catch. They have initiation, they have hooks, they have an Ember going in if they really want to go that way, but it's another scenario where they don't have somebody to reliably go in and say, this is how we're going to start the fight. At the same time, they can kind of just walk as a now 4-man gung-ho squad, and it's kind of hard to go into them because that's a lot of beef to work through just to get to the Ember Spirit.
Sven banned out of here, and we're going into the final ban for Nyan Cats. And, I mean, I can kind of see where Kick AI's head was at with the Sven ban, because if they just kind of group up and just decided to want to just run in at you, that's kind of scary. I won't lie if they had a Sven kind of rustling them all around, but I still don't know what would be the deciding hero to kind of unite them as a squad. Are they going to get an Invoker in here or something like that?
We said for Nyan Cat, right?
Yeah.
Safe lane Ember run a Shadow Fiend?
I don't know. Their draft is just in a corner, I think. And I'm not sure how they get out of it.
Sniper's still looking pretty good.
Sniper could be good for them. I don't know.
I'm just thinking of ranged mid laners. Or just ranged carries, actually, but ranged mid laners.
Yeah, Wind Ranger wouldn't really be that good.
No, don't say her name. I love Windrunner, but you don't play her right now.
I know, I wish. Yeah, there's Ho Ho Ha Ha. Okay,
there you go.
That probably was their best choice in the pool, and that's 4 annoying people that are just going to face rush at the enemy team that the sniper can hide behind. And I think Phantom Assassin is a good, well-rounded mix for Kick Aui. I mean, without like jumping into it without too much info for show. Now,
Another
yeah.
one at a time where I'm looking at the lanes again, thinking about how everything can go down. This middle lane is actually going to be hard for OD unless the supports sit with him.
Well, if the Ogre decides to roll in and burn off a lot of his initial HP mana to pressure their mid, like we've seen in other games, then it could be certainly a really difficult lane for the OD.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm thinking about. Like, Sniper is one of the few heroes that can just stand up to OD fairly well. And it's not literally stand up to him, but it's stand in position to where OD can't be the oppressive mid that he is. And then you talk about an Ogre who's going to run in and sacrifice his mana just to get in there and slap him as well. That will probably force one, if not two of the supports just to sit in mid and ensure that OD doesn't get put so far behind. But by doing so, where does the Pudge go?
Well, without too much breaking out, since we have our teams rolling out, I'll give you a quick rundown of the Dire, as they are grouped up as 5. When TI Kick Aui have smoked up, we've got 587 leading the charge on Outworld Devourer, Turbulence right behind him on the Slardar, Snislaw, Support Marana, maybe Core, we don't know just yet, Sandwich on the Shadow Demon, and Prime Soul on the Phantom Assassin.
On the other side of the river, we have Tensai playing the Sniper, Yogerty playing the Ogre McGee, Siren playing Abaddon, Boss on the Pudge, and Insanity playing Ember.
But we've already got a little bit of chaos going on in the bottom. Boss actually pulling Turbulence back and not Tensei to safety. Tensei hooking his own team's hook. And that's first blood.
Well, so about that hard middle lane.
Right. Well, Slardar is sitting at 900G, and he's going to be pretty happy about that. And it looks like Sandwich wants to still rotate in on the mid with Snislaw and try and get an early kill, because it's going to be Ember Spirit mid against OD.
Huh. Well, let's see how long this Ember Spirit lasts over here, especially favoring the bottom side of the lane, where the supports are. Yo, the double setup?
No, the arrow didn't connect on anything. 587, unfortunately not able to do much there except throw a few right clicks Insanity's way to kind of pressure him out. But Yagerty did a good job coming in at 587 at the same time as Nicelot and Sandwich are going in on Insanity. So that was a pretty silly sort of thing to have it all kind of pan out. But this is only going to favor, I'd say, Mr. Abaddon in the top and ho-ho-ha-ha against the Slardar.
Yeah, there are 5 heroes in the middle lane over there, man. That's
it's just some
that's
time being
going
wasted.
on.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of high ground vision here for the Dire, so they know about Yagerty and they know where he's rolling, but he has sentries to counter it out if he's fortuitous enough to drop a sentry in the mid lane. But he's got no more mana, so I think Yagerty's going to need to be kind of safe here. 587 is going to salve up a little bit. He'll be okay. I want to take a look at this Abaddon. So Siren is going up against a Phantom Assassin, and now the Marana has shown face in the lane. And I think this lane really puts favoritism on Abaddon as long as he gets his magic wand relatively soon, which we know he's building towards, which you can see. And then, gets his boots and just gets a little bit of movement behind him, because he's going to do a really strong fight potential against the PA, because when PA throws out the dagger, there's going to be that slight slow proc, which he can purge with his shield, of course. And also, Abaddon burst damage against PA is ridiculous, since PA isn't really going to have a big HP pool.
Okay, so let me ask you what happens if we throw a Shadow Demon in this mix.
I don't know if they have enough follow-up damage to kill him, And I guess it would depend if the shield is on before or after on the level of shield, because right now we're at a level 2 shield. Yagurdi is up here on Sandwich also. Now, he doesn't have Curse of Avernus to keep Sandwich slowed, but there is the Ignite in the interim, and they're going to be able to do some considerable damage here, throwing out the Miscoil as well, and Yagurdi will be able to drop him down. So, I guess if they throw in a Shadow Demon, they'll eat him.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Sandwich just stepped a little too far in the top lane, showed himself under the tower as Yagurdi just happened to be passing by, and that gave him the green light to turn and burn on him, chop him down.
Uh-oh, mid lane. Pudge smoked up with the Arcane Rune. Hook connects on 587. 587 now forced to have to Astral Imprison out the Pudge. Insanity wants to follow up in there, but not really going to be able to do anything. And Boss just going to kind of shrug it off, and Yagurdi will just continue to rotate around, unfortunately unaware of this Observer Ward pointing out all of their movements. And Insanity is still doing tons of damage on 587, and Sandwich is going to kind of phase him out to try and help him.
There's so many people getting removed from the screen over here in the middle lane. This is the no fun
Well,
zone.
now it's the Sandwich that's in the no fun zone. He's taking the Ignite and a couple clicks straight to the face. Ogre with that club, and 587 getting hit with the hook! They were able to face rush right on into him. The TP used and canceled by the Mirana, recognizing she really wouldn't have been able to do anything if she came in there. And, oh
He could have
god,
came in there and fed another kill.
it would have been tasty, but hey, not the side of the thing that you really want to do in the finals of Social Sunday. So Tensei versus Slardar. Slardar 13-2, trying to actually do this against Tensei. He found a good opportunity with this sprint, but not able to follow up in with the crush. And now Tensei is actually turning it up in on Turbulence. May break the salve on him. Yeah, he will. Not able to do any sort of kill in the end. I don't know. This Pudge is just like such an unpredictable thing that we have in this game now.
Why do you say unpredictable?
Hey, I mean, he is hitting his hooks.
Yeah.
He's
not going to be able to hit one here in the bottom lane because he's standing under a ward, but
Yeah, that's true.
Boss is playing a hero that actually gets played quite often now, both at a competitive and a casual level, and he's showing why.
So Insanity doesn't have any vision on this, I guess, Shadow Demon Rana, who were there previously, but now they're rotating back up to the top lane, and Abaddon's pretty low on mana. He's only going to have one more Aphotic Field after this, but I don't think they have enough kill potential, but we'll see. Phantom Assassin continuing to be aggressive here. That's not going to be the last shield for Abaddon. He has a magic wand after the fact, and there'll be plenty of build-up. The arrow off the mark, and there's a rotation of Ogre up here too. Magic wand connected. He'll have the shield to be able to use in another second if he wants to. He will have more mana for the kill oil for the deny if he wants to try and take it down fighting. One coil, you can do it, deny yourself! He's going to be okay. He could shield if he wants to, and he will. And he's safe. Well played on Sale, and good rotation for Yagurdi. And actually, Insanity able to get a solo kill on 587 in the mid lane. Uses all three of his fire remnants to secure that kill. But doing a ton of burst damage in a very brief amount of time. 844 in basically a couple seconds. So it wasn't like Odie was like weak or out of position. Well, he could have been out of position, but...
Yeah, I wasn't looking there just yet. I was looking in the top lane with you. But the big thing to point out was the fact that Insanity is level 6 before 587 hit his, and that's how he had the opportunity to even get the kill one-on-one. A lot of that came off of the back of all of the harassment from the Ogre and some of the cameo appearances by Boss on the Pudge. Speaking of which, we're probably going to have another one. There are, again, 6 heroes around this middle lane.
Yeah, it's really kind of silly, the amount of attention that's being put on the mid lane, but I think they recognize how important it is at the same time, since both Insanity and 587 are kind of the forces to be reckoned with in this game, and a little bit of counter vision. Good for them. They were anticipating something, but nothing really there. OD actually went for an early raindrop.
Yeah, that's something that's very useful against the Flame Guard.
Absolutely.
Although you
Searing
will lose
Chain too.
Huh?
Searing Chain too, of course.
Searing Chain as well. Although, with the way things have been going, he's going to lose a charge here and there from Ignite if it happens. Ooh, mid.
Oh no, arrow
Astral
connecting
and
in
the
on
arrow.
Insanity. Snislaw gonna try and do something here. He's able to blast away twice! He has a Fairy Fire, doesn't really, yeah, he ate it. He's okay now. Sandwich is in a terrible spot. He's gonna be able to get killed with the Fire Blast, but now 587 facing him out, and Boss not gonna have exactly the right hook opportunity in front of him.
He had the opportunity, but when what happened for it, whichever removal happened first, he didn't have mana at that point. And then when 587 did the Astral, he stood in front of him, which actually would have threw his life away if Boss wanted to take it, but Boss didn't shoot the J.
Well, I think Shadow Demon would have had another disruption following up after that, so it probably wouldn't have been so
there's no way, 'cause it
simple.
was chained
Now
just
Sandwich
like
is going
this.
down, though. He got hit with the hook. The disruption was wasted. Just loving that flesh heap.
Can we see how many he has? We can't see how many he has.
No, I think it's going to be like 2 or 3. You could probably tell by his stats. I mean, he's 2-0, so it's probably 2. But bottom lane,
Check out the bottom
Tensei,
lane.
he's going to be able to pop him with that ultimate sandwich. If he got that disruption, that would have certainly been a save. Unfortunately, off the mark. And now Snislaw is sitting in the top lane farming as Phantom Assassin has finally healed himself up to regain his rightful place as carry. Ooh, you check out that Pudge with that invis in mid?
I am now.
And Abaddon is nearby, and oh, he's just going to sit on top of him with the Rot. The Astral, it's hitting, it's going to do a good amount of damage. I don't think the follow-up's going to be there. Shadow Demon facing him out for a second on top of it. And a couple more strikes, and the OD will fall, and there he goes. Arrow, barely off the mark. Boss able to connect on him. Siren getting a double kill in the end. A couple more hits, and Siren, yes, that will be a final kill for them. Snislaw will go down, as will Boss. What a kill for them. 1 for 3 trade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
760 gold in favor for the Radiant. A lot of XP swinging too. 4K in Radiant favor, and it's just going up from there, it seems.
Yeah, because like if you take a look at the top lane, anytime that this PA is trying to farm, somebody is interfaced.
Oh god,
Well, I
Yagami
guess
and
at this
Siren
point
are on
they're
top of
interfaced
him.
killing her.
Yeah, Curse of Avernus doing a ton of damage at this point. If he had the shield, oh, he's able to get him. He's able to burn down. Down he goes.
So yeah, you have that happening in the top lane, your PA having her farm contested, having her life contested, and then flip the script to the other side of the world. And Tensei, he's playing PvE, man. Like, sure, Turbulence is down here every now and then, but there's not a whole lot he can really do.
Ember Spirit has his Veil of Discord online. He's going to be working towards his Boots of Travel. This is a pretty big damage spike for him, and with them having the Ogre, which is a substantial amount of magic damage on top of Pudge Rot, I could see this being a pretty big deal once we get a team fight in front of us, but at
Top
this
lane.
point, oof, top lane, Siren, he's going to go down. His killing spree has ended. Snislaw with the negative earn on him will fall too. So Siren actually recouping that loss a little bit in some regard, and Ogre may be getting some of that experience.
Yeah, and that trade happened because they did the combo, they did disruption in the arrow, but Nicelot missed the arrow again. He's been very inconsistent with it, or very inaccurate. Because I can't say inconsistent, because sadly he has been consistently missing it, but that would have saved his life at that point.
And well, OD pinging out that he wants to go to the shrine. Boss is now in a terrible position. Snislaw, no! There's a Shadow Demon too. Arrow doesn't connect on Tensei, but now he's going to get hit with the crush. Snislaw will be able to follow up with a lot of follow damage from Starstorm. A couple more hits and he will fall. Pudge has been removed from the fight for just a brief moment, and it's just going to be a couple arcane orbs in his face. But now we've got the Dismember, and with Amber Spirit coming in from downtown, he's able to pop all 3 of them. Double kill, Siren getting a kill too. That is 4 of them. Pudge lives. 4-man kill. What a rotation coming out of the Ember Spirit, able to just clean everything up.
Oh, that was looking so bad because 587 wasn't pinging to go to the shrine. He was pinging that he saw Boss popping around in vision, and it was looking like that they were going to go down, and the rest is history. Insanity coming in, making his score a good 404.
Ember Spirit sitting at 5200, Sniper right next to him, as is Abaddon. This is exactly where you want to be if you're Nyan Cats. And now we've got Win TI coming in underneath the Geist of the Night, the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to be able to get one here. Boss trying to do something, getting the hook on Turbulence. Now Yagurdi stuck out of position. Turbulence finally hit with the root, and he's going to go down from Siren. So 2 now down. OD coming out with the ultimate as well. Ember Spirit, no mana on him. He won't be able to escape. And now Siren's on the retreat. He has the magic wand charges. He could try to turn to help his friend, but Insanity's going to fall. And now Tensei needs to retreat too. He has the haste, and I think he's kind of sitting... Yeah, he's sitting far too close to this battle.
That was really sad, because they had an idea that the Moonlight was coming, and Yagurdi dropped a sentry, but he dropped it in front of the tier 2 under the assumption that they would TP into the tier 2 and walk down the lane. And in all actuality, they TP to the shrine and they walked in front of them to start that re-engagement. So the Regoose is really strong with the Dire squad.
Yeah, Phantom Assassin is going to be able to do a lot down here. Unfortunately, not too tanky, kind of in the glass cannon sort of phase of things, so Ember's able to exploit that. And oh no, it's happening right now. The magic damage is overwhelming. Prime Soul dying in mere seconds, and Tensei is now going to be the one that's continuing to just murder everybody, and they're leading the charge off. Sandwich is going to fall too. Oh no, Siren's going to be in the jungle, and with him and Boss, they might be able to find this Slardar. I don't think they'll be able to get him, unless we get some clutch hooks from Boss. Nah, it's not happening.
You miss 100% of the hooks you don't throw. Just saying.
Pudge, do it, do it, do it! He wants it, he misses it. He did go for it. And now they might try to punish him, actually. Slardar coming in with the sprint. There's the amplified damage. The crush is there, too. He tried for the ultimate. It's not going to be enough. Abaddon wasn't close enough to save him. I think he could have done a big number to help him out there. But now Siren's going to probably be dead. He could pop his ult to save himself much earlier in that ordeal. But OD does a great job at dealing with Abaddon, and he's just going to fall. That's a lot of magic damage dispersed, but no one falling from the Dire. There's a lot on the Sniper and Ember Spirit's good graces, and it looks like Ember not only has the Boots of Travel on him now, but he'll be able to work directly towards that Octarine core next.
Yeah, and if you take a look over at the Sniper, he has a Dragon Lance. I don't think we mentioned that at all. And he's really close to having his Yasha.
Yeah, the Yasha's there about now, purchased. And now we've got a little bit of attention being brought to the top lane as both the Pudge, Ogre, and Abaddon are poised around the tower. And the hook connects on Shadow Demon! They're able to take out Sandwich relatively easily, and they're continuing the pursuit on him at this point. 5 more seconds for the next hook from Pudge, but he now does have the mana. And with the Ignite and the Soul Release on the Phantom Assassin, it just barely split in them both. But they can just continue to cheap the charge up. Siren's just going to take them all for what it's worth, and he should have popped that immediately with Borrowed Time, and they could have continued the pursuit, but I understand that.
I don't think they're too concerned about it. They've gotten everything they want out of here. They took a life. They're going to force them away from the tower, and they're just playing that objective game. No need to hunt him down. I mean, look at the kill line here. 20-9. You want them to go for more? Like, why?
Because greed is good 999. That's like the best cheat code from all the StarCraft games ever. Gives you gold and... Wait, no, it gives you minerals and Vespene gas, okay? You gotta have both.
See, that's exactly why you're sitting here talking about this game with me instead of playing, because you're a little too greedy for your own good.
Hey, well, Insanity's getting destroyed right now in the bottom lane. He's got no mana to jump to his Spirit that he threw out, and Turbulence is able to continue the pursuit, and he's getting all the bashes. And the Corrosive Haze is actually showing him where he needs to be, but I think 587 will be able to finish him out with that one Astral, and down he will go. And Turbulence is just going to TP home. Prime Soup's down here now also, so they're going to split the difference, kill all these creeps, take the tower, and the Radiant are responding by taking out the top. So Nyan Cats know what they want to do. Yeah, they lost the Ember Spirit, but they took the Dire Tier 2 top.
I wouldn't call that a response. I'd call it they just ignored it, really. And it looks like
Well,
they're
both
coming down here for
Tensei and Boss
murder
rotated
these, right?
bottom. They're going to be going 2 into 3 though, and I don't know this is a good situation for Boss since Arcane Orb is a serious deal when you're going up against OD, and he is able to connect with the hook. He'll have a soul release in just a second when he comes up. He is going to throw it out on 587. He almost gets him, but not enough damage, unfortunately. Tensei, he'll have an assassination in 10 seconds. 1, 2, no hits coming out from him, and OD will be able to TP home.
This is another game spiraling out of control, man. I mean, it's only about maybe 7K right now, but time and time again, the Radiant are coming out on top.
Yeah, Ogre's going to have an Aether Lens relatively soon, so he's going to continue to be a bigger presence, and Siren is going right for Halberd. So just looking to shut down that OD or PA or Slardar immediately. Now, Mirana is only about 1,000 away from her own Aghanims, and with her kind of starting as like this support slash core sort of ordeal, I think that it's really good that she's finally able to kind of come online. And Turbulence able to get the amplify damage and the crush out, but Arrow does not connect from Snislaw. And Tensei trying to do a little bit of juking and jiving. He may get healed up. Siren able to shield him and heal him, and he will live. Now they're trying to turn the picture here. Crush is there, and we have the hook from Pudge with the Dismember on the Mirana. Sandwich falls on one end. On the other side, we've got Insanity using that shrine to get a little bit more mana, trying to continue the pursuit on Nicelab, but I think he'll be okay to run. And Turbulence is on the retreat too. So they're really just building some space for Prime Soul to finally get that Battle Fury, as she's about 500 gold away.
Oh, yeah, the PA really is going for Battle Fury. Well, they're going to need a lot more space than missing a kill on Sniper to make this work out, I think.
Yeah, look at that juiciness in the mid lane. That tier 2 tower is going to go down so lovely. I mean, it looks like Turbulence wants to try and do something about it. He gets the crush out on Pudge. Insanity following up. So much magic damage. He can't do anything. Boss, easy hook for him. That was a very executed engagement, and now with Sniper trying to deal with the Prime Soul in the top lane, he's going to have to retreat, and we're back to the mid lane. Only one more tier 2 for them, dropping the shrines, and Roshan is only a rock skip away.
Yeah, it'd be really nice if our Nyan Cats could get some vision down there, go ahead and take the shrine out, or take the tower out, take out the top shrine, get a Rosh, and close this game out, but let's see if that's anywhere on their agendas. They're sitting here hitting some creeps right now. I don't really blame them too much. They're in the driver's seat for this game. But the one thing they got to avoid is just sitting around too long and letting Dire farm back into this game.
So right now, Nyan Cat is almost 10k ahead of the Dire.
Yeah.
So it's not out of the realm of reason of a significant swing back, but they are certainly leading the charge, as you mentioned. And Tensei now picked up the Manta style, too. So that's going to be really helpful going into this fight. It's able to try to purge off both the amplified damage himself, but also the slow from the Phantom Assassin, and maybe destroying a projectile that could be helpful for him too. So extra damage is always helpful, and the other slight benefits already mentioned. And did we talk about OD having a Dragonlance?
No, we have not.
Okay, well, he's got it. It's not going to do like a ton because he's still so short-ranged compared to his adversary here. But as he gets closer to the Hurricane Pike, it'll be a lot easier for him to approach these fights. And he almost has the Force Staff. He's only about 400 gold away. Ags Mirana. Oh, did you see we've got a switch up on Ember Spirit? He didn't decide to get an Octarine.
He's getting a Radiance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No, I understand it is. For the magic damage build especially, it puts far more priority on early damage rather than the flexibility and maneuverability of like the spell steal and cooldowns. So he's going real heavy into the damage, and I think they will be able to exploit this successfully.
Hey, Yogurt, he just got hit by an arrow. I don't know if they're going to follow up on it, though.
I don't think they can.
They're just trying to give some room for Sandwich to run away.
Wait, Sandwich put out this ward again? Alright, whatever. What does it see exactly? Alright, that's not a terrible ward. I don't know if it's a good ward, though. It's like, you see like this half circle here. So that's all the vision that the Dire have on the map right now. Probably not the best thing for Win TI. Because Radiant are going to be having this bit of vision here and then some out there. So a bit different coverage. And I don't think either team really knows what the enemy is doing. Actually, no. We have seen a couple shown face for Nyan Cat. So Nyan Cat knows that it's safe for them to take the bottom tower.
We're just going to go ahead and get the early vision out first. Make sure they see any rotations coming from behind the tower.
Yeah, this is smart.
Again, they have to be really mindful of what happened from the shrine. And you see Boss sitting on the shrine this time, doesn't want a repeat of what we saw about 5 minutes ago.
Well, they're baiting the Ember Spirit in the lane, and he has a double damage and his Radiance finished, and Slardar wants to come in on this. It would be foolish if he did, because this is definitely a dead tower. However, other side of the map, Boss optimistically looking for that early blind hook, not connecting on anyone.
That's actually some really incredible game sense when you think about it, because he almost hit that hook.
I know, and there was no vision. That was just like anticipation.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pudge has a gem now, too. And with that Aether Lens only about 60 gold away, we're going to be seeing some hooks from downtown. As, 15, 20 range hooks are a serious deal. 1,500 range hooks. Oh, gosh.
Now, there's some people who've been talking about maybe an Aether Lens being overrated on Pudge. I mean, sure, you get extra rot damage and you get extra range, but how much merit does that have compared to cooldown from an Ags? But I think it'll be really good this game just to be able to find the OD hiding in the back. So I'm completely behind the Aether Lens pickup as they're sitting here in the roast pit.
Well, I was going to say some blah, blah, blah about how you could be in a smoke and hit hooks from further away without breaking smoke and things of that nature, but, that only goes so far, because you can still hit a level 2, 3, or 4 hook from smoke without it breaking, but the window's going to be a little bit tighter. It's 1025 range, I believe, for smoke breaking.
So in other words, what benefit do you really get from doing that? If you just get good,
More
you don't
flex?
need the Aether Lens there.
I don't know. But I think that there's value to having that sort of range, because they're able to pull people away from the enemy team that much further. So the further they can split up the enemy team, the higher the likelihood that it'll kind of fall apart for them. And now Ember Spirit's falling back on the Octarine. Oh, he's got an Arcane Rune bottled up too. Oh, wow. Uh-oh, that's dead. That's a dead sandwich. That is a very dead sandwich. Snislaw wants to shoot off an arrow here, and it connects with a hook from Boss! And that's a double kill for their team. Tensei actually getting both of them. Shrapnel last hit and the Assassinate last hit.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is look at where this creep wave is, right at the front door of the tier 3.
How convenient. And they've got an Abaddon up there with that Curse of Avernus buff that they can just throw down on that tower. So everybody gets bonus damage, and oh, Ember Spirit just popping 2 of them immediately. And he's going in with a Nephotic Shield on him too. So that's even more magic damage that's going to get amplified off of him with that Veil of Discord he already has.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
These mid racks are going down. Insanity's going to try and go for the top and apply a little bit of pressure there. 587 recognizes he can't do anything else in his lane and he needs to come back. His team already lost the mid racks. They can't afford to lose anything more. So he's here. Arrow does connect on Abaddon. Hook a little bit off the mark. Turbulence blinking in. Crush doesn't hit. Now, Insanity is able to do so much magic damage here that it really doesn't even matter because they're just getting shredded. And he still has the Aegis. Sandwich is down. And now Phantom Assassin is finally online. She's going to probably blink in and die immediately if she chooses to fight. But Boss could easily control him, as could Insanity. Oh, that crit. Prime Soul wants it, he wants it, he wants it! The Aegis goes down, but down goes the Phantom Assassin. And it looks like 587 will be the next one, but GG has been called. Nyan Cat taking game 1 of the finals here.
Yeah, those lanes, it all started with the lane. And again, it was just a situation of mid was just a battleground that was always working out for Radiant. The top lane, while not the best lane in the world for them, they always had somebody contesting PA's farm, where in their own safe lane, nobody was ever really in 10-size face. And when they were, it was somebody who couldn't stand toe-to-toe. Hopefully we'll see things change in the second game, or maybe we'll just see more dominance out of the Nyan Cats.
Absolutely. I'm looking for some more excitement and some more fun and different drafts. You know, this Abaddon paying off for them, as did the Pudge. Pudge being very consistent in his play, and I think that is certainly something that they can be commended for. But good game to Nyan Cat, and well fought for Team Win TI Kick Aui. But I will be going into the next game with Mr. Dogi Sandwich, and we will kind of tell you how things will be going from there. Okay, Mr. Sandwich, we've got another fun game of Dota on our hands, as it would seem at least.
Oh man, I'm glad you told me. I was actually looking at Overwatch.
We are in the final game. Just kidding. It's game 2 of the finals, though. Nyan Cat versus TI Kick Aui. And Nyan Cat's had a great performance in the first game with some fun Ember Spirit sort of magic damage burst shenanigans, which naturally Kick Aui have no interest in playing against again, which is why it was immediately first banned.
Literally a fireball of death and destruction.
Well, I think we know
everywhere that
why it was banned against them the other time and us never seeing Ember Spirit. Would that make sense?
I mean, yeah, considering since people don't want to play Invoker, I'm still staying on that high horse, on that soapbox.
On the one where you just want it to be Invoker?
Huh?
In the one where you just would prefer it be an Invoker, or what?
No, that's like the common thing that you play against an Ember.
Sure.
You
Well,
just
I mean,
immediately
OD.
purge off the
Yeah.
the thingy, the flame guard, but that's easier said than done because it's not like an Invoker is a hero that everybody can play.
Ooh, our first Luna.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen Luna on Social Sunday, or on this Social Sunday, I think. And now, when TI has an interesting question in front of them, do they want to take a combo or do they want to take the Yang to the Yin, which is the Shadow Demon? Because if they don't take the Shadow Demon in these first 2 picks, they're going to have to deal with Shadow Demon Luna. And that ain't fun, dude. That just ain't fun.
Oh, boy. So now, are they going to pick up Shadow Demon themselves?
Yeah, like that's the question.
They're kind of
either have
forced to, or deal with it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And I mean, they did play it last game, and they did play it without the Luna, but was that in their plans thus far?
What if we get a Shadow Demon Kunkka? Someone just give me my Kunkka crave, okay?
I mean, you could, but it's not that amazing anymore. It's decent, but it's not amazing anymore.
Well, we've got Ogre here, so that's been a pretty big staple of most games I've seen tonight, to be quite honest. So that's exciting. You think there's going to be a Faceless Void right next to him? That's not a bad way to deal with Luna. Just throw her into the space-time lock.
Again, they can take the Void if they want to and give them Shadow Demon.
I
Luna.
know. I
Like-
mean,
That's... If
It's
you want
not-
that on your plate,
it's
if
not
you
ideal.
wanna let those cards fall, you do that.
it's not ideal, but I'm just looking for some synergy love. They're in a situation where I don't know if there's a winner, because you don't want to necessarily commit into a Shadow Demon with an Ogre.
Why not? Because if you have to pick between having the Shadow Demon or the Luna, Shadow Demon is actually, well, let me rephrase that. Shadow Demon is arguably the better one to have because he scales off of how the Luna is, and they take the Tide Hunter.
Watermelon Man. There's Shadow Demon on call.
You have to. Like, why not?
No, I agree. I fully endorse the decision of them getting a Shadow Demon. I think it is entirely the right move for them to make. It's just, I mean...
How are you going to argue against
I don't
Shadow
know.
Demon
I don't
Luna?
got any.
Come on.
Nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. It's great. It's great. It's gonna be fun. I'm ready for some Rat Dota. That's it. Okay. I'm ready.
Rat? Excuse me, you're ready
Illusion
for,
Dota. Illusion
you're ready
Dota.
for 7 Lunas to come slap your tier 3s. That's what you're ready for.
Just blades all across your face.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, sometimes you gotta kind of deal with things like that in life.
I mean, the only way this could get worse is if Nyan Cat takes a support CK and they take, like, Morphling Alchemist and just have 20 wounds.
What? Are you serious? No. Wait.
You could do it. It wouldn't be a great lineup, but heaven forbid if everybody actually got their items in a timely manner. Think about that. Yeah, that don't sound fun, does it?
I don't want to think that through. Please, no.
All right. You probably don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
I mean, one of the things that I just said is you'd have to play a support CK, and who's been wanting to do that ever since that got nerfed out of existence. But we've seen a Tinker and a Juggernaut ban. We have seen a Rubik and an Underlord ban. And when TI thinks that they could increase their chances of winning with a Vengeful Spirit, something to swap the Luna in, or maybe swap one of their own out of trouble, should it come to that.
Whew. Yeah, and I mean, I'm still holding hope that we could maybe have a little bit of a Vengeful Spirit core come out, but, you know, Venge Ogre's still a really strong roaming duo, and now with Nyan Cat grabbing us a Carl, I think that when TI Kick Aui are going to have to consider what sort of presence are they going to want in their mid lane. Are they going to want something that can stand toe-to-toe and just trying to trade evenly? Or are they looking for something that's just going to get levels and group with the team and just kind of rock murder and mayhem? I would like to see a Puck.
Puck is a hero I'm always thinking about. It seems like whenever I look at drafts and it comes down to a mid, Puck is one of the two that always stands out in my mind as a decent pick. Although it's not always the thing that picked. In fact, it's rarely the thing that's picked now. But a Puck could work very well.
A little bit squishy, maybe not something that they want to throw in the direction of a Luna Glaive army or, you know, an Invoker Meatbog, Heavens Forbid, or Sunstrikes Forbid, whatever you want to say. I think that there is a little bit of flexibility for them, maybe going for something attuned to like, TA. Okay. That could certainly do it. And I know that's one of 587's comfort heroes.
Something that in the earlier levels is going to be able to get a decent amount of farm and not let Invoker snowball so far ahead. And then when the levels of Exort comes out, can fall back into the jungle. Is one of the two heroes on the team that can farm the Ancients, the primary hero that can farm the Ancients, to keep up the farm game as well, going toe-to-toe with Invoker. And, there's your fun canceller again. There's your boy.
Yay! Fun cancel! Now just give me the Elder Titan and everything will kind of come to fruition.
You're not going to see an Elder Titan anytime.
Why not?
I
mean,
still don't know.
Shadow Demon set up for Elder Titan Stomp. Come on.
I think he's still pretty good, which, trust me, I'm just as confused as you why he doesn't get played.
I'm trying to give you it. I'm trying to, like... This is the situation where I think he could be a player, and will our dreams be dreams, or will they be reality?
Oh, we're going back to that meme?
Wait, what?
Yeah, that was the Requiem meme, dreams and reality. See, you forgot about that, didn't you?
I just need some Dinosaurchestra up in here.
Oh no, there's your Conka.
Conka all day long. Conka all day long with them.
Yeah, see, that was also back when Conka was really, really strong in the support meta. He could still work. Like, with Nyan Cats, it would still work. And it would work even more with the Void, because not only do you have yet another avenue to set up torrents, you have the cannon for the boat. But, again, you'd have to play Conka, which... it's not bad, but it's not great. Hey, let me put it like this. Kunkka is not as bad as what I would play right now, which would be a 4-position Windrunner.
You think Windrunner would be the play here, or you just like the idea of it?
No, Windrunner is never the play. Under no the only circumstance where Windrunner is the play is if you have a Drow. And even then, she's not the play. Oh, speaking of Drows.
No Drow. Yeah, what about a Coddle for Nyan Cat?
Coddle would be really good. Coddle's a really strong hero as well. Coddle would actually be very good. You'd have another tool to dump into a Void or a Chronosphere, which would be the Illuminate. When he gets Ags, which he probably will get Ags, you can't fight Nyan Cats in the daytime. Although there's a little bit of conflict with the Luna, where anytime she wants to Eclipse, she turns it into night. But the big thing you also get from Coddle once he gets his Ags is Blinding Light. and that is going to force the TA into either a BKB or an MKB.
I'd say BKB would be more typical, but it probably isn't going to be as necessary since in this game, actually, BKB is going to be extremely important for TA.
Yeah, there's this guy called Invoker, and not building a BKB against Invoker is sad.
I was gonna try and get it more into the fact that like he get hits in the Chronosphere, and then like that BKB really won't matter because.
Bro, why are we talking about Chronospheres and Invokers? Do you see who got picked up last?
Yeah. We got some Twisted Snake Lady here.
The Snake Chan.
I'm into it.
Huh.
We got a Bloodlusted Medusa. That's going to be able to shred out illusions pretty easily. And good survivability, good sustain. Maybe can live through a Chronosphere. Maybe can live through an Invoker combo. Not a bad choice. However, we're going to have to rely on Templar Assassin to be able to get a little bit of snowball going and some good grouping around this Tidehunter ultimate. I don't know if we can decisively give it to one team or the other here. I think it's going to be an exciting game. I'm excited to see this Luna just because we haven't had any of those just yet, and more so, I'm just excited for some Dotas.
Oh, did they not get their last ban? I was wondering about that.
Did they run through their time?
They might have.
That would make sense. I think that's what was happening. I looked at the scoreboard and yeah, it was running dry, but regardless, we're just going to kind of rock on into it. And both teams are kind of just going off at their leisure. A little bit of defining drawing on the map too. Okay, fun.
There's your good luck shrine again coming out of the Radiant side.
I think that's what it is. It's got to be the good luck shrine.
I think Turbulence hit it. Turbulence, who's over here on the Tidehunter.
Yeah.
Might have been Nisla, who's on the Vengeful Spirit. Probably wasn't Prime Soul, who's on the Medusa. It wasn't Sandwich, who's playing the Ogre. And it also wasn't 587, who's on the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, and there's Prime Solo down the bottom. We've got a bit of a skirmish that could happen up here. Tensei's on Luna, and she is a little bit further out, so she would be the first one to see if anything amiss would happen. And hopefully Boss on Shadow Demon will be able to help him out, but we're not going to be looking for a level 1 fight if you're the Dire, because Yagurdi's in the mid lane, just kind of wants to deny that creep. Insanity is going to be on Invoker, looking to secure that first rune, and then Siren's going to be there off lane, Faceless Void. I think it's going to be a pretty even mix of, 2-2 for the bounties, and no skirmish at the level 1. Both these teams just kind of want to go in full focus, get that W. And, Nyan Cats are already up 1, and they've got a Shadow Demon Luna now, too. So this is going to be all in their favor for them to try things out, but they've got a strong draft in front of them, so I think they're in a really good position for success. So Yagurdi looks like he's going to be abusive to 587 here. Or,
yeah, he already ate the range creep from the middle lane. Has a sentry ward on him if he gets the idea that he's sitting on top of a ward.
Sandwich is going to throw that out.
His mind yet, but it's no big deal yet. On the top lane, Boss is trying to push Turbulence away, and it's
not going too hot.
To put it nicely, it's not working at all.
Yeah, Turbulence is pretty robust. I mean, he's got the +3 on his armor and a stout shield to boot, and now he's got Kraken Shell. So it's going to be even harder for him to just get zoned out at this point. Oh, we got a disconnect. Okay, well, I guess we can take a quick little look at the bottom lane since it looks like Siren is doing a good amount of pressure to Snislaw, and Prime Soul is just kind of farming away, realistically.
It's kind of interesting to think that Nisla took Stun first, took Magic Missile first, but he has a Blightstone. So he wants to right-click Siren, but he didn't really want to take the Vengeful Aura and get a little bit more of the boost with the with his right-clicks. It also doesn't really help that with the stun, it's not long enough to negate the health gain that Siren can get with a time walk. So it's going to be really hard for him to zone out the Faceless Void early on.
Well, I'm not sure if this Venge is going to be living for much longer. She just ate another Tango. Only one more remaining in her inventory, and Faceless Void has basically a full HP pool, can still use a Tango to get a little bit of additional regeneration, and has his Time Walk off cooldown. So if Prime Soul is able to do anything to help zone, maybe by throwing a Mystic Snake out on this range creep, which would then, by parlay, bounce to the Void, that could be good. However, Snislaw needs to be pretty careful. Could always be baiting.
Even if that happens, it still has to be done at a time and in a manner that wouldn't give Siren a reason to just time walk forward at Nicelon and finish this off. That's the key component to this, is the damage that they do will be negated in 2.5 seconds. I think that's the time frame for it. It's 2 seconds, excuse me. So they have to like elongate the damage to where it's not like one quick burst. Because if it's just a quick burst, like now, he doesn't really care. He's going in anyways. So it's it could be a pretty tricky scenario out of here.
I don't really know what we're going to have to deal with, because Insanity is okay in the mid lane. Yagerty is going to try and do a little bit more harassment too with, you know, what he's got going on. He actually has a Tango passed to him. I don't know where that came from and who. Maybe it came from, maybe he gave it to someone and they got traded right back.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Invoker's already eaten one Tango, has a second one. And there are some mid players that have the logic of if you're going to give them a Tango, they only want 2 and not 3 to not mess with the slots for the items that they get. So that could be a thing that happened. I couldn't give you the exact logistics of that off the top of my head because when I've come across the scenario, I've never asked why. I just know it's a thing.
Okay. I will say yes. Did I win?
No.
Damn it.
Because you have not fixed Dota.
Damn it. OS Frog! I think Shadow Demon is self-conscious that he's bald.
I actually didn't hear a word you just said.
I said, do you think Shadow Demon is self-conscious that he's bald?
I don't think he really cares.
Are you sure?
Like, his name is Shadow Demon. He makes, like, demonic disciples of anybody that he throws into a ball. You think he's worried about his hairline?
I mean, Shadow Demon might still want to get women, too.
He can literally clone women.
Exactly.
I don't think he's worried about his hairline, man.
Alright, well, what about Ogre? You think Ogre is concerned about it?
Ogre's what?
And
don't say bald. He has hair. It
does
might
he?
not be the hair of your dreams, but he has hair.
Alright. Well, we'll table that for now. There's a lot of bald characters in this game. Medusa, is Medusa bald, or is it just, is snakes the hair, or is it snakes on the head?
Usually with Medusa lore, the snakes are considered the hair.
Okay, so Medusa's not bald.
And you're really reaching at the bottom of the barrel for some topics here, aren't you?
What, you don't think that this is something that these characters could worry about on a personal level?
Is having hair going to help them hit creeps?
Well, think about how fabulous Invoker must feel in terms of his own confidence when he's got that super sexy slick back hair or like the Goku hair and stuff like that. Come on.
Think about how confident he feels when he hits level 25 and he slaps every button on the keyboard and his entire screen blows up. I think that's more important than having shoulder length locks. I'm just saying.
All right, I'll agree to disagree. But we're back into it. Our Watermelon Man, Turbulence, has rejoined the fray of battle. Splendid, isn't it? So, well, since everybody else has forgotten, we're playing Dota. And today, I bring you Win TI Kick Aui versus Nyan Cats. This is Game 2 of our Social Sunday Finals match. And Nyan Cat is up 1. So, like we were saying earlier, Turbulence is only going to get harder to zone out as he gains levels, and Boss is actually in a pretty bad spot, taking a good bit of harassment from him.
I don't think we directly said that, but we kind of implied it by the first time that Boss tried to escort him out of the lane and Turbulence did not comply.
For sure.
But yeah, you are right. And Boss is making a wise move here. He sees that Turbulence is just going to sit in the lane, so he's just going to walk over here and take his bounty runes. Small play, but one that'll add up to a lot in the future.
No, absolutely makes a difference, because that's 65 gold he didn't have beforehand. And, you know, Turbulence will probably, from now till the 4 o'clock, I could envision him wasting time to going back and checking it. But, you know, who knows? The creep equilibrium's entirely something different. 587 getting a good bit of harassment damage off through those deny strikes on his own allied creeps, thanks to Psyblades. Love little mechanics like that. Siren's being pressured pretty heavily underneath his dire tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Soul has his Ring of Aquila, and anytime that Nysa's sitting around, there's a little more damage because he put his second skill point.
Top lane, Shadow Demon went to go on Turbulence, and then he accidentally disrupted himself instead of the Tidehunter. So, as you can see by his exclamation point, he was not happy with that decision.
Good old double tap self cast coming back to haunt him.
I think you can hold down Alt and then hit your button, and it'll self-cast as well now.
Bottom lane. Never mind. We were close.
Whoa.
We were really close.
Yeah, he backtracked to even more damage at the end. That was very close.
And immediately walking over to the shrine, taking a shower, so we can get back in the fray. Because
the shower.
You never heard it called that?
No, I love it. So, I don't think we've talked how Tensei is doing extremely well in terms of his own farm, and now Boss with the Sunstrike also from their mid, doing considerable damage to Turbulence, and he's going to try and run and escape to the safety of behind the tier 1, and Tensei actually following up and breaking that salve at the expense of a lot of HP, but he has a salve of his own, and contrary to this forces the Tidehunter all the way back to the base. And Luna's still there, able to farm, but the Sunstrike, I heard. Don't know where it was.
I didn't see it either because I was looking at other lanes. Because I have this hunch before this breaks out in the bottom lane. Well,
yeah, Prime Soul is getting jumped on. He needs to put his mana shield back on. He's taking heavy fire, but Yagurdi with the stun, he's going to fall. First blood, going to Sandwich.
Now, the thing I was thinking about in the top lane is I have a slight hunch that they might have been able to take down the Tide if Boss would have put either one of his points in the Soul Catcher instead of having a level 3 Shadow Poison, because that doesn't really do a whole lot for him. Like, 1 point in Shadow Poison right now allows him to double stack, and that's really about it. The damage is pretty negligible, but like having Soul Capture Disruption could set up so much right now. And in fact, I'd kind of like him to put another point in Soul Catcher once he hits level 4.
Turbulence is taking some heavy fire. They're just going to poke him out of lane right now. It's not going to be too much realistically, and he has a magic wand, or he could hit the shrine. Either way, he'll be fine. I think that was a little bit wasted on the shrine timing. He could have maybe done a little bit in terms of tanking or manipulating creeps, farming-wise, then hitting the shrine. But, you know, he's already back up to full HP mana, and he's in the lane. He'll have his level 6 very soon, and he's still trying to deny anything from this Luna if he can.
Yeah, if he would have sat and hit the medium camp, like you said, he also could have hung around and took the bounty rune there as well.
True. But he'll have his level 6 soon. He's trying to just keep the pressure up on the lane. And Snislaw is an invis Vengeful Spirit, lingering near Insanity, wanting to go on this, and 587 getting a few hits of damage off. There's a stun, it will connect. Insanity gonna get the Ghost Walk off at just the right moment. So he is able to live. Shadow Demon comes in, passes off a Tango to him, tells him, don't worry, everything's gonna be okay. And he's gonna try and be out healing up. And now it's just going to be kind of them retreating and healing up, maybe shrining up perhaps. I think that would probably be the way for them to go. Faceless Void's going to have his headdress coming out to him shortly. And Prime Soul is still applying a lot of pressure on the tower. Void does have Chronosphere available at 6. And maybe that paired with a Sunstrike could be enough to get a kill. Tied 6. There will be a Ravage. Uh-oh, mid lane. Just a little bit of hide and go seek. I think there was a counter ward there also. So what do you think about this Lich and these rotations that he's making across the map? Like, he's in the bottom lane now. Kind of passive movement and playstyle.
I mean, that's one way you can play Lich. As long as he's keeping his sacrifice off cooldown, he's doing a lot of the job that he's supposed to be getting done. He's keeping the lanes close to the towers so that it's really hard for anybody to come in on his mid or bottom. Yeah, you did point that out. A double stack over here on the Ancients. Who's going to take that Luna later?
Yeah, Luna.
But one of the problems is if any of the Radiant supports ever go looking up there for any reason, they can see that for the TA.
Uh-oh, bottom lane, we have Turbulent Sandwich and Snislaw all rotating down here under the smoke, so this ward won't show anything. And we do have Ravage ready, and this is going to be huge, because here comes the Lich, following up in with a little bit of damage here. That Haste Room won't be able to do anything for him. Ravage connects on everybody, faces Void. He'll be able to undo plenty of this damage, and he does still have the Magic Stick and Chrono. So only getting one with that Ravage, but not a bad use of it, just to, you know, get a kill quickly. Then they can rotate that Tidehunter off and wait for the next Ravage, realistically, for another grouped engagement. But the Faceless Void still has a Chronosphere, and right now, or getting near it, we could see an opportunity for him to kill the Medusa. If the Invoker has a Sunstrike ready, a Chronosphere underneath the tower could easily be death.
Yeah.
It really comes down to the coordination of the team.
I don't know. I think they've already shown that they have that in them because we've seen Insanity go for a Sunstrike on the Disruption in the top lane. Something that might have to happen again is we have some rotations in the top lane. Nothing really done yet. Just trying to coax the Luna away from the tower, which she complies.
Yeah, Lich is still continuing to do a good job roaming around and continuing to sacrifice lanes. We're kind of hitting a little bit of a stagnant play period of the game where teams are more just trying to get farm and force these small fights engagements rather than anything too major or dedicated. But I'd expect there to be some grouping soon once we start to get a Blink Dagger or any sort of mech type heal items online. Are they looking to pressure them top? A little bit.
They are, but Nisla doesn't have any mana for a stun, which if he would have had it, that Luna would have been, she would have been done. No question about it.
We haven't seen an Eclipse yet either. So like the first Eclipse coming out could do significant damage if they're able to make it opportunistic, but Medusa bottom lane, she is getting some serious fire underneath her, and there's the Chronosphere, Sunstrike as well, and she's going to fall. Yagrity assisting with a Frost Blast too.
Man, I wonder if they have the coordination to do a Sunstrike on top of a Chronos. Well, there you go.
Well, hey, I was talking about within good timing as the Invoker under fire in the mid lane. Now, naturally, that was a little bit more relaxed of a fight, so easy for the Invoker to manage, but good execution as a whole. Tidehunter has his arcane boots, and he went for the 3-3 on the Kraken and Smash, so he's pretty durable. And I think the Luna could probably still kill him if he gets solo for an Eclipse, but Ty doesn't look like he's giving her the opportunity.
Oh, this middle lane, though.
Uh-oh, we got some sort of an Eclipse out there, and finally, 587. He has met his maker, he has died. Insanity getting that kill, that's going to be really helpful for him as his Midas sits off cooldown.
Yeah, equalizing the gold that 587 got from the tower, and he got a rotation out of the Luna. And just to answer your question, the Eclipse, it wasn't the greatest of Eclipse, but it was fortunate to get a few beams in there as 587 melded immediately after taking the tower.
Mm-hmm.
So while it wasn't the best case scenario in the world for Dire, they salvaged it. They made sure to get the kill, and they have everybody grouped up in the bottom lane now if they want to press forth into the bottom tier 1.
I think they're going to look to try and get a kill on this Medusa, and it really wouldn't be that hard for them. They're grouped up as 4. Faceless Void does not have Cronus here ready, but Boss might be able to catch him out of position. But right now, it's 587 that he needs to be worried about. Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, good. He's just escaping. Wait, no, we've got a Shadow Demon Disruption and a Sunstrike going off with a Demonic Purge too. 587, heavy fire. He may go down to the poison. Yep, there he goes. Lich ult following. Sandwich and Prime Soul taking heavy fire. And that bounce is just going to keep on going, and he's going to go down. We have a Chrono ready for Void. There it is. Meatball, swap ready. Vengeful Spirit throwing away her life for a brief moment. Yes, she will. And hopefully this Gaze is going to be able to get the Medusa out, but oh no, she has no mana. So now we've got a Sunstrike. It hits, and now Turbulence is stuck in the tree line, wondering whether or not he has made a good decision to come down here.
So far, I'm thinking no, especially since
He has Ravage. Everyone's underneath the tower. We've got a perfect Ravage on all 5. Sandwich coming in with a great stun off on the Faceless Void. He's going to go down, and they're going to be able to continue the pursuit on here. Insanity, no mana remaining. Tensei retreating. Yagerty as well as Boss. So only going to get the one with that Ravage. But a good pick for them to take, and they do save the tower. Invoker will be able to go home. So only the one.
I still say that worked out very well for Dire. Sure, they lost their Void, but what does their Void really accomplish in the game right now? All he's worth at this point in time is just to set up for a Sunstrike to hold people in place. So he's not like the most important hero, but they got a couple of kills. They got the Ravage out, so if they want to regroup and run at a tower, they could do so right now. It's just a question of how hard do they want to push the issue.
So Luna has her Dragonlance finished back at the base. That'll be coming out to her relatively shortly. And Medusa, we see, does also have her Dragonlance finished as well. On top of that, 587 has a Blink on the courier, so that will be ferried out. And, I mean, we saw how that worked for 587 in previous games on her TA gameplay, because those Blink strikes early in, they paid off. She was able to snowball off of it, got the Desolator, and they were able to continue the pressure. She got a Bloodthorn after that in that game, so maybe we can see the same sort of level of execution here.
And we're talking about a different caliber of game where we have, in large, not as tanky as heroes. I say that, and we're going to see a display of it right now. It's 587.
Oh, the Blink! Wow, the play. So Tensei needs to be careful here. He has the Ice Armor, though. Now 587 has to be on the retreat. Couple more hits and he will go down. Poison is going to be able to be there, and the Sentry too will be the coup de grace of his death. So Avenge is going to be going for a Medallion as the next item, and that's probably a good play for them considering the Frost Armor. And, you know, if she ends up getting swapped in, she has more armor. If she needs to swap if she isn't able to do a swap or something, she can always throw some armor on her ally, just as a by proxy assist. So there's a good mix of value. They could always focus fire a unit on the enemy team, too. And Medusa looks like she's going to be going for Maelstrom next. So a little bit more of the magic damage-centric playstyle, which is going to be helpful for dealing with these Luna illusions that we know are inevitable, and also the current Shadow Demon disruption illusions.
It's magic damage, and it's also attack speed, and it's another damage source that's going to split to the illusions as well. So there's so much value out of getting a Maelstrom, which will probably eventually turn into a Mjolnir. So you take all of that and you throw a Bloodlust on top of that, and you do the math for how much damage she's going to be pumping out at any point in time.
More than 10. More than 10, am I right?
You can't do that. You got to actually get the calculator out. You're the one who loves arithmetic.
You know what? Hey, sometimes when there's a pause on, it's convenient to do. When you're actively in a game, not so much. Dire trying to go for that triple, or quad stack, unsuccessful. They need to get Luna to just kind of clear that out. He actually drops a sentry under suspicion of it being countered. But nope, just barely missed the stack. Or could have just been proactive. Let's just say they were being proactive.
It looks like the Radiant want to smoke behind this 587 haste rune.
And this is in good fashion, too. Turbulence has his Blink Dagger. He has Ravage ready. Going up to the high ground. That's going to be 4 of them that he's able to hit. Boss tries to do something. He's able to do the Donata Purge on 587, and now Luna does go down. Chrono on the TA and more, and Meatball will be the doom for everybody. That's going to be 4 of them down. Chrono.
Everybody except for the Medusa, who was MIA.
Yeah, and Luna bought back, though. She came in immediately. Didn't really contribute to the fight, aside from wanting to get back to that stack, I think.
Yeah, taking it with a buyback penalty, taking the bounty rune as well, but she's got a little bit of experience out of it, which is pretty crucial.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. And now Prime Soul needs to be really safe. Hiding in the tree line, has Stone Gaze ready. That could be a good countermeasure for them right here as they look to pressure the tower. Good amount of damage from that snake, and yeah, I gotta get that tower throbbing. Bloodlust on towers is so awesome. Just increasing in that attack speed by 50. 0.7. Delicious. But we have a swap. Siren in Viz now. Oh, great jump from that. But it's not going to be enough. Snislaw still disengaged in the back end. Hit with that Demonic Purge. Siren able to take him out jumping forwards. And now Prime Soul, yes, that's a great ultimate if you didn't not have your shield on. So Mana Shield, unfortunately, not on, so kind of got popped immediately. Unfortunate, because now they need to consider whether or not they're giving up this mid-tower, since they're going 5-on-3, and they're doing a pretty good job on this hold, actually. Turbulence is doing a ton of damage.
Especially if Liz wants to go in head first, thinking that nobody can take him down. That's a pretty good hold thus far.
587 was able to really capitalize on that and take him out. Now the team's grouped up around that shrine, and they're going to fully heal HP mana-wise and try to go right back into it. And Shadow Demon now has a mech for this second pursuit. And the Chronosphere is only 14 seconds off, so Luna will be in a really good position. The Sunstrike connects! Oh man! Sandwich is going to go down.
And Siren's still lurking. Chrono's off cooldown, but decides he wants to save it because nobody else went with him. Perfectly content with just taking an ogre. That's better than nothing.
Yeah, and they're countering out some of those sentries too, so they're being pretty good about trying to deal with whatever sort of nonsense the Invoker could be doing. But net worth only about 3 to 4K in Nyan Cat's favor. So still very close game here, although experience nearing 10k right now. Now, item-wise, Luna has a Yasha, that Manta's going to be nearby. Invoker has Ags. I'm pretty sure this was like a just picked up sort of thing, like recently.
I think it was. I honestly wasn't looking for it myself.
And now he has the Boots of Travel coming from the Courier too. So this next fight that we're going to find coming out from the Dire is going to be potentially catastrophic because Invoker has an Ags. We got no cooldown, basically, with no mana cost of movement, and he's running at Boots of Travel speed now.
With everything up, they're still trying to get a couple of items before they presumably start death balling down the lane. They checked the Roche just to make sure that Radiant wasn't doing it, because it is feasible. They have a TA, they have a Venge. Venge, who does have her Medallion of Courage. So if they wanted to hop in there and take that down, that would be something that just wouldn't exist anymore.
Yeah, and you know, check out TA. Taking out all the Ancients on their team. Going to be getting the other Myth Hammer soon, too. Yeah, she's a little bit behind compared to the enemy cores, but she is still doing a good job of trying to keep up there and farm, and you know, just trying to take these smart picks, smart engagements, which we've seen across some of these fights, especially with Yagerty in the last fight, with him, you know, just being that front-loading, tanking lich.
By the way, if you're not looking at the Dire team in the middle lane, it's that time, man.
Yeah, I know. The illusions are ready. Here come the illusions and Forge Spirits.
Forge Spirits. Level 4 disruption. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, level 15. He got the double Forge Spirits, and they're as strong as can be since they have Max Exhort behind them. And with, oh, geez, that's free. That is free. That didn't even cost them anything aside from giving the enemy team a little bit of gold for the illusions and for the Forge Spirits. So awesome.
In the top lane, they have caught the Medusa. Soul is being cut off from his tower.
He has the
Doesn't
Chrono.
have a TP as well.
Nope, but he did have the Mana Shield on. Still gonna fall. Tensei at that killing spree. Almost 11k on him and Invoker. They are starting to get in another planet. I don't know which one, though. But they're trying to conjure this up on Tensei. Turbulence getting a Ravage out on 4. 587 on the retreat. He gets hit by Yagerty's ultimate, and unfortunately he's going to go down. Samus throwing out the stun and the swap, and the damages are unfortunately overwhelming. And they're just going to go down and die. Samus, one more hit. There he goes. That's godlike for Insanity with that double kill. And Tensei at level 17. Yeah, he's going to have that Manta coming anytime he wants, since he has the funds in the bank. Just needs that courier to bring it.
Yeah, he's got to wait for the void to get whatever's on the courier.
You see that alacrity with the Luna? Oh boy, Medusa, are you making a mistake here? I think you may be. Yagerty is here with Siren. They're doing a lot of damage. Okay, we've got a Gaze cast out, and that's not going to be the best use of it. However, we do have Turbulence, who has jumped in on the backside, and Siren now well under half his HP and mana is going to have to try and get out, but he can't. He gets stuck in the trees, and I think they're going to be able to get him here. There's a stun. One more hit. Oh, timeout. Nope, dead. Okay. So a series of unfortunate events, let's say, but able to get the secure that kill in the end. Is Tyson holding for buyback? I guess so. Wait, no, has a lot more than that. 900 surplus, so yeah, whatever.
So you remember the Roshan that was in the middle of the river?
Yeah. And how
No,
it's
you
dead?
don't. No, you don't.
I don't.
Egg is going over to 587, and I still don't think they want to go fight. Like they might think
no.
they do, but I don't think they want to go fight even with that.
I think they want to try and split push and maybe try and get a pick, but
I don't think they want
not
to split
anything.
push. I think they want a 5-man farm because if they get seen split pushing, that's either a disruptor or a void coming to put you in a bubble, and then Invoker drops the bomb. You know, and everything just blows up.
Well, I think TA's in a position to split push because he has the Invis rune bottled on top of having both Blink and Aegis. He'll probably be able to get out of any sort of situation, unless if there's a Chronosphere coming out, and they have it ready, and they're smoked up as 4 and coming at him. So, could this be Doom that we're going to foresee for the Templar Assassin? Stay tuned next time on Dota 2. Siren jumping forward, Blink will be ready in a couple more seconds. The Dire, they're trying to rotate in on this. Siren chooses to gimmick off. Sandwich stuck in the Chronosphere, and Venge is going to TP into that too, as is the Medusa. The Lich Ult already bouncing out on 2, able to just completely pop them out of the fight. So Medusa canceled her TP to the lane, and everybody died. Or those 2 at least.
I mean, I kind of don't blame her for that. It was like either I TP into the Chrono and die, or I don't die. You guys TP'd into death. Why do I need to follow with you? I guess
Prime
because
Soul
you
is
just
now
died
dead, bottom
by
lane.
yourself.
So Insanity
man.
has Blink Dagger now, and Tensei was able to get a huge Eclipse out on the Medusa, who, unfortunately, using that Stone Gaze a little ineffectively, not able to get that Stone treatment on her. Insanity's on another level. He's going to have his Octarine core coming out to him soon. He's at 2,600 gold, and, I mean, you know, he's a little under halfway there.
He's looking at a Octarine. Tensai's looking for a Scotty. But here we are at the tier 3s. And we have a Luna with a Manta and a Shadow Demon. Well,
3. Oh, look at all those Lunas. We got 5 of them. 5 Lunas.
it's a whole happy family.
Oh, we got a Ravage out on 5. That's a huge Ravage on everybody. I don't think he's got it, though. Insanity dropping the meatball. Everybody's disarmed on the other end. 587 is unfortunately still not able to do anything. Prime Soul hitting as hard as he can. That Mana Shield trying to do as much that is able. Turbulence buying back, but he doesn't have anything really to contribute. And now it's going to come down to them and their follow-up damage from here. And with Tensai not having his ultimate, with Yagurdi not having an ultimate, and with another 15 seconds for the next Chronosphere, maybe the Radiant can pull something out of this. And it's looking the more dangerous the longer they wait. Insanity doesn't have any mana, but I think Turbulence is going to go down. He's committing way too much of his life. And no, there's a Chronosphere on 2! Down they go. Prime still throwing out that ultimate and unfortunately not accomplishing anything. We're at 6 to 26 at this point. Where's that Sunstrike hit? And it is over on there, and Snislaw is down.
Alright, that's 3 dead. I think that means we're going back in and we're taking these racks.
Yeah, well, Nyan Cat are 20k experience ahead and nearing in on 20k net worth. Probably around 16, 17 right now. Oh boy. 587 tickling Siren with that one hit, only to jump away immediately. And we're going to have so many Lunas in this base in a second that it really won't matter. I think they could end the game. Or, no, they're going to be safe about it.
They could have at least left some Lunas that hit the tier 4s or something.
Yeah, they didn't do the mana. They didn't do disruption on anything either. But they're just being safe about it. They're taking the shrines.
Yeah, this is pretty safe. This is
Yeah, they're past 20k net worth now. They're definitely staying on the safe train. And Luna's got the Eye of Scotty, and she's got a Butterfly on Q. I don't think we brought up anything about Shadow Demon having a Guardian Greaves finished, but he does, and this Ags is almost completed as well.
Yeah, that's the thing I've been wondering the entire game, which is why he's built Mech and the Guardian Greaves and didn't just get an Ags, but He can do whatever he wants this game. He could have built a Dagon if he really felt like it. I really think he could have. It's just that hero literally needs no items when he's playing with Luna, as we have seen a great index case of thus far.
Sandwich smoked up with Turbulence in the bottom lane, only for Turbulence to just go farm and then for him to just kind of run back to mid.
You think Ty's trying to walk over there and do something on their side of the river?
Oh,
he's
no
trying
way. No way.
to get as much gold as he can before the storm comes in another lane.
Yeah, we've stabilized at like 23k difference right now. That other shrine's going to go down and whoop, we're going to have another dip again. 150 gold for everybody to enjoy. Oh man, here come the illusions and the forged spirits. They march onwards. They crave blood. They crave blood. All of the blood. And buildings. Probably buildings more than blood. Yeah. Well, that was over half the tower's HP from one segment of Manta plus Disruption illusions, wasn't it?
So insanity, though.
I know. Chronosphere is going to connect, as is the Eclipse on everybody. Lich ult thrown 2. Snicelaw's going to go down. Primitive's trying to do something with his ultimate. Procking that shrine as well. Stun up on 3, but the stone isn't going to be enough. He's trying to do more damage here. We've got the buyback on 587. He's going to try and come in, but down he goes. Tensei is beyond godlike. Somebody kill him. GG from Prime Soul, Snice, and the fam. Win TI, Kick Aui are calling that GG against the Nyan Cats.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're sitting there at the end of the game and you can't win a 1-on-10 with your Medusa, you probably need to throw in the towel, and that's just what happened.
Nyan Cats taking this impressive victory and the day. They are the victors of Social Sunday 3. And congratulations to them. I am Sky, joined with Dogi Sandwich. I appreciate his company and commentary across the day. It's certainly been a roller coaster for sure.
Yes, it has.
But we appreciate you being with us today, and a big shout out to firstblood.io for hosting this event. So do check out the things going on their Discord and their platform as it develops. Some cool fighting game stuff involving Dota and esports. And I'll tell you what, everyone on Nyan Cats is going to be a winner today, but you, the winners, are really the viewers at home. Because you got to watch Dota, right? Is that a thing we can say, Doggy Sandwich?
I mean, if you could say it correctly, because I caught the slip up.
All right,
You said
whatever.
it, but you messed up.
Whatever. Well, good game to Nyan Cats. Congratulations on your victory. And I guess we got to rock their theme song at this point. So, without further ado, what are we going to say? All right.
Am I actually supposed to say something here?
I mean, I'm not going to sing the cat song, but you can if you want to.
Nah, I'm good.
I'm just going to put it on the background. But yeah, if you enjoyed the cast, if you enjoyed the hype, please feel free to drop me a follow. You can find me on Twitter at Reach4Sky. You can see Mr. Dogi Sandwich at Dogi Sandwich. I do also stream myself. You can see me at twitch.tv/SkyHighGaming. And you can find Mr. Dogi Sandwich on the same name for himself as well on Twitch. But this is going to be a fantastic Social Sunday event for us. And without further ado, I guess let's pop back over to their server and see if there's any more excitement to be had.
All right. I'm going to the caster channel.